Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It is a beautiful Saturday morning in Las Vegas, Nevada. We're coming to you live from the Rio All Suites Hotel for day number 2 of the Rainbow Six Siege U.S. Nationals. Yesterday, we saw the top 8 teams that spent an entire grueling year qualifying for the Eastern and Western Conference playoffs. That has been whittled down to 4. Later today, of course, we will have the Eastern and Western Conference Finals. But before that, it's a battle of the branches as we have ourselves a military branch battle. Hello, everybody, and welcome. My name is Jump here for the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Analyst Corner. Of course, I've got Veli and Rams, much like yesterday, but we've got a new face hanging out with us on the desk. It's none other than Shamshield, the co-founder of the Military Gaming League, who is helping us with the branch battle today. You get the first word. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing fantastic. We are super excited to be here, and we're even more excited to bring you a bigger and better branch battle this year. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, last year's branch battle I thought was a little underwhelming. I was hoping to see more, branches from last year, and now this year we're going to actually have all the branches represented in this branch battle.
Minus the Coast Guard. Let's not forget about the Coast Guard.
Like I say, it wasn't entirely underwhelming. I thought it was pretty fun. Big Daddy Mike, unfortunately, he's not going to be here this time around, but there was some really good matches going on.
Hey, look, all I know is that we had some stellar trash talk, and if we have more of it, that's going to count as a success for me. It's going to certainly be something we need to look for. But let's go ahead and give you guys an overlook of what we're going to see over the course of today. Of course, we're hanging out in the pre-show for the next few minutes with everybody. Following that, we will have the military branch battle, an expansion of yesterday, where we will have 2 best-of-1s and then a best-of-1 final with Army, Navy, Air Force, and the Marines. And then following that, it'll be going right back into the U.S. Nationals competition with the Eastern Conference Finals with the Susquehanna Sonics versus Space Station Gaming. And then to round out the day, TSM versus Team Reciprocity in the Western Conference Finals. Now, Shamshield, you had an opportunity, of course, to watch and check out the games yesterday. I know a lot of the MGL guys were here at the venue and coming and hanging out. Any highlights that stood out to you yesterday from the matches that we saw?
Yeah, I always love watching Space Station Gaming play. They're my favorite team. They're very veteran-friendly, and one of our guys on the Navy team, Crimson, is actually brothers of Lycan, so that's really cool that they have that connection, and so it kind of brings even more of a reason for me to, root for Space Station Gaming. So I'm really excited to see them play, and I hope they go all the way to the win.
What about you, Veli? What was your highlights?
Oh, speaking of Space Station Gaming, the best play throughout the entirety of the day had to have been Bosco's 1v3 to win the map on map number 2. That was beautiful.
Yeah, there were definitely a lot of nail-biting moments throughout this entire event so far, but I think that one thing that really stands out to me is the ace that TSM Merc got against Evil Geniuses in the last match last night, which proved to be, I think, the most exciting match of the day.
You can't also forget the impersonation of Stokes' ranked games with the hatch drops that we had. Nothing was more entertaining than the chaos that they can create for themselves. But let's talk a little bit more about this military branch battle. Now, this is in partnership, of course, with the Military Gaming League. And of course, it's best that we have an expert here, considering that you are the co-founder, Shamshield. So to those that are kind of new in the audience, give us a little bit more of a layout of what the Military Gaming League is and what you're trying to do in this space with Rainbow Six as well as some other games.
Absolutely. So Military Gaming League, what we do is we put on tournaments and other esport events to really bring together the military community. A lot of times after you get out of the military, you kind of find yourself lost, you're a veteran, you don't know where you're going. And this is our way of bringing them back in together to play esports. Rainbow Six Siege is a huge game that a lot of our guys play, so we're really excited to be here. And then as a byproduct, we really get to focus on and talk about issues that veterans and even service members go through while they serve, PTSD awareness, stuff like that. So it's a really strong way of confronting those issues.
And Rams, Veli, we had an opportunity, of course, to be on the desk covering the military branch battle last year and really got to see what it is when the veterans, as well as our active duty members, are able to actually kind of showcase their skills as well as represent the branch that they're a part of.
Yeah, it was really fun to see. So also me, I'm kind of biased because my dad was in the Navy, so it was really cool. But we saw some big plays all around, and I think the most important thing about all of this just shows that in Rainbow Six Siege, no matter what team you come from, casual, competitive, military branch battles, we're all the big family.
Yeah, there is definitely, it's definitely a good thing to watch for everybody just to see, there's a rivalry among all of the military branches, and they're going to be competitive in all sorts of different ways, including, like you were going to say, the football
right,
game
yeah,
later.
Absolutely, yeah.
And then on top of that, this is also a good thing to watch for the casual viewers to see not only the highest level competitive play, but to see what it looks like when teams actually just first start out and are trying to put things together, and what a little bit of practice can go a long way.
Now, we do have the expansion that we talked about. Last year, it was just the Army versus the Air Force. Now, we obviously added the Navy and the Marines into that. And our first matchup that we're going to actually be able to see is something that it transcends the rivalry that exists in esports. We've got Army versus Navy, which I know is definitely something that speaks a little close to home for you. Isn't that right?
Yeah, being an Army veteran, I can't be biased. I shouldn't be biased, but I mean, I'm rooting for the Army, and this is an iconic game that like you said, it's a generational competition between the two branches. Today we have the Army versus Navy football game, and so it's really cool to have this branch battle happen before that, so that people can watch the esports. The esports Army versus Navy game, and then go into the traditional esports, or the traditional sports watching the football game. So it's really cool.
You've said that this has gone back over 200 years, the rivalry.
Oh yeah, I mean, when we're, as the nation created, it's been a constant competition between the branches, so.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's definitely something we're going to have to get forward to. We will bring out the team introductions a little bit later, but not only do we have the Army versus Navy, but we've also got the kind of Air Force versus Marines. And last year, of course, we had the Air Force talking a lot of smack. Do you think it's going to be the same with the Air Force and the Marines this time around?
Knowing the Marines, there's going to be a lot of trash talking from the Marines, and it's going to be the same from the Army, and of course the Air Force and the Navy too will join in. But I would say the most trash talking is going to come from the Marines.
Yeah, that was going to be my
fun.
follow-up question for that. If out of the four branches, or even the Coast Guard that's not here, if you had the fifth branch, who is kind of the biggest trash talkers? Who likes to kind of rag on the other branches?
Oh, I mean the crayon eaters. Those are the Marines, right? Those are the guys that like to trash talk. So I'm excited to see them and what they can bring in terms of just trash talking, because a lot of that stuff is really fun to hear.
Now, we do have a returning player that we have from the Army last year. Talk to me a little bit about kind of what we see from the players that are coming onto this. Any notable names that the community might be aware of, or somebody that is kind of pretty relevant within the MGL scene?
Yeah, so Demand is the returning player. He was here last year. Kind of saw wasn't the best run for him, but he's back, and we've put a really good team behind him as well. So hopefully they will be able to come out on top and show their skills. They've got a really good team. They've got MCQ2 is someone to watch. Taro, I mean the entire team is really solid, and they've been scrimming for a while. So yeah, it'll be fun to see.
Certainly going to be a fun one indeed. Now, we are going to be playing best of ones, of course. We will figure out the maps in just a second. But outside of just what we have in the Military Gaming League, how many active and veteran members do you guys have in there right now?
In MGL
Yeah, in
altogether?
MGL as a whole.
We're at like 2,000.
Wow.
2,000. Actually, I think it's 2,500, closer to 2,500.
And you guys travel to events as well. I've definitely
yeah.
seen MGL presences at PAX West and East. I know J-Mag is in the chat watching and hanging out. Watched last year and was able to check out at a couple of the events there across the board. Now, what do you feel, because when Rainbow Six first came out, I think the military branches, my cousin's a Marine, and that was a game that he really stuck into and more. Why do you feel that Rainbow Six has resonated so well with the military?
I think the tactical side of Rainbow Six is what really draws the military community, especially because it's so heavily dependent on communication. Yeah. And in the military, communication is key. That is life or death in some situations. And so getting into a game and being able to use your skills that you hone as a soldier, as a Marine, as a sailor, as a airman, it really, as a Coastie too, I'm Coast Guard, I got you. It really kind of directly correlates.
Yeah.
All right, well, it is about that time to get ourselves underway. Now, do not forget, over the course of yesterday, we had this little ticker at the bottom. Well, it's right, yeah, okay, here we go. It's right there. That thing right there was able to pop up some of the tweets and things that you guys were talking about on social media, and we want to make sure that you're able to do that again. So head over to Twitter, use the hashtag R6USN to get yourselves involved in the conversation and make sure that your opinions, memes, and things of the like, maybe an opinion on Veli's tie. I actually like it a little bit better today, and what we want to hear from you guys. Now, without that being done and everything said and done, now it's time to actually get some introductions down. We've got Jackie Jing standing by on stage to introduce our teams.
Day 2 of the 2019 Rainbow Six Siege U.S. Nationals Finals has begun! Yay! Y'all excited? Well, coming up for you guys, we have a rivalry that runs so deep. And no, I am not talking about G2 versus Empire. I'm Jackie Jing. Thank you guys so much for joining us. All right, you guys ready for this first military branch battle? Let's call out. I love the enthusiasm. Our first team is the Army. Their opponent, the Navy. And let's bring up our in-game leaders. Poppy, you got a fan group here. They're just like screaming your name out. Okay, so during rehearsals, Poppy, I asked you, I'm like, are you nervous for this? Are you confident? How are you feeling? And you didn't really have a great answer. Did you work on that? Oh, okay, what's this answer? Oh, okay.
Well, I know for a fact we have nothing to worry about. As long as their kills are as low as their aspect scores, we're fine.
During rehearsals, he wasn't trash talking, so he's stepping it up now. Okay, Demand, you got something for Poppy here?
I'm not worried about any trash talk from the Navy, okay? They're basically a cab service for the Marines, who are also gonna get their ass kicked today. So, not worried about that.
That is some serious trash talk in there. Okay, I think we need to get to the action, right? You guys ready? Oh, Poppy's like, we ready. Okay, I'm sending it back to the desk. Ooh, jump, I can feel the tension here.
I can feel the tension, and I also felt the outdatedness of Demand's jokes. It's not cabs anymore, guys. It's Uber and Lyft. That's the way that we're going these days. Come on, it's 2019. Anyway, definitely some fighting words. So congratulations, your in-game leader, Sham Shield, has already started proving that the Army knows what they're doing.
Yes, I can't. These guys are so. The trash talk is just amazing. This is why I'm here. You know, I don't watch the game. I'll watch the trash talk. That's what I'm here for. I love it.
All right, we are going to get ourselves into the map veto in just a second to find out where we are going. But let's talk a little bit about these teams. Now, Rams, you made a great point a little bit earlier about the fact of we get to see the top level teams, of course, with places like U.S. Nationals and of course the Pro League. Now we're going to get some players that aren't champion ranked. They're not the highest level in the game. They're golds, they're plats, and they haven't been playing together very long. How does that shift the conversation from an analytical standpoint in how they're going to approach the game?
Well, there isn't going to be as hardcore analysis as we've seen throughout the rest of the tournament, but what we will take note of is impact frags. So we're going to make that distinction between which frags throughout the rounds are important to the outcome of that specific round here and there. And we're also going to highlight how, some little coordination things between the teams, their operator selections. We're going to see some much different things, like wild, ridiculous things that might not make sense at a highest competitive level, but at a lower tier, it might make sense.
I feel like it's all going to come down to the identity of these teams. Like you said, it's not going to be a lot of heavy analysis because we might not see really in-depth strats, but what I'm most excited for is going to be the individual play, especially when you're at that level. People are going to stand out big.
All right, well, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about those individuals that will be making those plays. First up, we've got the roster for the Army. Taking a look, of course, we have Demand returning from last year, and he is being surrounded by Mad Dog, MCQ2, Phantom, and Taro. Is Demand the one to look out for on this roster, Sham Shield?
I think Demand, along with MCQ2 and Phantom, are kind of the highlights for that team. Of course, Mad Dog and Taro, the entire team is good, right? But Demand is the captain. He's the one that's been here before. He's going to be leading the team, leading the charge, and hopefully to victory, right?
Yeah, of course, we saw Demand last year in some of the plays that he wanted to make. He made up for it, of course, this year already a little bit with the trash talk, but that's the Army. And let's go ahead and take a look at the roster for their opponents with the Navy on the opposite side of the stage. Of course, it's going to be Crimson, Shamrock, Poppy that we saw in the interview earlier, Cheeks, and Bojangles. Who's the one you're wanting to look for here, Sham Shield?
These are really good players. Crimson, as I said before, is Lycan's brother, and so he's got a lot of RB6 knowledge already with him, and he's got, Lycan kind of helping him out there. So watching Crimson is going to be really interesting to see if he does bring some of maybe the Pro League small little strats and tries to give it to the Navy team to help him out.
So while we don't know necessarily too much about these players, Rams, Veli, let's talk a little bit about kind of the X Factor positions. When you consider the different positions that are existing within Rainbow Six, of course, knowing what we know about these players and the limited experience that they have, what role is going to be the most impactful? Is it going to be the hard breacher? Will it be the entry fragger? Is there going to be an anchor role that's going to be able to have something? What are we going to expect have the most impact across these teams?
Well, what I'm expecting out of the entire thing is everyone's going to sort of look like they're a little lost in the sauce. But what Veli said earlier about, how individuals are going to stand out. I think a lot of players playing entry will stand out. I don't anticipate a lot of diffusers being planted. And one thing I definitely want to say, I love some of the names. Cheeks and Bojangles?
Cheeks might get clapped.
Talk about a combo. Talk about a combo.
We were waiting the whole rehearsal for that one. I'm glad you were able to get that one out. But okay, we've talked a little bit about this. Let's go to the maps, though. That's where things are really going to get to be figured out. We have the map veto available for you now to see where we will be going today. We have a consulate taken away as well as a bank. Following that, it will be a villa ban. Following that, a cafe ban. Border taken away as well. Ooh. Coastline, which means we're going to Clubhouse, gentlemen. Now, for those of you at home, these are best of ones, hence is why you saw 6 bans. And then, of course, Clubhouse being where we end up. The way that this is going to work is much similar to what we've seen with US Nationals, except instead of 12 rounds in an overtime, it will be 13 rounds, which means the first team to hit 7 will walk away with the victory and the opportunity to move ahead to the finals for the military branch battle. Now, Clubhouse. Let's talk a little bit about this map. Rams, you got this one.
Clubhouse, obviously one of the most popular maps right now in competitive play. We saw it a lot yesterday. And one thing that I am interested to see on this map, especially between two teams that aren't professional, is whether or not we will actually see the bar and stock defensive site, because that's a site that is typically not chosen. So it would just be interesting to see if either of these teams wanted to try and play it.
Most importantly, I just want to see cheese. The most fun thing about last year's branch battles, saw a lot of Cav plays, getting interrogations. Bring out some of that Jackal Lion play. Have some fun, man. I want to see a Blitz, maybe a Monty. Make this a good match.
Now, the interesting thing as well, we were given some extra biographical information on these players as well, and taking a look at their map preferences, it does look like Army's Mad Dog as the entry fragger prefers Clubhouse, and the Roamer for the Navy, the Roamer in Cheeks, is going to be the one that prefers it. So you've got a Roamer that loves Clubhouse and an entry fragger. So 2 varying styles, and we're gonna get to see them in action right about now. It's time to get ourselves started with our best of 1 over on Clubhouse between the Army versus the Navy, one of the most storied rivalries in the history of competition across the United States. And what better 2 people to start the call than our US Nationals casters in Blue and Stokes. Gentlemen, it's your call.
Thank you very much. Jump, it is going to be our honor to be bringing you guys our branch battle here this morning. We're starting it out with the Army versus Navy. Stokes, what do you think of this matchup here?
I'd have to say the first thing that really stood out to me is that it's Clubhouse, and then someone said, "Hi, I'm a Roamer and I enjoy Clubhouse." That's not something you hear very often, folks. Clubhouse is not a map that's very fun to roam on because you die pretty often, but we'll have to see if he maybe just has a knack for it.
Yeah, you get cut off quite a bit. We'll see if that's going to be the case today in our military branch battle. Let's get into it, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to Clubhouse. It's a best of 1. We are on comp rules, but as Jump noted on the desk earlier, there is no overtimes and no draw. It's just the first team to 7 takes the win and moves on to the final.
You just got to win the game. Just got to win the game. Army, Navy up first on Clubhouse. Should be pretty interesting. I'm interested to see if the bans are going to stick to being relatively the same, and they are. Maverick's going to come out first, but what would I expect from a bunch of Diamond and Plat players? I mean, honestly, everything should be relatively the same as what we usually see for bans. You're not going to see like Blitz get banned all of a sudden.
I would expect so as well. Second ban coming in, again, going to follow pretty normal trends here with Jackal still being banned out as one of the most common bans. In fact, probably the most common ban for the attacker side right now.
All right, first defensive ban rolling in from the Army. They're going to remove Echo. Echo, a operator that has yokai drones with sonic bursts that can stop plants and what have you, and he's a very good utility operator as well since he has a lot of information inside of his kit. And speaking of information, we're going to be getting rid of Valkyrie as well.
So Valkyrie will be taken out. That'll be a little bit less intel the defending teams are able to get for themselves on the outside, relying only basically on default cams at that point. And we don't know how quickly those get taken out, so should be a much easier deal for the attackers to be able to get inside of the building and set up some staging ground. Here we go, though. It's going to be Navy on the defense first. Army is on the attack. It's looking like we're going to start out in CCTV, so let's see how prepared the Army's going to be for this assault.
Pretty standard setup for the Navy on defense. Heading upstairs first and bringing a pulse is a little weird, but obviously you can have that pulse play inside of blue stairs or just down in the lounge area to try and lock that down for denying the plant later on with that nitro cell. More than likely going to be bringing 2 of those as well since Shamrock is rocking the Bandit.
Here we go, folks, into the first round now. It is indeed going to be upstairs on that cache and CCTV defense. Got some nice tattoos, I think, on the players.
Hey, that's
a Pikachu one.
No, it's a Charizard.
Was it a Charizard? Okay. You pointed it real quick, and then it changed the shot like 2 seconds later.
It was very, very cool. I'm jealous. I only have 2 tattoos. These guys are beating me. I need more, man.
You gotta step it up.
Yeah, exactly. I need to be more edgy with my tattoos.
You get a few ideas, you know.
Hey, I have a couple good ones.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Just gotta work on those.
Hey, the Army and Navy really do have the coolest tattoos, though. Let's be completely honest. Like, all of my friends that are in the military have so much cooler tattoos than me. Just gotta get through that, though. But it seems that they are gonna be doing actually the standard reinforcements for this site. So in case you guys were sitting at home and going, oh, it's going to be the military branch battle, there's not going to be much that's happening. This is the standard setup. Reinforce the garage panels, make sure you have box covered, and that's going to cover all your bases. Regularly speaking, you're going to have somebody with an ACOG playing in the catwalk. That's more than likely going to be Cheeks, who is currently manning Maestro.
Everything going pretty much as you would expect at the moment here for a standard round. We've got a few of the players from the Army Taro going to start heading towards front door just to pop it open, though, not necessarily going in to explore it all. And in a second, Taro is actually going to start moving in towards Strip here, see if he can find any of the roaming presence from the Navy. But at this point, there isn't really much of it on that side of the building. The largest amount of roaming presence you're going to see is back down on the first floor outside of bar towards Stocks, or closer to the site itself on that half of the map.
I respect this full clear from the Army, starting all the way in Strip, working their way across. Definitely knows he's going to have some contacts inside of Lounge, or he has one on Hot Mark, but it's a buck, so he can make those nice little angles. Taro with the heads-up play to Poppy, not even aware that the man on the other side had marks. MCQ2 making quick work of Bojangles as well for all those East Coast folks, but Shamrock with that refrag down on red stairs.
So far, good holds here by the Navy. We had the Army as well pick up that nice opening kill. They were able to find, just assisted by the drone presence. Good play here so far from Taro on the buck, and he's going to try to keep it going, but no. Taken out instead by Crimson, who makes a push down the cache stairs. He's going to be joined here by Shamrock, actually, but more than likely, going to have to move that pressure back in just a second, as the Army is getting ready to try and pinch here. Go for their final push, it would seem.
Some fantastic droning from the Army. They're able to capitalize on it early on, but Legion and Bandit have other things in the cards for them, and now the Army is at a standstill. They have the wall open, but still have to worry about catwalk as Cheeks is quickly dispatched, demand. Taking him down, Army now having all the pressure in the world in order to get a diffuser down. Just have to worry about where these last 2 are hiding. Find one inside a cache, but Mad Dog a little bit too low on his crosshair placement, and Crimson gonna punish him for that.
Good fight from Crimson. Demand as well is going to catch him a second later, backing right into his crosshair. Shamrock, he's got a chance to trade. We're going to bring his Toby eye tracker in as well. He can see the hard ping, so he's keeping his eyes on that right now. Trying to go for a nitro cell. You can see his eyes gazing. He had a pretty good idea as to where his opponent was heading towards. Unfortunately, lost his pathing just a little bit too much at the end, and Demand will finally find him at the end of it, giving the Army control of round number 1.
I like it. Demand talks all that smack and then backs it up. That's the way to start things off.
So you got to do it, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. I also like that we have somebody named Bojangles, by the way. I haven't heard that since I lived in Virginia. It's a chicken restaurant.
Yeah.
Very good chicken restaurant is that at that, by the way.
I've driven past it so many times, but
you need to get it. I understand that Cane's is very good, but Bojangles, high quality.
Okay. I'll have to check it out the next time I'm over there. We're going to be switching over to a church arsenal defense in the basement next here for Navy after that first defense, unfortunately, does not go their way.
All right, well, downstairs, as you said, so relatively the same setup. Cheeks is going to be on the smoke this time around, though, so more than likely going to see him in more of a passive play style instead of being aggro. Last time it came down to that 2v2 instance for just a split second, but quickly got traded off by the Army, who made quick work of taking over the site after they lost their 2 entry fraggers. She thought it was over, but it was not, as they did have pressure inside of construction to find the people hiding inside of cash. So, as we do head downstairs, be interested to see what Navy's going to do for this roam game, because we did hear, I don't know exactly who is that roamer that enjoys this map, but I want to find out. I really want to know who's going to try and attempt to roam on this map.
We'll see in a second here. We've got a couple operators that can do it, that's for certain. It's more a question of who wants to be the one to spread their wings, and it's looking like Bojangles and Crimson would have to be the players.
I think that's the Air Force that spreads their wings. I think.
That's true, yeah.
I think so, yes.
Navy's got a couple planes too, I believe.
Yeah, the Navy, fun fact, actually has more planes than the Air Force.
Did it really?
Yes. Yes, that is not a lie. The Navy has more planes than the Air Force does.
Yeah, but the Air Force gets to go to space.
That is true. Space Force inbound.
So we've got Taro and a few of the other Army players once again working their way into the building early on here. They're going to start pushing their way forward. Just droning things out right now. In terms of that roaming presence that we were talking about earlier from the Navy, not seeing a whole lot of it right now. You can tell from the silhouettes, first floor presence is pretty much non-existent for the Navy, and it would seem that that applies to the second floor pretty evenly too. So they're only going to have to worry about the site push here. That's not necessarily going to mean that they'll have an easy round here for the Army, though, as things like hatch tricks and other methods of delay can still give the Navy a pretty easy round here for themselves too.
Yeah, no roam game from the defense. They do have Bojangles inside of blue with some ADSs, so pretty standard hold from them. Poppy with a supportive angle from AK. Crimson playing deep inside of B, and the last 2 sitting inside of the depths of church. So pretty standard overall. Army will have free reign of the entire upstairs. Just have to get a couple of hatches open and what have you. Strangely enough, not rocking the Habana, just taking the thermite. So they're going to have to pick and choose what hatches as well as walls they want open. Stun grenades pour in, but a nice little ADS trick there from Bojangles as he's keeping a couple inside of his pocket as well as one down to break up a couple of those stun grenades and put an ADS down mid-throw so that he eats the frag grenade and it will not kill him, keeping Bojangles alive just a little bit longer.
Mad Dog trying to take a fight, but Bojangles going to end up getting the better of it as the first kill is found on the round by the Navy. Taro is going to chuck his first stun grenade in here, actually the second stun grenade, and the third is finally going to be used there as well, going behind the big AC unit in blue and burning out what should be the last ADS back there. Taro, though, still will not be able to find success. He'll end up getting down and trying to push out, but that means Demand is going to have an opportunity opened up for him to frag out. Crimson, though, is going to be able to take out Phantom, with also Taro being finished off. McHugh moves in to find Poppy. 2 alive for the Army, 3 for the Navy, and the Army, unfortunately, now stuck outside of the site.
Last 2 remaining members hightail it up main stairs, but McHugh too feels like he still needs some presence. Crimson's gonna make himself known over by the second box. Knocks it down to a 1 versus 3. Plenty of damage done to 2 defenders, but Bojangles still sits at 100 HP. Demand full rotate across the map. No more ADSs remain, but Demand doesn't even have any more throwables. Those frag grenades have already been expended as he works his way down, but Bojangles is going to need the ears here, the eyes to work out, and they will. It's going to be a double on the round for him as he holds down blue.
And so the Navy finds its first, and we are tied up at 1-1. Just another brief reminder about the format for this, folks, for anybody that might have just tuned in since the last time we talked about it. This is standard competitive rules. However, we do not have overtime enabled, and we do not have draws enabled either. So it's just 13 rounds, first to 7 takes the match, and it's only a best of 1.
All right, well, single round to both sides, and the Navy pretty stuck in their ways as to what operators they want to bring as they head back upstairs. Really feel like they have something they can do with that lounge hold, but it's going to need a little bit better support around it. No reinforcements the last time that was able to support them, and that's why you guys saw the quick frags come out from the Buck through the stock wall, as well as a quick pinch from Ash as well, just to add on to it. So hopefully they can try and fix that just a little bit, maybe use some more information gain with the poles, having his cardiac sensor out, or just be aware that somebody's going to clear through bar.
Yeah, so just tightening up the defense a little bit here will hopefully net the Navy their next round going into it. We do apologize, folks. We do have a very short delay here, but it looks like it's already resolved, and we are heading back in game now.
So far, some pretty short battles in between the two. It's been a pretty dominant showing by Army all up until that last round, where they really just could not find where they wanted to push their take through, especially after getting stunted on blue. Couldn't have too much pressure, rotated towards main, and immediately got toxic babed out, as well as a couple of frags from just Navy players really just swinging. There wasn't too many instances where there was overt amount of aggression, except for Army trying to get some presence in through Moto, which eventually got shut down as well. You thought they had it for a couple of seconds just because they didn't have the support of the Jaeger inside of blue, because he was already preoccupied. But the smoke player able to maintain, and Army losing out their first round, so that is why we are currently drawn. But still a long road ahead of us. Somebody has to win 6 rounds still in order to find us a victor here between these two.
5 seconds left. We've got the Army coming out onto the board again in just a second. It's time to see if they're going to be able to find as much success here on this cash attack as they saw back in round number 1. They do have that roaming presence being established, pretty similarly to how it was in the first round as well, with both Poppy and the Jaeger, played by Bojangles currently, roaming around the bar and stocks area underneath the sights. Obviously, you've got the Army taking a second before they try to rush into the building here. Mad Dog is going to take first point of contact and moving through strip, but as you can tell, he's got a little drone in front of him helping him out, so he's not moving in without an eye.
Oh, some scary shots coming through towards Poppy. Cut out from Mad Dog as Tarl hops in Billiard's window. Right on the tailcoats of Poppy. Hard pink still coming out. Taro with a quick pre-fire, figures that Poppy's probably over near kitchen, and he would absolutely be correct as he rips his head off. And that's going to be the second time that Poppy has been the opening kill, as Taro makes the exact same hole and lights Bojangle.
All right, well, Taro moving forward. He was able to get actually a kill here previously as well. Back on round number 1. McHugh.
I was about to say.
Not going to work out the way you would have hoped there, but it will go better on the second attempt of the breaching charges. Now they're going to get better purview into the cash room. Bring our Toby eye tracker up for this play as well and see how exactly Taro's looking to work this. A nice shot found onto Shamrock. And McHugh also is able to find another one closer to the cash stairs. Good progress being made here by the Army. Seems the Navy still has a couple problems to work on here for the defense on this site.
McHugh downs 1. That's going to mean Cheeks is the only one remaining. Pistol shots, but no, it's the Alda to win it out. What else would you expect with the double kill? He adds on to it. Knows that one's coming cap. More than likely has the comms from his teammates. Toby, eye tracker coming in to get inside the mind of the gamer. See if Cheeks can close things out with such minimal HP. And no, it's going to be the Army winning it out on offense as it's a quick rotate towards the cash door after Phantom pops his exothermic charge.
We had the first GN come out in the chat as well from Phantom.
Gotta let him know. You gotta let him know. This is the one time in the year where you get to let the opponent know. In a public space. It isn't just inside of your ranked game, you know?
Good amount of smack talk going on between the players right now in game. And they're having a good time here as well. But the Army, definitely with a strong stance. Navy, their second attempt on cash and CCTV fails. And even worse than it did the first time, so they're going to have to move sights again. This time it's going to shift over towards Gym Bedroom as we start inching closer and closer towards the end of their first half here on defense.
Navy making a nice call, shifting Poppy over to something else that he can't die on immediately. So they're going to put him on Mira instead of the pole snow roam game for him this time around, unless they're going to get crazy with it, but I don't see that happening. Mira setups typically on this site aren't really traditional, honestly. We don't see Mira open too often on this map either, just because a lot of teams really, really like her, as we saw yesterday. If you're just tuning in for the first time and wondering what Mira does, though, she has 2 black mirrors. They're one-way mirrors. You can see through them, but obviously not from the other side. So whatever way Poppy sets them up on the reinforcement is the way that you can see. On the other side, all you're going to see is darkness. They're really good for information, specifically inside of this bathroom, where once they have the jacuzzi wall open, Poppy will have the ability to play off of that and have a couple of gunfights with info, which makes things all the more easier.
So there's the first one getting confirmed down at bathroom. That's the one we expected to see. Second one is going to get deployed.
Secret, I guess?
Yeah, right there. That makes the most sense. Don't really see where else she would have the capability to put that down. So
I guess you could put one down in cash if you really wanted to, but that would make it to where one of the cash walls was soft and they would just breach and charge it, and then you'd have a really bad time.
It'll get dealt with really quickly.
Yeah, that would not be fun. So I would not recommend that, as Taro and the rest of the gang of the army will be moving through cash room. There's going to be no reinforcements over here like we standardly see. This is going to be Bojangles holding things down inside of construction. Uh-oh, he's now stuck between a rock and a hard place. Demand has hard pings once again. Then MX4 Storm in close range is very, very good. Close proximity, it's going to be a quick fire into McHugh, but it'll be actually McHugh taking the gunfight. Taro's going to be lit a little bit as well as McHugh, so both very low, but they get Bojangles as well as a couple of his Prismas.
Yeah, McHugh actually possibly saving his teammate's life right there by getting Taro out of a bad engagement when he was chucking his frag grenade into construction there. Going to bring us still with an army advantage here at a 5v4, but both McHugh and Taro could find themselves easily eliminated. In fact, one of them is going to get knocked out upon trying to push their way through construction into the office. Demand is going to end up shooting one of those Prismas. They'll have to back up, and Mad Dog will stun himself slightly. Not going to be a huge deal. Demand finds a nice pickup here by moving in to pick out Shamrock. Also going to start taking down this secret control. We never actually saw the mirror get put on that wall as far as I can tell, so Sludge is going to have a really easy time forging his own way in here. Moves in, picks up the next frag on its cheeks, follows through, and finds Poppy. That's the mirror dead with this nice SMG-11 play.
Oh, this is where the comms need to come through, but Mad Dog hears it, and it's going to be all on the flank. And that's that tattoo I was talking to you about. It's Charmander wearing a Charizard outfit.
Oh, okay.
It's awesome. Because Charizard is the best Pokemon, and you cannot tell me any differently.
I don't know why I thought that was
Parker is a liar. Arcanine is not the best Pokemon. It is Charizard, and if you tell me any differently, you are a liar. That's how that works. Army-Navy, though. Army ahead by 3 on offensive clubhouse. You don't see that one too often unless we're talking about Europe for some odd reason, because they have a knack for being very good on offense on this map. So, Navy shifting things up just a little bit. Cheeks moving on over to the Ella just to try and help with a little bit of pressure off of the site. They want to make it to where those roams or those side room holds work out a little bit better. Those Grismont mines can definitely do that.
We're going to be getting into the round here in just a couple seconds. We do have a 6-pick coming in from Demand. He's going to switch over from the Sledge that he has been playing for quite a few of these rounds, and is going to go back over to a Capitao instead, adding a bit of extra utility to this attacking side. I believe this is the only site that the Navy has successfully managed to win so far on their defense, so this could be a good way for them to try to rally together and get a second round, but at the same time, Army has been looking scarier and scarier as this attacking half has gone further into itself, so Navy needs to be wary of that too. Some operator change-ups have happened here since the last time they played into it as well. For instance, we're seeing a Ella be brought into the team this time for Navy. I don't believe that was here the last time they played basement.
I just had a realization from yesterday as well. Did you realize that Rams did not make a single proper pick yesterday?
Yeah.
A single one. So if you're gonna let Rams pick, make sure that he picks your opponent so that you actually win. There you go. That's what you need to do. So make sure you do that. I don't know who Rams picked for this, so hopefully if he did pick you, you can try and change things up for him, because his luck right now, especially in Vegas, not very good odds.
Too good.
Yeah, it's not going well.
Well, we've got Army starting their droning once again here. Well, they've been droning for quite some time. Actually, continuing it is the more appropriate word to say here, as they've started to move players in now as well, with McHugh being one of the first to move into the building itself as he clears out garage.
I'm going to have to ask him how he came up with that name, because it's a very unique name. It's not one that you see very often. It's not like Light or something like that. It's very unique. I like it a lot. So McHugh 2, speaking of the man, Top clear here for him, all by his lonesome, all except for his little robotic buddy, the drone that's currently rolling into logistics. Mad Dog worrying about stalls downstairs, but as we can see, no one is on the mid-floor. It's been completely evacuated after the reinforcements have already been put down. Cheeks and Shamrock once again inside a church. Bojangles is a Jaeger holding down Blue. He's dedicated 2 ADSs this time and pocketed 1, unless he set it somewhere else. But nope, he does have 1 in his pocket, and he'll put that 1 down now. So last time you guys saw him ADS juggle, not doing it this time. Guess he's not too worried about stuns, but Cheek should definitely be worried about his brain because it's currently splattered all over those reinforcements.
It's a little too close, unfortunately, as the angle is given away to Taro on a peek. Trying to see if potentially he could get the Jaeger as well if Bojangles wants to swing out from the power unit here, but doesn't look like Bojangles is interested in taking that fight. We've got someone stepping into quite a few goo mines. Taro finally gets the fight he was looking for. Doesn't necessarily go his way though, but he does turn it around as Bojangles is able to re-peek. So ultimately, Mad Dog and now Demand as well are going to be able to pick up these frags on Army. It's getting things looking great. That's the second now for Demand. Everything brought down to Crimson in a 1v5 situation. Able to drop 1 player, that's Taro moving in, but he will be traded a few moments later, and that's the Army with yet another round going under their belt.
And that's Demand with a quad kill as well, along with utility usage, which is, I mean, awesome to be completely blunt with you guys. Great utility usage there for the tactical crossbow, recognizing out that, hey, they're going to put ADSs inside of Blue. Let's use those crossbow bolts because they don't get eaten up by ADSs. They're just going to set the man on fire. And it worked out. Get Bojangles out of Blue. Now you have pressure. You can take over Church or the lockers area. They decide to go for Church, and it's a pretty quick dispatch of everyone else.
And so the Navy's going to make another attempt here at their basement defense. Things a little bit more dominant that time for Army, but Navy's still feeling that they can get the job done. We're going to see a 6-picked Rook. Ooh, maybe not. Yeah, 6-picked Rook for Cheeks there as he goes off the smoke. Honestly, not a bad call at this point due to the pacing that the Army's been doing. They've been playing pretty fast these last couple of rounds. So the smoke may not prove too useful anymore for the Navy here.
Yeah, I think the person that needs the most help is going to be Poppy right now. Poppy is just not having a good time, is he? Poor guy's currently 0-0-5, and as the IGL, you know, he does have a lot of comms to say, but if you look at the other side of the coin, Demand, the other IGL, is currently 10-1-1. So, Poppy, you got to back up your smack talk, man. It doesn't work out if you don't.
Demand bringing a lot of it to the table here today.
10 seconds to go.
And fragging out a 10-1 right now, I believe, going absolutely crazy.
He's not even the entry fragger.
No,
he's the flex guy.
He's usually the one just getting gunfight kills, basically, for the most part.
Like, all right, you soften him up. I'll make sure to secure the job.
Like, all right, Taro, you get 1, I'll get 4. Sound good?
I guess it's working out for him right now. McHugh, too, adding on every once in a while as well, the resident Ashbane, as you guys know. Got to respect that, as I, too, have way too much time on that character, and Bojangles does not have too much time left in life, because McHugh, too, is going to rip it away from him. Rocking the M45 pistol. It's the low mag capacity one that does more damage for Ash. It's always self-choice as to what you want to do. Usually you'll see people go with the more mag capacity just because this is Rainbow Six Siege, and the more bullets you have, the more chances you have to hit somebody in the head.
So we'll see Demand start droning his drone downstairs on main here, and McHugh is going to follow it. So he'll be able to route himself into the basement relatively quickly. Again, this is happening very early on in the round in about 2 minutes, already being able to work their way down main stairs. Bit of spam coming out from McHugh as he tries to find a kill down the main hall, but it's Crimson hiding out towards Moto instead that's going to be able to take out Mad Dog, interestingly, as McHugh barely takes any heat at all from it.
Well, hatch is open, dealing with Blue again as the rest of the Army unit. I believe that they are going to have to worry too much because Bojangles has already died and no one's taken up the mantle. Gonna use the fire bolts real quick just to make sure that nobody is behind the AC unit. Taro still has frag grenades, but chooses to pocket it instead because he knows he doesn't have to worry about much inside of Blue, except for Shamrock on the other side of the wall inside of Church, holding close on the rotation. Phantom still playing inside of the hatch, but chooses to rotate off. Army needs to find an area to dedicate the rest of their utility to, because right now, kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place. They've already burned 2 bodies, only claiming Bojangles and having control of Blue. Gonna waste another exothermic charge to get open the hatch for Moto. I don't know if he still has one more on him to go for the church wall, or they're just gonna have to try and fight for these doors.
And the find the next pickup of McHugh going off now. 2 more kills for him. One's a confirmed, one's a full out kill though. He's gonna move in as we're down to a 1v1 at the end of it. And ultimately, McHugh dominates with a massive 4K on the round.
That's how you play Ash right there, and hey, that's how you do it. A little bit of smack talk. I love it. Love it. Army warming up, and they could definitely have the right to, because right now I believe it's 5-1, and yes, it is. So Army only 2 rounds away from victory here, and shutting out the Navy very early on. Hopefully the football game later today does not replicate this, otherwise it won't be the best showing.
Well, we'll see if the Navy's going to be able to bring at least a few more of these rounds back under their control. Now that they move over to the attacking side, it's a new half, it's a new day, potentially for them to try and make some impact happen here. If not, the Army is looking incredibly strong to make a quick run to 7 and take control of the first match here.
All right, well, Demand shifted over to the Mozzie away from the castle because he wants a gun that actually works. So very intelligent of him to do that. Instead of taking the UMP-45, he'll have access to 2 guns. Either the P-10 Ronin, which is a low mag capacity SMG with a higher rate of fire, or the Commando, which is starting to become a big fan favorite inside of the game overall. Especially after that clip of Hyper just nuking everyone on border.
That's certainly true. Got the setup going in. Let's see what the Army's going to bring to the table here, taking a look at their own kind of defensive line. Pretty similar to what we actually saw from the Navy when they had the pick on it as well. Curious to see if we're going to see Taro attempting to trick the wall as well. We didn't, as far as I can remember, we didn't have much of an attempt at that from Navy on their defense.
They played the Bandit, but they lost Lounge so early.
Yeah, I don't even think the wall ever actually became relevant to the round.
No, it really didn't.
Yeah.
As opposed to how the play usually goes, where it's literally all about the wall. Theirs was all about the lounge. That's really all they needed control of, and then they worked their way to construction. And usually by then they had 3 to 4 frags, and it was only 1 man remaining on site. So the wall didn't play too much into it. Just a little bit of over peaking by the Navy. So hopefully on the offense, we'll have a little bit better luck.
Have located a bomb.
Got Bojangles doing a little bit of inspecting there. The electronics detector trying to see.
I still love that name, man. I just love it.
What?
Bojangles.
Oh, yeah. So he's going to check stuff out there. But it's going to be Mad Dog from the Army that strikes first inside a garage. He's even got his own little drone zapper there set up to stop anyone from getting intel onto his active position. A good find from him. He's still going to be able to remain in that same catwalk position. In the meantime, Taro, this should not be difficult to trick this at all since it's Hibana charges. Those have such a long timer on them that he can easily knock those out. They are trying to kind of overwhelm him though. Cheeks also looked like he wanted to put down his charge at the same time, but now other problems are starting to surface here. McHugh, is going to be able to move in and he will be able to take out their IQ, but at the same time, Taro finally fails in holding onto this wall, and it is going to get open. However, though, the diffuser just got dropped. Shamrock picking up some of the trades for it to keep Navy in this as he takes out Mad Dog on a run out. Army is still in control, though, at a 3v2.
Poppy still in search of that first frag. It could come in round 7 to start him off, and Navy desperately needs somebody to pop off here. Hopefully Shamrock could possibly do so as well. Maybe rub that Shamrock a little bit, get some of that good luck going, shall we? Mozzie's Pest still persists downstairs, making it hard to drone, and I believe somebody just killed their own teammate's drone, so that's not the best, but hey.
No witnesses.
Oh, actually, no, it might have been demo on drone. It honestly might have been demo.
Yeah, that's
for just a second. So that's always a confusing thing when you see Mozzies on those, but hey, it tends to happen. Demand working his way down Cash stairs now as they've recognized out that we do have somebody inside of Cash, and that's going to be Poppy's second kill actually on the round, so finding 2 for himself here inside of round 7, so finally starting things off. Taro trying to get aggressive to the outside, but gets punished by Repel. Now it's all up to Demand. He hears him Repel up, Shamrock quickly dispatched, and that's going to be the diffuser down outside. Demand can go for the pickup here. Poppy doesn't have anything to stop him either. He can just work his way up to Catwalk. That's a very big, very quick resuscitation as well. Demand once again with the punish, and Army almost 6 rounds straight.
Yeah, Army doing a fantastic job here. Nearly losing the plot a little bit towards the mid portion of the round there as Navy attempted to resurface themselves once they went down to 2, but unfortunately just couldn't piece it back together. Lost too many players too early on in the round, and with that, Army was able to eventually leverage that into a win. They're on match point now, just 1 more separating them from the finals of our branch battle today and sending the Navy home early.
And Demand, apparently the land player, to be completely honest with you. The guy's showing out right now. We're going to have a mixed bag of operators, some we don't see very often, particularly Caveira. Caveira is a very unique op, and actually the 6 pick is not going to be... Oh,
It's doing
it. Ladies and gentlemen, the man is in the building. It's the god.
Someone was going to do it.
Just had to hold everything there. Whatever I was saying was irrelevant.
Now picking
Our Lord and Savior.
Picking Tachanka is one thing, right? The big question is how you going to play Tachanka when you pick him.
You know what we have to say now, right? What? We have to wait until he puts his utility down. And then we have to say the words.
Yeah.
We have to say the words.
He's not putting it up here.
They're going to have...
He's not gonna put it here.
We're going to have McQ2 go for some reinforcements. Oh! No, he's going to have Phantom do those. I don't know why he walked all the way up.
I think he was about to put the gun up here.
No, you want to reinforce the wall. It would be very scary if he did do that. You just walk by mud tunnel, just get gunned down by a turret. Oh, no.
Oh, he's going to put it on catwalk?
Did he not see it?
Oh, he's going to put it right in front of the
drone.
Oh.
McQ2, there's a drone there. Oh, no. Can the Lord do it, folks? LMG mounted and loaded. Oh, are they going to do the Mira setup? Folks, they're going to do it. They're going to use Clash as a makeshift shield.
So he can't be shot in the back.
But he's going to watch the back instead of the
he
front.
Can't be shot in the back.
But he can definitely be shot from the front. Oh, this is...
All right, well, let's see how this is.
History.
Hey, got one!
Oh, Crimson. Crimson, you knew he was there.
That's it. That's all we needed.
The Lord giveth and the Lord taketh away. Crimson goes down to a Tachanka turret. What BM can you possibly have on main stage?
We can forget about those conference finals. We got ourselves a Tachanka turret kill, ladies and gentlemen.
That's all you need.
That's the highlight of action for today.
I don't want to cast the games later. That was the highlight of my life right there. I can retire happily now. Taro inside of kitchen, no drones rotating in, so Caveira gonna be in her favorite area. Hiding inside of an area that no one knows where she is. 2 shots to the body at this range will definitely down any man. Poppy more than likely gonna fall here, and he does! Secures the kill quickly as Taro, but very low HP now. They know he's up on the counter. Pre-fire's pouring in through the windows. It's gonna be Shamrock there, but nobody wants to peek him because that pistol is oh so dangerous. Demand still upstairs as well, could possibly rotate down as Taro continues to stave off this offense. Cheeks locked inside of Freezer is, oh no, this is not going to work out. There is no way that they're gonna have McQ2 rotate all the way through mud and play with Clash outside. Drones finally pour in. They know that she's still here. Can't get tased by her own electricity because she is on the same team. Plenty of damage. Mad Dog actually ends up working things out.
What's going on?
Pistol out, and he wins it out anyways. McQ2 takes down Shamrock. Only man left, Bojangles. He wins it out against Demand, but still has 3 defined and still has 1 very large nuisance in his way. It's going to be Mad Dog. But no, Mad Dog dispatched as well. Diffuser down by Mud Tunnel. Q2 lying in wait. Can he get it with the pistol? He can! Tachanka to close it out, and the Army wins it 7-1.
The Army is going to take a dominating win here on Clubhouse, and they will move on to our branch battle finals coming up just a little bit later on here as soon as we get through our second matchup. A big congratulations to them. A lot of fun being had from it as well. And as we might expect, there's great sportsmanship between these guys. Hugs and smiles all around, and handshakes too.
Well, you gotta give it up to Crimson. I mean, hey, you know, you might be Lycan's brother, but you still got, you know, kind of spawn killed by a Tachanka. We won't talk.
Top frag for the team though, ultimately. So.
Did top frag. But I think that the highlight player from this overall was Demand. Had a great showing. I mean, the guy was just fragging out. What else is there to say?
Man's definitely going to be the one that I think the two of us are going to be keeping an eye on as we go into our branch battle final as well. He's going to be the one that'll either carry the team to victory or send them soaring to defeat. We'll have to see on that one, as that's still going to be a little bit further away. We still have to see who the winner of our Air Force match is going to be as well, when they'll be taking on the Marines in just a little bit here. All right, guys, well, that's going to do it for us for now. We'll be back in just a little bit with more of the branch battle action, but for now, we're going to send it down to Jackie on the stage.
Thanks so much, guys. Okay, Demand. You talked a big game and you followed through, even picking our Lord Tachanka at one point there. Woo! And the fan group that you got here. Okay, so tell me, what were you thinking? Were you like, okay, we are totally in control here? It just seemed like you guys were doing just fine.
You know what? After last year, you can never
You never know, right?
You never know. So we really just didn't take our foot off the gas right until the end. So we had some fun with it there. But no, the Navy team is really great. They're really great guys. We're so grateful for the opportunity, and to come out here and be with them on the stage is a huge honor for us personally on the Army team, and then also for the MGL2s.
That was nice. We want to hear trash talk though. So are you guys gonna take it all?
Oh yeah, we're gonna take it all. And Air Force, we're coming for you.
We had a finger point there. Okay, but how awesome is it to play on this stage? The lights, the cameras, you got this giant fan group here.
Oh, it's a huge honor for us. We're always so happy to do this, and after last year, we were really happy to be invited back. And it's just such a huge honor to come and see Great Siege, and being in the military, watching teams play for the Team USA title. It kind of means something to us. So we want to make sure that the best gets it, and they do. The 4 remaining teams are awesome. We're pumped. We're spectators too, and we're pumped to watch those games later today.
So have you been taking notes? Taking some strategies from the pros?
Oh yeah. I'm never going to be able to recreate that, but I can try, right? That's what we all do.
You're doing pretty well. Thank you so much, Demand. Gonna send it back to you guys.
Thanks a lot for that one, Jackie. Now, not only does Demand get 1, not 2, but it's 3 kills for our Lord and Savior Tachanka, and to that one, we give you a good one. I actually just got a phone call. Apparently, after that beating, Veli doesn't really want have anything to do with that, considering that Tachanka was picked. So he's not here.
Yeah.
So I'm sorry, it's just not happened. But I've got Sham Shield and I've got a Rams. Gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about that match, because despite the fact that the Navy are supposed to be the best swimmers, they definitely sunk that one pretty hard.
Oh yeah, I'm glad to see that the Army kicked their butts. I can't be biased, but I am biased. I'm so excited that they won. So excited that they redeemed themselves from last year, right? That's the I think the most important part for them is to get that redemption back. So Navy played well, Army just played better.
It is absolutely a redemption story. We saw a much stronger Army team this time around. Some things that I noticed that I thought were really interesting. We saw a few entries through the strip club from the Army side, and we don't see that a lot in professional play, but when it comes to the strip club itself, I think that the Army has more experience there than anywhere else on the map.
He was waiting the entire broadcast to pull that one out. I just want to say it. But you're right, it was quite the dismantling, of course, of the Army. And you kind of brought this point up in the pre-show a little bit on this one, Sham Shield. If you guys brought Demand back and surrounded him with teammates that could support him in the best of ways. And it certainly showed with the way that he was able to perform in this last match.
Yeah, absolutely. He by himself is a great player. And so when you put more great players with him, I think it brings the Army team to a whole nother level. And I mean, you saw it, 7-1. It was kind of an easy game for them. So
yeah, they looked much stronger as a team, like you said. That a lot of that just comes into finding the more motivated people to play with Demand. Right. I think that he finally found what he wants, and we did see some memes. We saw some fun things. Caviera being picked, Tachanka, Clash, all in the same round, mind you. But yeah, that was fun to watch. I enjoyed that.
It was great to see kind of just the jovial nature of it. Of course, it's a competition. Of course, you want to be the best branch that wins. But at the same time, the fact that there is a lot of camaraderie, and Demand kind of talked about it himself. There is obviously the in-game jokes with the different branches, but everybody still is a part of the same family.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you're in-game, it's all about competitiveness, but the moment you step away from the game, it's all about brotherhood again and camaraderie, like you were saying. And you saw that everyone's laughing and having a good time when they're shaking hands and stuff. And that's what it's about. It's about bringing the brotherhood back together and being, brothers.
And the competition between the branches, we talked about it a little bit, being something that's sort of a tradition within the American military among all the branches, including the Coast Guard, that that competition between the branches strengthens all of them as a whole, because not only are they always trying to be better than each other, but that brings up, the entire armed forces
Absolutely.
to a different level.
All right, well, you know what? We did, of course, have ourselves quite the demolishment, but not only did the Army find themselves some success, we can actually highlight a little bit of that success. So just like yesterday, I've got a little buddy, a friend, but more importantly, an analytical genius over here. We've got Emzo with the delight that is our telestration screen. What do you have for us today?
Well, I think I got to agree with all the desks here that demand is demand for me. He was definitely a standout player. Obviously, McHugh as well. We're going to highlight a little bit. But I think demand definitely deserves some attention. You see this play here where he single-handedly takes over the side himself. He starts by playing this angle here through the doorway. No one really defined from there. So he just says, you know what? I'm going to take sight here. Rotates on over. Shamrock tries to fight him here on this angle. Loses that fight. And then Demand says, you know what? I see a soft wall right here. And he's got a sledgehammer exactly for that. Great play to open that up. Cheeks tries to fight it here through this angle, but you know what? That's just to his own demise. Demand just swings around on that as well. Boom. And a Maestro, nonetheless, losing that fight. So he just charges in on to sight at that point. Not really much you can do. Takes out the player in the bathroom as well. Single-handedly taking the site. As well, you see a defense round from him. He's on the Mozzie here, and he's got a man down. And as you know from the military, they do not leave a man behind. Goes and makes a play here on Shamrock again for that kill. Takes him down, and then immediately decides, you know what? I'm going to get my buddy Taro back up. Does exactly that. Meanwhile, the entire time, Poppy thinks, oh, I'm going to rotate around here. I'm going to make a play. But of course, Demand's going to have none of that. He makes a full rotate around here to come back for Poppy because, well, all that trash talk Poppy made in the beginning, got to finish the job there. And then, of course, lastly, we just take a little look at that Chachanka spawn pick here.
You have to have it.
He's got the angle here. Crimson thinks he can fight it. You can't fight that shield. But you know what? Kudos to Crimson for trying. Fortunately for him, those tracks not going to get put out that round. But overall, McHugh had some fantastic plays as well. The Army in general, great showing, and I look forward to seeing their match in the final.
All right, well, they secured themselves quite the stunning victory there in the first match. We're not done just yet, of course, though. We do still have the Air Force versus the Marines, so make sure you don't go anywhere. The U.S. Nationals branch battle will be back right after this.
All right, y'all were fired up for that last match. You guys ready for the next one? I like the enthusiasm. Okay, you guys ready? Let's call it our first team, the Air Force. Their opponent, the Marines. And now let's call forward the in-game leaders. I'm sure they're gonna be super nice. They have nothing mean to say to each other. This is gonna be cooperative, lots of fun, right, Day?
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's gonna be a good game. I'm really excited. The Air Force, they're gonna be some good competition. Their entire job is sitting in an air-conditioned office, drinking Fiji water, playing on their PCs.
That started really nice, and then, woo! Beezy, what do you gotta say to that?
I mean, he's kind of right. That's why we're going to kick their ass. But
Not done.
Oh, he said not done. I'm sorry.
But Sham said it best that they're going to be doing the most talking because they don't know how to read past the 3rd grade level.
Oh my goodness, the burns. Okay, boys, that got me fired up. Let's do this. I'm gonna send it back to, okay, continue.
And to remind them of the 3rd grade, I brought them a little snack.
What are you gonna do with those? No, I'm kidding. We're not gonna take it there. We ain't gonna take it there. Wow. Wow, okay, I am amped for this. Gentlemen, take your places. I'm gonna send that back to the studio. Woo! That's some trash talk, boys.
So is this where I shamelessly plug the fact that we're not drinking Fiji water here at the U.S. Nationals, we're drinking Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel, and this is our analyst corner. Welcome back, everybody. I'm not gonna lie, your Army boys started it strong, but that's probably the better trash talk on this one, Sham Shield.
Yeah, I mean, you can't beat anything regarding the Marines in terms of crayon eating. That's the best that you can do with the Marines. And of course, the Air Force sitting in the air conditioner. He said it, it's true. They do. So we'll see how they play because they got a lot of time.
Yeah, I heard they eat the red ones because the red ones taste the best. So
yeah, I think reds. I
maybe
think
we can get confirmation on that later.
I'm having I feel like I need to just like go throw open a trash can thinking about the fact of eating a crayon. That's not even going to be a conversation that we're going to have. But we do have Rainbow Six Siege to actually be able to play. And we had a great match, of course, with the Army decimating the Navy. Might get to see an actual repeat of that in the Army versus Navy game that's going to be starting not too long from now, actually. But let's talk a little bit about these teams and these players that we have. First up, of course, we want to talk a little bit about the Air Force. Is there anybody that you feel like is a standout player from that roster?
Yeah, so Air Force, obviously we have Jahui. She's also, and it's Beezy. They're both returning, but Jahui last year, if you remember, she popped off with Maestro. She just was killing it, and all year long, she's been kind of playing Maestro and sending us memes in our Discord, constantly playing Maestro. Single Dads is probably, I think he's the highest ranking team, or highest ranked player on the Air Force, so expect to see a lot from Single Dads as well.
Yeah, based on their names alone, Single Dads stands out. Definitely.
Just help it. He is a representation of all the single dads out there and all the hard work that they put in. But let's flip the script and go over to the other sides. We're taking a look, of course, at the Marines. Now the Marines bringing themselves of a roster of Red Hyperion, Medney, Day Drinker, Red Widow, and Corn of the Dog.
Yeah, these guys are really cool. I think the player to look for here is probably Day Drinker. What's really cool about this team is that Corn of the Dog is actually brothers with their coach. So we have two brothers kind of on the Marines team, which is really cool. One of them active, Corn of the Dog, and then the coach is a veteran. So that's a really cool team, and they're all really good players. So this will be a good match.
I mean, hey, when you compare Day Drinking and Corn Dogs, I think that's going to be a a pretty good combination on that one. Of course, Marines and the Air Force. Now remember, for those of you that are just joining us, this is similar to the format that we had in Rainbow Six, the U.S. Nationals here, but a little bit different. So it is still going to be the first to 7, but it will be only one map, and it will be 13 rounds with no overtime. So if someone is going to hit 7 rounds, and that's the way that it's going to go. We'll have the map veto up for you guys in just a second, and it is a best of 1. That's the format that we have here for the military branch battle. But based on what we saw from the last setup, Rams, what are you expecting as far as like overall strategies go for both of these teams?
Well, the Air Force returning from last year, being the superior team last year, I think that they're going to have a good showing. Unfortunately, Daddy Mike isn't here to carry the team like he did last year, but I think that they spend a lot of time at their PCs, like the Marines said, so they should have all their strats down. They should have been scrimming this entire year.
All right, well, let's go and take a look at it. The map veto is ready to rock and roll. Remember, this is one map, so we're going to have a lot of bans to come through as we start process of elimination down on where we're going to go. Consulate, Cafe, Bank, Clubhouse, Villa, and Coastline taken down, which means we're going to Border here for our best of 1. What are we thinking?
Well, I think that the Air Force probably wanted to choose this map because they probably fly a lot of drones over places like Border. So, and then the Marines probably guard a lot of actual borders.
I am gonna, during this match, have you go to the venue and sit down with Demand to work on your punchlines a little bit. That one was clawing for some air on that one. What about this? Any familiarity with Border on any sense of this one, Sham Shield?
I mean, not from me. I think one of the players on the Air Force actually really liked Border. So it'll be interesting to see how they play. This is going to be an interesting match in general. No matter where you're playing, it's going to be an interesting match from both teams. The Marines, if the Marines win, it's going to be an upset for the Air Force, having won last year. And if the Air Force wins, it'll be cool to see the Air Force versus Army again for the 2nd year in a row.
Now, we do, of course, everybody knows about the Army versus the Navy rivalry. How do you feel that the Air Force Marines rivalry kind of matches up as far as it goes within the military itself?
To be honest, I think just kind of thinking about it, I feel like that's the farthest apart from in terms of competitiveness against each other. If I'm thinking the Marines, it'd probably be Marines and Navy, maybe Marines and Army. Air Force is definitely probably more towards the Army. So the Marines and the Air Force, this is a really interesting match just because it's not your usual like competitive 2-branch kind of rivalry.
Yeah, the Air Force doesn't really have a, other branch of the military that they typically just like butt heads with. But just wait until the Space Force arrives.
There you go.
And that's the direction that we're going to go with this one. Now we're going to space. Elon Musk is going to substitute in for Veli whenever he decides to come back from his Tachanka withdrawals. But in the meanwhile, of course, we have talked a little bit about the Military Gaming League. And what has been your most exciting thing, Sham Shield, seeing the way that the MGL has kind of developed over the last couple years since you guys founded that?
I think the most important thing that's ever happened within MGL is when players reach out to us, the co-founders, and really express their gratitude for the community that we're building and the ability to kind of get stuff off of their shoulders and really talk with people that understand them at a very deep level. So I think that's the most important thing. When you talk about esports, I think Rainbow Six Siege and you guys and being here at the U.S. Nationals for both these years is probably the best experience that we have in terms of doing something in the esports.
Now, as far as kind of more historical background, the MGL, while it seems like a common sense thing that would exist within the realm of gaming in the inclusion of the military personnel across the United States, where did this come from? Was it just you and your co-founder just sat down one day and was like, you know what, we want to make this happen? What was at the root of this discovery?
For me, when I exited the military, I really wanted to somehow stay involved in the military world, and so I was looking at a bunch of nonprofits, and there's plenty of nonprofits that help with military after they get out. And one of the things that I noticed was that there just wasn't one that was created for esports and playing, actual in-tournament playing and stuff like that. So, I went to my co-founder, Daniel, and, I was like, hey, is this something that you think we can pull off? And here we are, two years later.
Well, it is certainly finding itself some success as well as creating a fantastic support system and community for various members, both active and non-active military members across the United States. But enough jib jabber, let's get into the action. It is Air Force versus Marines. We're heading to border, and it's time to get the action for Rainbow Six started. That's it for us here at the desk. We're gonna throw it over to the casters. Stokes, Blue, gentlemen, let's make it happen.
Thanks very much, Jump. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, to jump into our second matchup of the day for the branch battle. The Air Force is going to take on the Marines. We're heading to border for this battle, same as our last match. We do not have overtime. We do not have draws, but besides that, we are playing a fully competitive match. It's the first to 7 to take the win.
Border overall, a pretty small map. It makes for very fast rotations, and that's probably what you're going to see a lot of. A lot of aggressive peaks. Should make for a good time, especially with all that smack talk on the line. This is for bragging rights right now, just to move on to see who can finally face off against the opponent waiting for them after this match. That will be the Army. Buck going to be banned out. Pretty unique ban on border. We don't see too often. We actually saw, I believe, one yesterday on border of Buck being removed. He usually gets removed because his skeleton key is just so damn good at breaking up flooring from underneath, which is required quite often on this map just because the armory lockers is such a regular sight.
Got the final ban coming in now after Mir was the first defender ban. Clash will be the final defender ban, meaning that both Echo and Maestro will now be available for play, opening up some very annoying late round play for the defenders if they want to go for it. Apparently that was a target ban, according to their in-game chat as well.
Just ban all the shields. Just do that. Monty ban, Clash ban. We're just missing the Blitz. That's all we're missing. That's it. Unless you want to include Fuse, but no one never plays him because Fuse is irrelevant.
It's the last resort, you know?
You kind of feel bad for the Russians in this game because just all of them are not good. They're just
it's
not.
true, like every one of them right now is out of meta.
They nerfed Glass to the ground. It's just there's not a single one of them anymore. It is not too hot. So we're already going to have a 6 pick off rep. Templar moving away from the smoke. 6 picking into the Jaeger. Much more needed operator, honestly, just because there is a lot of throwables on the offense. Plenty of stun grenades as well as frags that could definitely damage a lot of people.
And defuse bombs.
All right, guys, well, let's get into it. The first round has begun. It's going to be time to see here now what the Marines have to show us on the attack. They'll start out here. The Air Force will jump onto the defense.
Still cannot get over that name. I can't. I saw single dads load into the lobby, and I just...
What are we doing?
They're dancing with the drones. Okay. All right. So...
Also, we're in...
For Sings first. Yes, we are in customs.
We're in customs first round as well.
So there's that. Also, Day and Red Widow are having fun with Beezy, so that's a good time. The real question is Beezy still going to run out detention?
Wait. A 4-man run out. Oh boy, here we go.
Knife fight.
Wait, is it? Are we having a knife round to
player
start
model
this
is
out?
broken, but yeah.
What is going on?
Where's the nomad? Okay, so they're gonna put a nomad in the center, folks. This is how you knife fight. Here we go. Starting us off is already 2 kills coming through. Jahui coming out on top, but it trades back and forth on both sides, coming down to the 1 versus 1, and Red Hyperion with the ace to start us off.
And the best part is we get every kill on the camera for the ace as well after the round. Nicely done as the Marines claim round number 1 in one of the most interesting ways I've seen.
Well, as Thatcher said, a 6-inch blade never loses reception, so it's going to be an ace. Sadly, it wasn't the Thatcher, though. It's going to be the Ash. Ash doesn't have a hitbox, folks. Remember that. That's why he won.
That's very true. Didn't even think about that.
No hitbox, you can't stab her, dude. My job for all of this military branch battle is to get Blue to laugh as much as possible.
I'm still just surprised that happened more than anything. I was like, wait, it just kept getting crazier.
It was just an immediate thing.
I didn't see them talk about it in the chat or anything.
Oh no, they were talking about it on the side.
Oh, were they? I missed it then. I was looking at the one.
There's gonna be a knife fight in the valley.
I was looking at our other screen that doesn't have the chat on it, so I missed it.
All right, well, Air Force not starting off too hot as they get a knife ace by the offense. But they did get a couple of kills. Did come down to 1 versus 1. It would have been a team ace the other way, I believe. I think Beezy was the only one left alive.
Yeah, looks like it.
So, hey, it was close on both fronts.
Almost. So
I guess a Marine are better with sharp objects, which is actually kind of scary if you really think about it. Especially with all that, trash talk about eating crayons. Do you really want to trust them with sharp objects? I don't think so. I gotta get my shots in when I can.
All right, guys. Second round, I guess first real round maybe, getting started here. The Marines do have the 1-0 advantage at the moment, and we're going to see if they can push it even further as they now get ready to attack the second floor for the first time here. Interestingly enough, the Air Force on defense here left the wall soft, the primary site wall. All three of the panels, I should say, actually, were left soft here. And quite a few of the members of the Air Force have poked a couple holes in it as well, so they do look like they might want to fight for control of West Balcony a bit more actively than you'd see your average team doing.
Well, gonna have Day on the Zofia. It's gonna be an office take here, so good call by the defense to reinforce the triple panel, because they're gonna need hard destruction now instead of a sledge or Zofia breaking that open with her lifeline. Plenty of drones in play for the offense as things look actually pretty coordinated.
Pretty well put together right now for the Marines. Still trying to get some balcony access though. And this is a good amount of time being wasted off the clock in the process. Down to 2 minutes already. Got Red Widow getting ready to potentially move in here through the windows and start pushing the site, but they've also got a couple walls that are not double reinforced, so it should be, pretty easy to find. Kodak, in the meanwhile, is going to be picked off by Day as he catches him through a soft wall. First big wall going to be opened up here now as well by the Marines to start giving them access to the office and hopefully allowing them to move forward.
Well, drones pour in. I believe there's one man. Yes, it's going to be Beezy inside of offices, currently playing inside of Suicide. Peeks out towards the breach, though. Swings wide and actually gets behind the half wall, behind the monitor, as you guys can see, working his way towards the main hallway. Oh, gets a couple of shots into Red Widow, who should now have the comms. Day rotates to the back to the top of East, excuse me. And he will be able to claim Beezy. So now they have office control. Just need to work their way in. Does still have to worry about one inside of Fountain. So we keep the Toby eye tracker up for you guys to get inside the mind of these military gamers. Plenty of presence now, but they have soft walls as Red Widow is actually going to go for an exothermic, which is kind of questionable because the wall is soft. Single dads, single taps through the soft wall that we were just discussing. Opens it up just a little bit more.
They waste so much time trying to get that wall open that they give single dads his own opportunity to pick up the kill, and they don't have that Zofia anymore as a result of that, so they might have to use that charge anyway at the end of the day. Red Hyperion going to end up grouping up with the rest of the team. Someone runs into a goo mine there. I believe it was the Thermite, but thankfully they've got a pretty safe position, so no harm, no foul. Red Widow is moving towards that wall once again. Corn of the Dog will find the trade, but Hui will also pick it back up for the Air Force, and it's looking like it might stay that way. However, just as I said that though, we're back into a 1v1. It's ACOG on ACOG to decide the round. However, the attacking team quickly running out of time as we get closer and closer to the end of it. The Air Force will take control at the end of the day as they tie it up at 1-1.
I don't even think that we should talk about the soft wall, poor guys. Poor guys. Well, they had soft destruction, didn't use it, tried to use a exothermic charge instead because I'm going to assume that they really didn't even look at the wall. They just assumed that the reinforcements were there because they regularly are there.
Normally it is.
But they weren't reinforced. Those reinforcements were off in some other pastures. So instead of that, quick dispatch of Day, which was the Zofia, the only soft destruction that they had at the time. So they had to try and go about it another way, which didn't end up working out. Twitch down to the 1 versus 1. You thought they had it, the F2. Such a good weapon, but didn't work out for him in this instance. So 1-1 now after we already had a crazy knife fight and a nice defensive stand by the defense of the Air Force.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
So
attackers.
let's move into the next round here. After a good starting defense, after the chaos that was the first round anyway, after a good starting defense for the Air Force upstairs, they're now going to be able to move downstairs into the usual secondary site of ventilation here. We'll see how they decide to reinforce their play. We do have a cap can pick, which is not pretty we don't get to see too often, so Templar is going to be jumping on that and giving us a treat for it today. A couple of those EDDs going down primarily to stop the entrance here towards the visa offices, where it seems like Templar is going to be focusing 2 to 3 of those EDDs, and a lot more going over here towards the front entryway and the main stairs connecting points as well.
All right, well, still sticking onto the cap cam. Something we don't see too often.
I was just talking about that.
Plenty of trap operators on the field. So Legion as well, which is an operator that has invisible goo mines as opposed to what we were seeing earlier. Kodak, you gotta win those, my man, come on.
Knew his eyes were on it.
Yeah, we knew his eyes were on it, just, you know, that the hand couldn't make it happen. It happens sometimes.
Hard hand.
Happens to the best of us.
That's the good news, though. He can watch the footage back now, and because of this Toby eye tracker, he can blame his hands. He knows for a fact.
Well, doesn't have to blame his hands that time because he's going to rip Day's head off and then dumps right back into the eastern stairwell. Corner of the dog, hot on his trail, but Kodak evacuates the area. He already got what he wanted, and that was an early kill. Marines now have to try and do something with the rest of the pieces that they have at their disposal. Do still have the two support players in the likes of Thatcher and Thermite, so they can still get a wall open with these two. Thermite specifically used on those hard reinforced walls. This is where they put those big metal plates up on the wall. We call that hard walls as opposed to soft walls, like that soft flooring that we just saw broken by the sledgehammer. Those are walls that you can shoot through as opposed to what is currently behind Red Hyperion that he just passed, which is a reinforced wall for those that are a little bit newer to the game. And those who are newer to the game should also know Red Hyperion is dead. He's been shot in the head by Single Dads.
Single Dads keeping things strong here for the Air Force on defense right now. Mednev just busted up the wall outside of CCTV, looking forward to move in just a second as well, and hopefully take some of that CCTV control, and then eventually what would normally be the armory site away. They do need to get the upstairs control due to the potential top-down play and the ease of access to the actual site that this will give them. It'll only be a one-for-one exchange though. Corn of the Dog and Kodak trade blows. Single Dads moves in for some of the cleanup here as he takes out one of the two players, trying to push into armory. Second one's giving him a bit of trouble though, so he's gonna have to fall back.
Single Dads with the pre-fire through the wall of Mini. Moves back towards box now. It's going to be the last kill going to Kodak, and Air Force starting to warm up.
Air Force looking good here now. First two rounds going off without issue. Obviously, the round that they've lost being the fun that we had on round number one with the knife round, the run out from everybody. But since then, it's been all domination from the Air Force here on this defense. Clean sweep on the first two sites, but this third one is where it's going to get a bit more tricky. They'll have to move into customs. So these move out of the more meta sites and into the ones that are played a lot less commonly and a lot less in general, just due to the fact that we see a bit of trading happening between the defenders and the attackers in your average match.
Well, 6th pick coming in now as Red Hyperion shifts back over to the Nomad. I don't know if we're going to have as much fun as we did earlier with this air jab, but we might. Could have another knife fight, just because the Marines want to win another round. Could help them out. But jumping back down to customs as the site triangle is completed by the defense. And they don't want to go to tellers. Both of these sites, not the best in the map, but you kind of have to pick your poison between the two. A lot of teams going towards customs just because the verticality is just a little bit easier to hold on to.
Just a few more seconds away here from the Marines being let out onto the field once again. The Air Force already set up and ready to defend it. Just a few more of those reinforcements going down. Beezy specifically putting up a couple of the walls over here.
10 seconds left before
We also setting up her yokai drones, I believe, across the map at the moment.
5 seconds to insertion.
There we go. There's the second one. First one, I believe, has already been set up in interrogations. The second one is going to be out here, just in the main lobby to watch. So maybe not, just to watch the crossroads here. They'd use a different position instead. So we'll see how those yokai drones pan out for her a little bit later on in the game.
Well, the beauty of it is there is no IQ on the Marines. No, that was not a joke, I promise you. But all those cameras should be able to stay up, as well as Kodak should be able to stay safe, just because nobody's going to be able to keep a beat on him with that ERC-7 backpack. He should have free reign unless somebody cuts off one of his rotations. Marines so far on the offensive look pretty lackluster when it comes to regular gameplay, along from that knife fight, but Day's finally starting to warm things up. We did see that initial pick the last time from the roam game of Kodak, but it's going to be Beezy to fall. Kodak playing inside of box for CCTV. Going to try and maintain control. Red Hyperion near Beepers does have all of Armory lockers, but nobody else home. They have, actually funny enough, control across from where they spawned and not inside of CCTV, where Kodak is the lone soldier.
Kodak's still stuck in this corner, waiting for something to roll his way. At the moment, Marines being a little bit passive, and there's good reason behind that too. Oh, they know that Air Force wants to hunt for kills as well, and they've just found one. After Marines get success on an entry, Single Dad strikes right back on the dock to bring it back down to a 3 versus 4. Air Force still behind at the moment, but remember, on defense here, they've got a bit more room to work with. Potentially get away with a bit against the Marines as well.
Sadly enough, it is going to be Mednev that dies from the Marines. He's the biggest amount of soft destruction that they have, and since they're trying to go for that vertical play now, definitely could have used him instead of having to do a lot of this work with breaching charges. Red Widow needs to move away from that breaching charge because they are dangerous. They do damage. If he stands on top of it, it'll more than likely kill him.
Jihui once again, just going to be moving in to potentially check out. Got to be careful, that top-down play. Holes in the sight. Going to cause problems here. We are coming down to the last minute of play as well. Red Hyperion still hunting for Jihui and some of the others that are hanging out here in the site for Air Force. Red Widow is going to be able to spot at least one hiding out near jail. That's Jihui, I believe, on the Echo getting spotted out. So they know that she's hiding out once again back over here in the interrogation corner. Whether someone can actually get that angle locked down, though, is still yet to be seen. Day finally ends up getting the better of Single Dads and is able to take him out. Still 2 more to find, and only 30 seconds to eliminate them.
Oh, a tight angle Templar takes with the cap can. That 9x19 not doing him any favors. A lot of hot marks coming out from Metal Hallway. Day with the pre-fire takes him down. It's all left up to Jihui. It's time for her to stand up. It's right now. Playing inside of stock. They know where she is now. Another pre-fire. She takes down one. Can she get the second? No, it's going to be plenty of damage. But Red Hyperion wins it out. She thought that it was not going to be a repeat, but Red Hyperion comes back for the fight and wins it out.
And so we are tied up. The Marines strike back and find themselves on even footing here as we head into the final couple rounds of the opening half. Remember, this is a fully competitive match, so you can expect it to play in similar fashion to the pro games, some of which we're going to have coming up right after our branch battle when the standard USN tournament resumes. We've got Armory Archives being unlocked for play once again here by the Air Force, so as you might expect, they are going to retreat back to that, as it is still a much easier site to play into comparatively to the one they just lost on.
So Mednev 6 picking away from the sledges, which is that operator we saw die pretty early on in the last round, over to Capitao. Capitao, actually our only visually impaired operator in the inside of the entire game. Fun fact. He has an eye patch, and he's honestly got one of the coolest backstories as well, but he's pretty important when it comes to the game of Rainbow Six Siege because he's got some pretty crazy utility. He has a crossbow that has 2 fire bolts, yes, fire, that set things on fire, for a period of time, as well as 2 smoke bolts that cause a big smoke burst to where you can't see through it. So those cannot be ADS by the likes of Jaeger. That's that operator that Kodak is playing, who puts down those little ADSs that grab throwables and launchables in the air. He's the only man that is not countable by that. That's coming later on with Wamai, but that's for another day.
5 seconds to insertion.
We're going to see Wamai come into play for a few months still.
Very cool operator, by the way. Love his design.
Really interesting concept behind him, so it's going to be cool to see how he plays out once he's unlocked for play.
So I got an idea.
What's up?
Magnets. That's how I just feel how the conversations are at the Ubisoft office. It's like, look, I know that we need another person that's kind of like Jaeger. I got an idea.
Jaeger?
Magnets.
Magnets.
But magnets.
We've got the guys for the Marines starting to move inside a bit more here. A bit slow on the wind-up sometimes for these rounds, but there's good reason behind that caution, especially when you're playing against this site. And a pretty good idea for the Marines, ultimately. Just got tripped up a little bit on the execute itself, so that's what they're being cautious of right now, I think. And it might explain why the Marines are taking a more split push to start off this round.
Kodak aggressive towards the break room door. There's one to his left-hand side, and he would be correct. Downs, and that's going to be Day. Huge entry fragger from last time, but a pre-fire all the way downtown from Red Hyperion. Gets the Jaeger. Kodak more than likely going to be dispatched quickly. They do have a dock, but they're going to burn a lot of utility as no drones have rolled in just yet. Jihui on the other end of the map takes down Red Widow as Kodak will actually be docked up. Oh no, he gets Mednev on the double kill. Some very supportive play from Air Force, never leaving a man behind.
The Air Force now just 2 more Marines to eliminate for this round, and they'll take the lead once again, along with a potential edge to be taken if they can close out the final round as well, since they'll be able to go back to ventilation after this 2. Final 2 on the Marines grouping up. Corner of the Dog is going to be able to find one of the still remaining Air Force members as Kodak is finally eliminated just inside of that southern door. Red Hyperion is able to get a second going for his team now. The numbers are slowly evening out, but mind you, the Marines still have a lot of work to do and not necessarily a whole lot of health to get it done with.
Oh, pre-fire Corn Dog coming very close to the Valkyrie, but to no avail. Still have plenty of utility to try and get into sight, but no hard destruction as BZ rotates back into lockers from the lockers wall. Everyone, all hands on deck now. Single dads playing near mini as well as Jahui in deep archive. She could definitely be the pillar that they need to hold it down these long angles. Just with that Alda, she can stave off Eva for quite a while. That's going to be a double for her on the round. She's looking for 3. Corner of the Dog rotates into Fountain. She's on the prone angle, playing the bomb chassis. Can she win it out? She can! That's going to be a triple for her and a nice fist bump to go along with it.
Nicely done. Once again, the Air Force holds strong on those standard sites as they're going to be able to take a solid second story control for the second time that we've seen in this half. The final round of their defensive half, though, is coming up right here. So they will have ventilation unlocked for play. And as you might have expected, they're going to jump directly on that site to try and get themselves a 4-2 lead here.
All right, well, going into the split now. This will be our last round before we switch sides between these two. So the Marines have one more shot at tying things up. Or will the Air Force make the split 4-2, which is actually pretty commonplace for Border, but usually the other way. Usually the offense is pretty dominant on this map just because things are so set in stone. Red Hyperion 6-picking away from the Twitch that he was actually performing pretty damn well with over the last couple of rounds. Now on the Nomad.
And defuse as many bombs as they can.
All right. Like we said before, back then over here to Vents. We'll see what exactly the Air Force is going to try to utilize. We still got Templar on that cap can, sticking with it, seeing if he can trip anyone up. The Marines are well aware of it. We've already seen them taking note of it multiple times, and I don't think we've had anyone majorly get tripped up by an EDD just yet, but you really only need that one time to make it work and make it worth the price of admission, so to speak, here. And bringing the cap can into play may finally be worth it for you.
I don't think you need admission for this place. I think you need a passport because it is a border, you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, I might need that.
It's a good point, actually.
Yeah, you got your passport check, you got your customs, there's an armory. I mean, like, typical border, I guess.
Maybe it's like the border to an amusement park.
You need helicopters.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, it's...
Do not attempt to board.
It's a... Okay, I'm taking this one too. We're going back on topic.
You completely forgot about that, didn't you?
I wasn't even thinking about this. It's like it's playing right now as well. All right, guys. Well, it's looking like, unfortunately, this round is going to end up being canceled. So we are going to re-host it real quick. It looks like that came at the request of the Marine team, as far as I can tell. So give us just a moment here, folks, and we're going to restart that round as quickly as our admin team should allow it.
Well, apparently a little bit of monitor trouble out on the battlefield, so we'll get that handled very, very fast. If you guys didn't know, our admin are the fastest team in the West, since we are on the West Coast.
That is true. So we're working on just swapping that out real quick, folks, and figuring out what the issue is, and then we're going to jump back in game as soon as we have the issue resolved. So just stick with us here for a couple of seconds, and we're going to be getting it back into it. But the Air Force has the lead right now after their second runaround has just started, being able to win 2 out of 3 of the rounds, and 2 out of 3 of the sites, on their first runaround of defense, taking control of both Armory, along with winning the ventilation room, unfortunately failing towards interrogation, and as well dropping the interesting opening round that we had that was also on the interrogation site towards customs there.
Yeah, that's probably the best way to defend customs I've ever seen. Just go outside and have a
knife fight.
Yeah, that's the best way to handle it. It's the best way to handle it. Also, I love that the crowd was extremely excited for a monitor swap. I appreciate you guys for that. So that was good. That's some good stuff. And get the thunder sticks going. Got to warm up the arms for the rest of the competition, guys. Come on.
We're big fans of high refresh rates.
And make sure to do you guys' calisthenics and everything else. Got to warm up. We'll throw it over to the knife round. Why not? Let's show it one more time just to show you guys, if you are just joining us, exactly what happened, because this round was truly incredible. This is how you do it, folks. This is how you do it.
Let's watch this chaos unfold.
Make sure you keep an eye on Red Hyperion because the guy goes absolutely insane. He's boxing absolutely everyone. He doesn't miss a single knife, folks. Not a single one.
Gotta respect the movement, you know? You see how he was like swerving into players?
Look at the moves.
Just trying to stay out of the POV of everybody.
Guys gotta
hiding behind them.
Guys gotta be from the FGC, 100%.
That guy's a knife round aficionado.
I mean, we are in the fight dome, so I mean, like,
that's true.
Hey, maybe he just shows up here, boxes a little bit. Why not?
All right. Well, we do. Looks like we got everybody sitting down once again. So should hopefully only be a couple more moments, folks, before we jump back in game. It's looking like that issue has been resolved, so we're just waiting to restart the match itself, which I think that as well is only a couple seconds away. So this match is going to be resuming relatively shortly, and it's time to see, do we get that 3-3? Is Marines going to be able to win this next attack coming up here on more than likely what's going to be Ventilation again, or is the Air Force coming into dominating shape to round out their defensive half with a solid 4-2 lead? Let's find out as we're back in game.
These Marines have got to hate Templar. That's got to be the most annoying thing in the world, to just continuously have to deal with Kapkan. Like, he's not by any means a broken operator.
It's very tolerable.
Yeah, but you always forget at the last second to check a door when you go to swing for a gunfight, and then you get blown up for half your health. You're like, oh, well, this is fun.
That's exactly what Templar is hoping for, I think, is a couple of these players to just not be checking for it in a rush situation at the end of the round and maybe pick up a kill on that.
So I know you just started playing this game like last year, right?
Yeah, about the middle of last year.
Okay, yeah, so Kapkan, when the game first came out, he was actually the worst operator in the game, like worse than Tachanka.
That was because the
bolt went through the door frame, so you could see it on the other side.
Also, didn't the laser light used to be like way more visible?
No, it was absolutely visible, except to people that were colorblind. I feel bad for them because they get blown up, and they used to just instantly kill you. So, and I was a Kapkan main at the time. I was a silver boy. Heck yeah,
a couple of rough months for you then.
Yeah, hey, I got real good at the Kapkan. If you got pretty creative with those things and knew how to set them up properly, and just random doorways, you could get like one person around.
There you
You
go.
just had your free picks. You would end a game with like 6 kills just from traps.
That's me with goo mines.
That's why I hate you. Like,
you know how many assists I have on average in every game?
Yes, I know, because we play. I hate Leishan so much. That operator's so stupid.
It's just free assists. I mean, why wouldn't you take it?
It's free real estate.
It's free real estate. All right, well, we've got the Marines getting ready to start moving forward once again. They've got a little bit of upstairs control on the outside. Haven't moved in to take actual map control just yet, though, but it is looking like they've got the right idea once again. A few players going to try and swarm in over towards Armory and take that control away. They know there's going to be some sort of a roving presence from the Air Force here, and they're right to assume that. We've got a couple players waiting in the wings. Jehui, though, is going to strike first as part of that squad upstairs to defend this. She's going to be able to find Day, knocking the sledge out of play, and again, removing soft destruction potential for the Marines very early on in the round.
Jehui's having a fantastic showing on these 3 armor ops. Those ACOGs definitely working out for her. Single dad with the Toby eye tracker gets obliterated from Korn. Just could not find the proper angle. It's tight into his left instead. Kodak on roam finds Red Hyperion, though, to try and bring us back to equal footing, but they're still going to need one to do so. So Air Force still ahead, and again with these long angles, Jehui with the double is down 1 as well, making it a triple for her on the round. She's having a field day. It's going to be all left up to Red Hyperion, who thinks he's got a beat on her. She doesn't have the drone, though. The drone has been set up, so he can't have his fallen comrades watch those, but a quick shot. Can she get it? She can! That's a quad on the round for the Air Force.
A little bit of an assistance coming in there from single dads inside of the room itself, but all of the heavy lifting being done by Jehui in that round. A near flawless hold upstairs, and finally the half concludes.
So, Air Force, well in the lead after the defensive half here. Overall, a great defensive showing, especially by Jehui. Way to hold down that site, girl, let me tell you. She's going to move on over to the IQ, as apparently she really has an attraction for those ACOGs, and why not? They help out a lot of people. We've seen actually quite a few people in the history of competitive Siege that you give them a 1X, they don't perform that well, you give them an ACOG, and they can make magic happen, and she's definitely making magic happen right now. Mednev switching things on over to the Legion, which IQ will directly counter, so she can definitely help out her Air Force squad with that.
We didn't see much IQ usage, if I recall correctly, from the last attacking squad here on the Marines, so it's going to add a little bit more utility into the equation as well for these guys, hopefully, when the execute comes in.
God, the sheer amount of fragging power Air Forces bring is insane. Ash, IQ, Zofia, Twitch, I mean, which gun don't you want, you know?
It's the Gunner Squad.
It's the Gunner Squad, the Gunnerinis. Here we go. Should be a lot of fun. No more knife fights, apparently. It's all stale faces here. Everyone focused in. Marines bringing a little bit of a different lineup as opposed to what we saw in the Air Force. They're not going to be bringing the Maestro like we saw before. We did see the Echo the last round from Jihui, but she kind of rocked both operators on this site. They actually both ended up working out for her at some point. So we are going to have the Mozzie, though, which we did not see too much of by the Air Force.
So we've got Air Force moving up quickly towards south balcony doors. So again, the opener from them is going to be pretty much what you'd expect from the average team. Got a couple other players going to start messing around with first floor control too, trying to drone out specifically, get a bit more intel here. What exactly we're going to be looking at. Most of the focus once again is on that standard west balcony, south balcony push in order to just get upstairs control. There's not a whole lot of leveraging you can pull off by having downstairs control on this site, so usually if there is roaming presence, it pulls itself back relatively quickly.
Kodak on the Ash, peering in from the south balcony. Pre-fires in through break room wall, but he's not going to find too much. Air Force methodical on their movements. Pretty calculated as well. Switching out security as well as break room. Already have control of that. It's a key piece to this site. Jihui knows that there's some pressure downstairs. She's trying to hold flank. Assuming that there's a rotate through into the ventilation room, but doesn't seem to be.
Jihui again, opening up some more of the windows here. Air Force definitely getting a good amount of control here, but Marines playing a very passive hold at the moment, so not necessarily having any of these fights being lined up in the way that they would have liked. Air Force is also, I believe, still hunting for one roamer downstairs while they're in the process of taking map control, so that may be slowing them down just a tad here as well. Kodak gonna move in, is able to catch out Red Widow, who had chucked out a smoke to try and block access, but only ended up giving himself away by throwing it there.
Time to ring some ears.
Well, rest of the squad is on site, all except for one. Day is downstairs. BC dispatches Med, and yet another Red Hyperion to fall as well. But it's going to be a trade out from Korn. A little bit too late, though, as both of his teammates have already died. Kodak gets aggressive. Korn of the dog bites the bullet. It's all left up to Day, who is underneath. Gets a Nitro Cell kill for good measure, though. Single dads to pick up the diffuser. Jihui now knows that Day is still downstairs, but rotating towards metal stairs. Day will take down Jihui. Kodak upstairs as well, waiting for the rotation. Claim already set up on metal, so it's more than likely going to be a free rotation for Day all the way to east. But Day hasn't even moved yet, as Kodak makes quick work of Day. And that's going to be it for round 7.
The Air Force continuing to dominate as they switch over to the attacking side now with a 5th round going into their control. Just a few more away now from being able to earn their spot in the finals coming up after this against the Army.
Overall, great showing by both of these teams in certain instances. We had some good stands by the Marines. Their defense hasn't been the best just yet, but they're still able of making those trades and keeping things close. The Air Force, on the other hand, has been a pretty dominant force on both ends of the spectrum. Their defense in particular just seemed to have that backbone that once those roamers did die, they didn't have too much to worry about. Jihui once again 6-picking, and she's going to go away from the Jackal back to what she played the first time, the IQ.
Defenders, protect your bombs from being defused by
Bring that back into the play now. Marines will stick with this site, trying to win out the upstairs site yet again. Coming close, they're definitely doing a good job at leveling down the timer, and more importantly, wasting the Air Force's time beyond the roaming, or just trying to keep them out of the sight. But unfortunately, when push came to shove, the Air Force was able to work their way in and get that control. So, gonna have the same thing being attempted yet again. Let's see if the Marines can pick it up a bit here.
10 seconds. seconds.
Hopefully so. I mean, worst case scenario, stack up and just start going for kills, you know? Why not? You're on stage, you only have one shot, one opportunity to try and prove something.
Bring a little bit of flash, right?
Yeah, I mean,
try something.
The Air Force said that you ate crayons. Are you going to take that? I don't think so. Also, they all taste the same because they're all made out of the same stuff. They're just different colors.
No, the colors taste different.
Stop. Stop it.
That's how that works, right?
These aren't Starbursts.
Yeah, but they're different colors, though. That has to mean they taste different.
What if the smelly markers taste different?
They smell different.
They do smell different, but do they taste different?
I guess you'll have to try that to find out.
I'm not gonna try it to find out.
And you guys shouldn't either.
Do not attempt this at home. Do not attempt this. Anyways, Kodak bearing in towards metal, plenty of barbed wire in his way. There's actually a rotation made for him, but he's just gonna bag corn right off rip. He's inside the site. He's inside their kitchen, eating all the snacks. Red Widow to go down. Has one inside of Mini as well, but he's not wary of Day, who rotates in through Fountain to shut him down quickly. But now before he bags too, Single Dad's getting aggressive as well, as it appears to be Air Force that's going for the aggressive takes here instead of the Marines.
Got BZ still hunting down one of his targets from the Marines right out in the hallway. He came so close to having the angle and might still get it in a second, but no, Guman gonna trip him up instead. Thankfully, Jahui is here to cover for her teammate.
Oh, okay, Day.
We're gonna see Day move in there. He gets dropped as Jahui saves her teammate's life once again. Should be able to get the revive off onto the Zofia here after a bit of delay, of course, just making sure no one else is gonna attempt to go for the trades once again.
Juhi's the best player in the lobby. I mean, she's just fragging out on everything. Saving lives, saving sites, stopping diffuse plants. She's doing it all. What else could you possibly want from a teammate?
And pivotal to that hallway hold right here. If she ends up going down there, it's not just her dead, it's BZ that goes down too, and that's pretty much the end of the round at that point. I guess we could have seen a clutch.
Still plenty of time on the clock as you guys see the redrone come in, so the Air Force a lot more coordinated than you guys think, doing the regular steps to make sure that they know where the last two remaining members of the Marines are. But do they know that someone's deep archives? They do.
Jahui with
Red Hot Period is dead.
It's fully outside for that too, rotated all the way over to window to get the better angle, so good communication also coming out here from the Air Force too.
Oh my God!
And Jahui with one more for us. I believe that's 3 or 4 on the round total. Beautiful play once again.
I believe that's another 4K. Can we get, once we get back into game, can we get a scoreboard check real quick? Because I'm pretty sure Jahui's just running a clinic right now, to be completely honest with you. This has been such an impressive showing by her. Can we see the scoreboard real quick?
If not, I'm sure we'll check it out once we get back in game in a second here.
We'll probably check it out here in just a second. But Jahui going back to the IQ, and she's been making quick work of everybody with it, so why the hell not? Actually, no. We're going to go to the Finca. Uh-oh. Could this be an LMG play? I'm down with it. I'm completely down with having some having some LMG play here. Excuse me, pardon my French. So if you guys don't know, if she does stick the Finca, we'll walk down this list real quick. But we actually have a couple of new operators to the list. And for everybody watching, whether it be their significant other, friends, or whatever at home, we'll walk you through these operators real quick just so you know a little bit more about the game. So we'll start our list off with Dokkaebi, which is the operator with the funny looking little emoji thing on the blue bar. And it's getting ran by believe it's BZ, yes. So there's the scoreboard. We actually have Jahui at 6-1 as well as Kodak at 6-1. So those two just literally holding a duffel bag with their other 3 teammates in it.
Yeah.
But Dokkaebi has logic bombs, which is a phone call that goes to the phone that you see the defense hop on when they look at cameras. And it vibrates the phone, and it's very audible to the offense. So they use that as a sound cue to know where people are. Very useful operator in that regard.
Part for those stats, of course, guys. Due to the rehost, we don't have the full stats right now, so we are missing a couple of rounds from that score that we just took a look at.
I think she's plus 10 at this point, to be completely honest with you.
She had that one, there was the 3 or 4K hold she had upstairs a couple rounds back as well.
Oh no, Day. Can't throw him out the window until the round starts, my man.
So that one's lost.
What? Oh my God. Are they going all DMR? BZ, is that ACOG? Oh no.
It's open. Oh, they're full sending it, and they don't have a clue. Marines don't know what's about to hit them. Kodak making the run in with the first 2, possibly 3 kills, never mind. Red Widow denies it. Single Dads with a strike back as well, as the Air Force is maintaining, but the Marines are fighting back. They've only got 1 player left alive, though. The Marines have Red Widow still standing up, but at the same time, he just got it down. So now we're into a 1v1, but the Air Force will win it at the end of the day, as they take control on a rush play and shut down the match as well.
Oh, and that's going to be GG going the Air Force's way. What a great showing from everyone, and particularly Chihui. Hopefully, I thought there for just a second they were going to get some Boss G ACOG gameplay. Bikini would have been so very happy about that, but we're not going to get it.
Not this time, folks, but we'll see what the future holds. Either way, a great performance coming out from the Air Force roster. They're going to be moving on to the final match coming up after this against the Army.
Well, the Marines might want to get better at sitting in chairs. That's all I'm going to say, because the Air Force definitely showed them that they're the best ones when it comes to technology.
And indeed, they will take that victory. Moving on, some great performances coming out in that matchup from players like Chihui. What great holds on the defensive side, and even better, really smart attacking plays when it came to those upstairs approaches as well. Good utility usage, for instance, great droning, a lot of positive things to say at the moment about this Air Force team, and that's gonna make our final match really good, because a lot of those we also said about the Air Force team. That's gonna do it for us for now, though, folks. We'll send it down to Jackie one more time to get us ready for that final match and talk to our winners.
Thanks, guys. That knife fight, though. So you guys had some strong trash talk. You followed through. You're facing the Army again. What's going through your head?
Last year, we weren't expecting much, but this year, we're going to take them down.
Okay, confident. So any strategies that you guys are going to put into place?
Well, Demand made the mistake of showing me his little binder before the match, so...
No, he didn't.
He did. There wasn't anything too classified in there, but we know which way they're coming from now.
Oh, I cannot wait. Also, you going to be bringing any props out for the next trash talk sesh?
Nah, I didn't bring any, unfortunately.
Okay. Well, I'm excited to see what you got to say. Great job. We'll see how you guys do in the finals. All right, I'm going to send it back to you guys.
And just like that, the Air Force is able to have a pretty stunning victory against the Marines. Welcome back, everybody, to the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Analyst Corner. It has been now map 2 of 2 for the semifinals of our military branch battle. I'm joined, of course, by Sham Shield, the co-founder of Military Gaming League, as well as Ramzan Veli. I understand that Tachanka made you go AFK, but I'm glad that you decided to come back a little bit.
Sorry, I just saw them running in a strip club all the time and whipping out Tachanka. I had to leave for just a second.
All right, well, now that we have you back, we can take a little bit of a deeper dive on this game. And I think a common trend, both with Stokes Blue as well as us talking about this during the game at the Analyst Corner, specifically revolved around Chihui and her performances.
Oh, Chihui, she was outright nasty. The 4K that she had in round 6, listen, that woman is nasty. Goddess, you should be hitting her up right now.
There were some definitely like amazing plays by her specifically. We saw some good angles from Single Dads, and you know, when you're looking at the Air Force roster and the way that they played, like I think that they played the most coordinated of all the branches so far, from what we've seen. Like I don't think that there was really any question as to who was more organized, but that just, you know, comes down to who spends more time sitting in chairs.
Isn't the rumor between Air Force and Marines that only one of them are actually smart?
Yes, it is. But we did see from the Marines, they showed off their hand-to-hand tactical prowess with the knife fight, Red Hyperion. I mean, who else would you want in a knife? Would you want to knife fight a guy named Red Hyperion? Because I wouldn't.
Okay, that was impressive. I'm part Puerto Rican, so I thought I was great at knife fights. But the Marines, Red Hyperion, he went off. That was disgusting.
That's a backstory that I don't think we even have like the time, the clearance, let alone the approval to even go down. So I'm just gonna take that one and it's gonna get right into like my breast coat pocket. But we did get to see strong showings, of course, from all 4 of the branches. It was a pretty good showing, and you're really getting to see and highlight what they had from the Military Gaming League. Isn't that right?
Yeah, it was awesome. I think a lot of people kind of saw it going this way with the Air Force taking the win. So it's really cool there. Jihui, though, the cool thing about Jihui is that, being from a male-dominated industry, the military, and then also coming into a male-dominated industry, the esports in general, having a female that good that gets to shine like that and be the cornerstone and kind of, elevate the women presence in esports is just awesome to watch.
At the end of the day, another player, and everybody has the capabilities to succeed. And we can actually show some of the successes that the Air Force were able to bring with my delightful little friend Emzo over here, of course, at the telestration. Emzo, it was quite an experiential thing to see what some of these teams were doing because it was definitely apart from the norm.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Air Force, obviously the standout here. Very good play for them. There was a couple standout players, but obviously the one that's been mentioned quite a bit, Jihui. We have one of the clips here, just showing some of the standout support play as well, not just fragging out. You had this moment here where Jihui just picked up BZ as a teammate, was setting up, but it wasn't just frags, like I said. It was going here, moving into a location where they could safely drone, and actually just sets up here to drone for BZ, so BZ can come around to try and make a play. They still have quite a bit of time left, which works in their benefit, but just making sure that they can play securely, because BZ's low on HP, you can see just getting back up, only has that 20 HP. They have to make sure that BZ's able to make a play. But what's nice here is it's not just setting up BZ. You get Jihui going in to make the play right off of the intel just gathered. So you get the play here, goes and sets up, you know what, I'm gonna move on in, go around to the doorway rather than pushing in, because you got BZ already covering here into Fountain. You don't need to make a play inside offices. So instead, knowing there's a player playing right here, Red Hyperion, just goes around for the door bang. Nice kill comes out from that. And then, of course, you've got Mednev still left alive, but it's not even the two other players that are pushing for it that end up getting the kill. You've got Joey just moving on in to site, doesn't have the diffuser, so just has to support for the kill. Mednev tries to make a play, and he's got that nice angle there. Not much Mednev could do, but it was just great play all around from the Air Force, but definitely stand out from Joey.
It was a great thing to see across the board, and of course, we now have found ourselves with 4 branches coming in, and now only 2 of them remain. It is a rematch, of course, that we had from last year's U.S. Nationals. We're going to have the Army and the Air Force. They're going to be tackling it out. We're going to kick ourselves to a quick break, but when we return, it's the finals of the military branch battle. Don't go anywhere. The Rainbow Six U.S. Nationals will be back right after this.
excited? The military branch battle, the finals, it is about to begin. You guys are amped up. I understand why. Will the Air Force reclench the title of Team USA, or will the Army get their revenge? Let's see, right? Let's call them out here. We begin with the Air Force. Their opponent, the Army. And now let us speak with the in-game leaders. Okay, gentlemen, I thought you were gonna start doing rock, paper, scissors. No, we're not doing that. Okay, so there's a lot of tension here. You guys have seen each other here before. Are you nervous?
Not nervous at all, and you know what? We just want to get right to the game, so we're going to settle this like gentlemen. Let's do a thumb war, BZ.
Oh, thumb war, okay. No trash talk.
The only thing I have to say is there can only be one bandana on this stage.
Oh, throwing some shade over there. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay. Oh, he's coming in hot. Oh.
You're dead, BZ.
Oh my goodness, oh, so much drama playing out here. This is like a wrestling match. I thought we were here for esports. All right, guys, assume your positions. May the best team win. That was pretty nice for trash talk, so we'll take it. All right, guys, I'm excited. Let's see who comes out on top. I'm gonna send it back to the desk.
Sometimes it's the battle of the best and the brightest of who can click on heads, and sometimes it's just who has more muscle when it comes to their thumbs. And looks like the Air Force already has themselves an advantage as we find ourselves in the finals of the military branch battle with the Air Force versus the Army. Welcome back to the desk. This is the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Analyst Corner. I'm Jump. I've got Sham Shield, Rams, and Veli. Gentlemen, we've already got to see both of these teams before, and it was a decimation in favor of both of them, and now they're gonna have to play each other.
Just like that thumb war battle, I feel like Air Force is going to run away with it. With Jahui on board as well, this is going to be a slaughter.
Yeah, Jahui's stand-up performance, and then you said that there was a roster change, Sham, that you wanted to discuss?
Yeah, so Templar, well, Y-Line was acting as a coach sub, and we kind of wanted to get everybody to play, so they made the deal with Templar that she was going to swap with him if they went to the finals. So now we're going to see two females playing on the Air Force team. It's going to be Y-Line in for Templar, so it's going to be really cool.
Something we're definitely going to have to keep ourselves an out for. But not only do we have Jahui, that all of the creativeness that she was able to create, but we also have to keep our eyes on Demand. He certainly showed up, and definitely having a roster surrounding him that has that support could be an opportunity for the Army to get themselves a victory this year in the military branch battle.
Yeah, last year was not such a good showing from them, but now I think that this team is better, but also the Air Force team looks better at the same time.
Yeah.
We haven't seen, you said her name was Y-Lime?
Y-Lime, yeah.
Yeah, we have not seen Y-Lime play yet, but apparently she's better than Templar, so following the trend of Jahui, I think that adding her to the roster is an upgrade.
Could be a big opportunity. We're going to get the map started in just a second. Everybody's kind of getting themselves figured out. The map veto is going to be done very shortly. Now, if you are the Air Force, what would it mean? Actually, no, we're going to flip this around. You're the one supporting the Army on this, and clearly it's your prediction. Last year, little difficult. What would it mean to be able to kind of come back with the military branch battle being bigger than what it was last year and actually being able to get some revenge?
Right, I think getting back and beating someone that annihilated you last year is going to be what motivates these guys to come out and bring their A game. We've already seen it; they're pretty strong, and so playing against the team that smashed them last year, it's going to bring more motivation, and they're going to be ready to go, I think. And I mean, when they win,
Yeah,
can't be biased, but when they win, it'll be a good celebration for them.
All right, well, let's go to take a look at the map veto and see what we actually have available for everybody. Remember, it's still a best of one format, 13 rounds, first to 7, no overtime. So a little bit different from what we saw. It does look like, oh, is it a best of 3? Am I wrong? It is a best of 3.
Ooh.
Okay,
that's
well.
spicy.
It is. Can we get confirmation that it is a best of 3, or is it still a best of 1? Okay, it's a best of 1. I'm sorry that we're gonna blame Veli on that one.
Why me, man?
Because you ran away and you left me alone with Rams.
That's fair.
Villa is where we're gonna be going. So Cafe and Border were both banned away as well. So we're gonna be at Villa. So now we are on a different map for the 3rd time in a row here. Now that we've seen both of these teams, Rams, and their play styles, how do we feel like is gonna be a benefit for Villa?
I think that they're gonna match up pretty well on Villa, because I think that both the teams have been practicing, and I think that there's no reason why that we wouldn't see them put together some interesting strategies. I also think that playing on a map like Villa opens up opportunities for some players to have some more individual standout performances, like on the roam game, because Villa is a very large map, and there are lots of little corners people can hide in if they choose to. So I think that we're gonna see a lot of flanking on defense.
I feel like Air Force, they're way more prepared when it comes to the strategic side of things. You saw Single Daz abusing nerdy little angles, utilizing the verticality that was on Border, and it was really good. So this team, they definitely have a lot of experience and a lot of smarts behind their game plan.
Well, we're getting ourselves loaded in just a second, and it is very clear to know what your prediction is going to be, Sham Shield. But Veli, Rams, gentlemen, it's a best of 1. What do we have, Air Force or Army?
Well,
he can be biased.
Let him go first.
Air Force.
All right, Air Force, what about
Army.
you? All right, Air Force, Army. We got 2 for Army. We got 1 for Air Force, and we got a map that's ready to rock and roll. Villa is loaded. The military branch battle finals are about to begin. It is the Air Force versus the Army. Stokes and Blue, gentlemen, will a Tachanka be back? And which one's coming out on top?
All right, well, let's find out, ladies and gentlemen. It is our branch battle final, as we have the Air Force going up against the Army in a best of 1 on Villa. Same as our previous 2 matches. It is going to go the full distance as a competitive match would go. 1st to 7 will win, but an important caveat, we don't have draws and we don't have the possibility of overtime.
Yep, so we have to have a definite winner here on Villa inside of regulation. Excuse me, we're gonna have a max amount of rounds of, I believe, 13. So Jackal banned out, Monty banned out as well, so some good starting bans here, especially for Villa. Monty, an operator that a lot of people despise just because he's very difficult to deal with unless you're very coordinated about it. Air Force also getting rid of Maestro.
Maestro, apparently a favorite of Mad Dog, as he's not happy about that one. You guys can't see it right now, but we're just gonna get some info for the chat. And then our final ban is gonna be Echo as well. So that means you've got quite a few dangerous operators left in the pool on the defensive side. The most notable one would be Mira out of that. Thankfully, Mira is not amazingly useful on this map. It's more of a site situational sort of thing. And even then, some of the current meta strategies for her oftentimes don't really work that well, so.
Yeah, it's actually funny how often she gets banned out now, but then when she is available, you sometimes just don't even see her played because people don't have strats for her anymore, you know? She's just so good that she has all of a sudden gotten bad.
And this will be one example of that.
Yeah, there you go. So you're not going to see too much of her on Villa. There's certain instances where she can be useful, but most of the time, she's just not. So we are going to still stick around with Vigil. We saw a lot of Vigil play over the last 2 games. Tara going to stick onto the Mozzie as well. The person to look forward to seeing, though, will be Demand on the Jaeger, and we're going for it again, folks.
They went right for it this time.
Going right for it. Going straight for the throat. Got to start off early here.
Let's see, they're going to be on Trophy Statuary, I believe, too, to start things out here. That would indeed be the case. So let's see where that gun is going to end up at. McQ bringing it in this time here. Over on the Army side of things. Didn't get a chance to bring it out on their previous match, so gonna have to try and one-up the Air Force a little bit.
Well, where's this LMG going to go? That's the real question, because you gotta put it in the proper instance in order to even try to get a kill here.
I'm gonna guess and say that he puts it back of Astro, but nope.
Not a bad spot. Okay, he's gonna watch bedroom door with it. That's kind of dangerous, a little bit. He is gonna have that half-wall-esque arch in front of him, so he doesn't have to worry too much about incoming fire. They have to hit him practically in the torso and nowhere else. You can't really leg shot him or anything like that. And as we saw last time, McQ2 is pretty quick with it when it comes to reaction time, so he can definitely win out those gunfights.
It's BZ in the meantime, who's going to be one of our first Air Force players out on the field. We'll start to, I believe, harass this astronomy window real quick. try and start getting some intel for the Air Force going, and hopefully map control will follow it up in about a minute or so here. As the Air Force takes their time with their droning, or really taking any control upstairs. You do have single dads quickly clearing up the first floor, though. He's already moved his way through. I believe he started in mud, so he's cleared about half the map on the first floor here with his teammates potentially doing the rest of it just from their drones.
Legion, a very prominent operator on the defense with those goo mines that are invisible practically to the human eye, but when you have an electronics detector like IQ does, they're pretty easy to dispatch. Those are marked by that sensor, and then you're able to shoot them with the pistol that you have access to when you have that electronics detector out. So you guys saw her just perform her duty right there, but quite a bit of wasted time here for the Air Forces. We're actually just going to have BC full send it into Astro, and McQ2 with the Tachanka with an early kill. Mad Dog helps along the line as well. Single dads falls, and all of a sudden it's Army with a 5-man advantage.
Lime on his way up here as well with a nice find on Mad Dog. Eliminates him, but the Army trades it right back as Demand jumps into the fight on Jaeger to find a pick on Kodak, who was just moving up red stairs. Down to just the Thermite along with a Nomad now for the Air Force here. Why Lime? Gonna have to try and move in with the Nomad, and we'll see if they can get any sort of control. Problem is, though, that Goo Mine is gonna act as a signal for Demand. Gets an easy kill on that one, and Taro finishes things off. Army claims round number 1.
Army is not messing around, and I just noticed something, Blue. One of our Army players actually has a Blackbeard tattoo on his forearm.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's pretty cool. It's cool. And really resident of, or remnant of Zeronic.
Yeah, I was about to mention Zeronic,
actually. He's got it on his hand.
Mm-hmm.
So
he's got like a full Valkyrie tattoo as well on one of his sleeves.
There's so many people that are Blackbeard mains. You guys need to stop it. What are you doing?
I mean, he's a good operator.
You need to stop it.
I don't play him that much. I only play him when the going gets rough, you know, if it's like 1-3 or something like that.
I cannot put any respect on the name of a Blackbeard main, and that comes from an Ash main.
It's like you're gonna lose anyway. Why not? Like,
Ash Jaeger gang. You know what it's all about, all right? We're all about having no brain and having all aim.
I don't believe in like these like banned operators that are like, you know, like banned quote unquote operators.
Well, I mean, no, they're not. It's just like when you see
it's like BM to play.
Yeah, it is.
Right? I don't subscribe to that. I'm here to win.
Yeah, you sound. That's what everyone says when they play Blitz too. They're just like,
okay, I don't go that far.
You didn't want to play. Yeah, exactly. You don't subscribe to that idea, but I say
mainly because I can't actually kill anything with that hip fire.
I look, I have been destroyed by Blitz players before, but I cannot play a shield to save my life. I just can't do it.
I can't do that hip fire. Like same with I'm the same thing. I'm gonna miss every single shot.
The ADS time is so garbage.
Yeah.
Terrible. All right, guys, we are just getting back in as we're doing our best to try and fill here as we had a little bit of a tech pause, but we're getting things fixed, and we're already back into the 6-pick. They're just making sure that the lobby will launch. After that, McQ2 6-picking away from the Vigil over to the Ella, an operator that we haven't seen too much of in recent history because of her nerfs, but she's starting to come back a little bit. People liking those Gersmont mines just because they make your gunfights so dang easy.
He's gonna fulfill relatively the same role here, though, with that operator as the one that he was 6-picked from, so not much of a change in that department. Still take up positions, aggro positions this is, and kind of be one of the first players to take fights here. So it's gonna be over in Aviation Games again. Army did come very close. Or excuse me, Army did win out, I should say, back over on Trophy, which was their first strike instead of Aviation and Games, excuse me. So now Air Force will have to go for the attack on this one, and hopefully they'll have better luck this time getting the control. The thing is, though, is the large majority of the action that did transpire happened near the Aviation and Games site, so for the most part, Air Force is going to be running through the same steps they ran through in the previous round here.
All right, well, Phantom not going to be adjusting where that Valk cam landed. Instead, he's like, hey, stick it to the table, move on with my day. Looking for a couple other creative areas. This is an angle that we saw utilized yesterday in one of the Villa games that you and I casted. So a creative way to, hold down main stairs. You can actually see the bottom of the staircase. And if you have someone play main, helps out quite a lot. Drone's now coming into the main master bedroom here. Kodak and the rest of the squad on the offense pour in. They do have some Valkyrie cams to help them out, as well as Dog waiting inside of Astronomer.
But Kodak, moment looking for anything that he can take out with those electronics detector. Fortunately, wasn't able to detect that goo mine, so he's going to end up running into it. It'll take a small amount of damage. Not really in a dangerous position at the moment, so it's easy to put that. Whoa, Mad Dog looking at the feet right there. Ends up getting taken out by Kodak on a random push. That doesn't go that well. The member of the army that gets timed out.
Oh, Villa, a very complicated map to clear properly, and as you can see, the Air Force not having the best time with it right now. Jihui a pre-fire for good measure down the astronomy stairs. Kodak moving in through trophy room. Pretty standard take so far for the Air Force on this map. Just a standard north to south clear. Get those drones going, get some information game, and most importantly, find demand, because this man has been running amok of every single team that has sat down across from him. Cannot allow him to continue this. With Jackal off the field, it's going to be a lot more difficult to keep a beat on him as well. Could always pick over to the Dokkaebi or some other kind of utility in order to help you deal with this roam game.
On the queue, who's trying to, I hear that drone too. Trying to figure out where exactly it's rolling in.
It's into the right, it's on red stairs.
It's not going to go past him just yet.
Oh, McHugh too. This is where that Scorpion is so very dangerous. Phantom with the pre-fire, bringing up the Toby eye tracker. Sees one in the hallway, thinks he can peek out. He's actually been down. Kodak trades out with Demand, but doesn't take the fall for it. Nitro Cell comes out. He might end up getting the kill for that anyways. McHugh 2 on the other end takes down one, but traded out immediately by BZ. Kodak still down. It's only McHugh 2. He has to win these out. Sprint puts the gun away by accident, pulls it up just in time to do quite a bit of damage to the Maverick. Rotates through Study, sees one, has the placement, but it's going to be prone angle for Kodak. Still can't win it. McHugh 2 reads him like a book. Plant will be secured over inside of games. 90 control still locked in.
You needing to read into bar, and he won't notice it. So BZ finishes off the round for the Air Force as they pick up the trade, finding round number 2 in their favor, and now locking us at a 1-1 scoreline.
Slow goings by both teams here. Again, Villa, a very complex map, probably the most difficult one that we have currently inside of the map pool for roam clear and the like, just because there's so much square footing to this map. It's actually insane how large it is. You have that entire basement section, mid-floor, and the trophy statuary site on one end of the map, and then you still have an entire other segment that's the living room as well as the second standard site.
I think it's the biggest comp map right now.
Yeah, it is the biggest comp map.
Yeah, there's a couple maps that might come close, but...
Bank is not bigger because Bank has like that whole open area above lobby.
Yeah. I would say maybe like Cafe, maybe the closest?
Cafe is stacked on top of each other, so I really feel like it doesn't beat it out.
Yeah, but that's a whole part of this game, though. I feel like you have to consider that.
Yeah, but have you been in the basement of Villa?
Yeah, that's true. That is. Yeah. I forgot about the basement. Yeah. The basement's like cheating on this map. We count that. All right, fair point. Fair point.
You could literally make the basement its own map. Like, it's so big. So big.
All right, fair point. So let's take a look now and see what the lineup is going to be here for the Air Force in the next round. Army still sticking with this site. Again, although they managed to win out the first round, they come relatively close even towards the end of things here on round number 2, but fall just short. So not able to bring out that clutch in the 1v2 situation, but they think that they can do it on the second run around. So let's see if that's going to be true or not.
It's a pretty good take by Air Force prioritizing 90, which is something we talk about quite often on this map. That 90 hallway, you have long and short on either side of it. It's an area you'll want to try and hold on to. It's the entire backbone of the site. Once you have control of that, you have free reign to cut off rotations and what have you from that power position. One other place you really got to worry about is Study, but it's not as important unless you want to try and go for the walls, which is a pretty standard thing as well. So it just depends on what the team's play style is, obviously. McHugh 2 going to be on the roam game once again. Keep your eye on the Bandit as well. It's a man that's been running amok of everybody.
That's what's thrown up here. He's getting a good amount of intel off that. Finds the position of both of the Mozzie along with the Mute, although either one of those can change positions on the turn of a dime, so it's not going to be actionable intel by the time they manage to get into the site with it. That's the real problem with the drone play right there. But at least they have a little bit of know-how now.
Yeah, Army not too... right over the head. Phantom re-peeks, takes down Kodak.
Andrew McHugh already picked up one downstairs, so the Ash and the IQ already dispatched. Only 3 remaining members for Air Force. Army well and far ahead, peeks in again. Can he continue on? He gets stunned, but it's not going to full blind him. Takes down single dads. I don't believe that they are ready for this peak. Beezy, quite a bit of damage done to him. This N59, he can breathe on him, and it downs him. He can't pick it up. He actually misses that second shot. A triple kill for him as he just continues to swing the door. Y-Line, player remaining member, gets in the fight with the Bandit, I do believe. Quite a bit of damage. Dell pre-fires through, takes it quite a bit of damage on the Phantom as well, but nothing fatal just yet except the headshot as the rotate finally comes through Study.
Army's going to take control of this one and in flawless fashion as well. Definitely a much better cleanup for what we saw on the previous round, where Air Force was able to take such solid control away from them due to kind of just rerunning a lot of what they did on round number 1. That time, not nearly the case, and we see a much, much cleaner affair from the Army. Now they have a chance to make it 3-1 here, too, as they get to roll back over to Trophy and Statuary, where they really were able to take control back in round number 1. Let's see, though, if the Air Force has learned their lesson from that past event.
Roam game so far has been working out pretty dang well for Army. They made a pretty good stance on the site last round, though. Phantom in particular, head pointing that. A little bit of over-peeking into Study, but hey, sometimes that stuff works out for you, because apparently no one thought he was going to do it again until the very last moment when somebody had just a little bit too low of HP in order to take yet another fight with that shotgun. So, rolling around into round 4, Air Force might want to play a little bit tighter knit when it comes to this. Oh, we're going to have an extended hold here by the Army. So full horizontal hold of the upstairs as reinforcements go down inside of Aviation and Games. Going to assume that they are going to reinforce 90 as well. Yep, there is going to be a panel on Gun Vault. So this is going to be all hands on deck for Air Force. They're going to need a lot of information to make this take work, because there's probably going to be a lot of adjustment needed. It's either going to be, hey, we go for a full take inside of Master and just try and go straight to side as quickly as possible, or go for the full roam clear.
Yeah, looking pretty similar to what we had on the setup from the Army back in round number 1 right now. So, is it broken? Don't fix it. They're going to try the same thing yet again here. Kodak going to actually work on first floor control first. These steps directly above the basement. Ooh, good spot to drone here, too. As long as he doesn't get picked off due to that close proximity to the window. He notices, though. Oh, almost actually has the Jaeger accidentally run into him, but not going to happen there. Kodak, however, will still scare the Jaeger away and further into the basement for a later fight.
Well, McHugh already abandoning ship as he rotates upstairs. Wants to try and play out his life as long as possible. Probably a good idea for your roam game. Want to try and waste as much time. You already think that you're downstairs, rotate somewhere else, maybe get a free pick, or try and waste even more time if it is possible. Chewy's making her way up the staircase right now. Actually, no, she's outside on the balcony, rotates back in. A little bit of damage dealt to her now. She was just rappelling up the side of the building near the red staircase. McHugh is actually on red stairs. Mad Dog still all the way off in Study, so still focused on that long hold here. Taro with the first kill into Kodak. That's going to be the Ash player. Taro all the way downstairs as well.
Army holding on strong at this point. A lot of intel also being given again to Air Force. That doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to use it, though. They've had intel and good drone capabilities for the past couple of rounds here. The problem has been following it up in the execute itself. Oh, nice trick coming in there from Demand. He's able to deny the breach of the wall. C4 tossed over as well as they try to get one pickup with a nitro cell, but it's not going to work. Taro finding a nice little angle there after a second of spraying is going to be able to take out Y-Line. That's another one down for the Air Force, down to only their Twitch and Thatcher at this point in order to work their way in and scratch that, just the Thatcher now. Let's see what BZ has to offer us here in the 1v2.
Well, Taro had a drone, droned out BZ, then I know he's near Astrology. But he rotates back in through bathroom towards Master. So Dog, obviously on the Legion, those goo mines are going to help him out quite a bit. BZ does still have 2 EMP grenades, so we're going to just drop those to mask his movement. Should help him out quite a bit inside of these gunfights. First one goes down, it's going to get eaten up by an ADS though. Making sure that no one can possibly rotate in behind him, looking for the secondary goo mine. Finally finds it. Oh, remembers that there's an ADS, switches away from the EMP quickly enough to not have it thrown. Nice shots, but it's going to be a double swing from the Army, and Mad Dog with the kill.
The Army continues to hold on, continues to carry a strong foot forward here on the defensive side of Villa, looking ever more likely that they might just be able to sweep this final. That's not what we want. We want the Air Force to get into this too, so let's see what they're going to be able to bring to it. Here's the other issue that's going to start to pop up for the Army. For the first time, they've been stretched a little bit too thin here on their defensive sites. Finally, for the first time, both of the upstairs sites are locked, so now they've got to go downstairs into kitchen. It's seen by their choice. So a little bit of a different play style needs to be used by the Air Force, but it should also be a little bit easier to get access this time. We'll see if that holds true over the next few minutes here.
Yep, dining kitchen will be the site for the defense, as they've had a pretty good showing so far. Air Force just cannot find the pieces to the puzzle. Or they have the pieces, but they really haven't put the puzzle together, I guess is a better way to say that. Because right now it seems just very slow goings for them so far. Just need a little bit of a better roam clear to start things off, because Demand and the rest of the squad have really been walking away with things. Specifically Taro, currently top fragging right now. Had a pretty good roam game that last round with the Mozzie. We saw him downstairs in kitchen doing quite a bit of work.
Setup nearly complete here though for the Army guys. And that is going to mean that we'll have Air Force out onto the field in just a second. 2 here. Setup though, quite a bit of presence upstairs, quite like it's been saying in the pre-round. Quite a bit that Air Force is going to have to be paying attention to. That'll be a huge part of this round, whether they're going to be able to stretch themselves thin enough to be able to take care of that without losing it and any resulting trades that may happen when trying to get aggressive upstairs.
Well, as you were just talking about, top hold. Rocking the mute Mozzie combos they have for the last couple rounds, but it seems like it might be a full-on force here from the Air Force. Up through pantry, but they already had a goo mine on it, so Army recognizing out early on that, hey, that we have somebody on our pantry staircase, and it's going to be Kodak. You only have 2 mines early on, but as the time continues on down, you continue to get more goo mines. You can see the meter continues to go up and up and up on that Legion, and Mad Dog continues to go up and up in kills as Kodak tries to rush in through pantry, but to no avail.
Not going to work out there. Yline will move upstairs here and group up with the Twitch as they're going to try and move in and take master bedroom control. And then swing into the site from that point forward. 2 minutes left here. Well, again, just so much work that the Air Force is going to have to find themselves doing. Army, in the meantime, while picking up yet another kill. McHugh, too, on the other side of the map, over towards the front entrance. Finds himself a pick. Brings the Air Force down to 3. Single Dads is going to run into a goo mine, and he does have the Legion, but he wins the fight. Thought for sure it would have been a dead man at the hands of Phantom there, but he can't win it out.
Single Dads always win it out, John. You got to remember that. Quick fire back and forth, but it's going to be the trade game, and Mad Dog brings it out on top for the Army. Air Force knocked down to just 1 lone man. It's Beezy, so there can only be 1 man with a headband on the stage, and it seems like he's the man for the job right now. Needs to make his presence known somewhere with a pick, but it's slow going so far. Minute and 15 seconds on the clock, plenty of time, could possibly redrone. Also has EMP grenades still inside of his pocket. Looking for those Legion mines, because once again, longer Mad Dog stays alive, the more potent he is. Demand waiting with open arms, and he gets it. Army with round 5.
Army scoreline looking a lot like their opening match right now versus the Navy. This is a dominant performance coming off of that defensive side. The cheers coming in for them now too, for the crowd. They're getting closer and closer. Look, they're even cheering it on from up on the stage too. Army really feeling it right now as they get closer and closer to a win here. Most importantly, closer to the end of this half. This is their final round on the defensive side.
All right, well, a little bit of a shift in lineup here for the offense. Single Dads on the Thatcher this time around instead of the Twitch. This is going to be our last round before switching sides, and actually this is a good quote that I heard yesterday that we ended up getting from Slash that Parker had said, which is 5-1 on Villa, not the worst split in the world. Like, the game can obviously still continue on, but it's that mental reset that you have to have, because you know, hey, we're going into defense, it's Villa, it's heavily defender-sided, you just have to work with what you got. But when you look up at that number and go, okay, it's 5-1, that's where things start to get very troubling.
So the Air Force time to pick up the slack and find some round wins here. Already managed to pick up 1 for themselves. Now it's time to see if they can get a little bit more going. Obviously, we're going to see Aviation Games get locked down pretty tight here. So it'll be just as challenging as it's been the other few times they've attempted it. Operator lineup for the Air Force looking pretty similar here too, so not much change up in that department. They are bringing a Maverick to the table though, which I don't believe we had that previously, so we do still have some changes they're looking to put into shape. Hopefully finally net them another attacking round just at the end of the half.
All right, well, starting defense for Army. Not too much of a line change for them. Still have the regular operators that they have been running. Still running the Mute Mozzie combo, as always. Seems to be a favorite of them on this map. Why not? Take as much of that drone economy as you can from the offense. Kodak working his way in here. The rest of the Air Force still lying in wait. Need to do just a little bit better on this drone game, but as we just mentioned, it's very difficult to do that with how many obstacles there are in the way. It seems that they want to work on the mid floor here since they've had such a trouble with working out these roamers. They have two entries stacked on top of each other. It's going to be the Zofia and the Ash, but they do have the angle upstairs. You currently see Demand playing towards main stairs. Drones lying in wait. Tar with a very nice angle, rips Kodak off rip. It's going to be the opening frag, which Army has had a majority of the time.
It's the Air Force still keeping themselves together for the time being. Gotta be very careful about that top-down play, though. Army nearly was able to get themselves a second kill just a few seconds ago because they were walking into those angles. The Air Force almost a little too scared at this point, though. And with a minute and a half left, they've got a lot of work to do. And a lot of the emphasis for this is going to be on Beezy, who will fail. McHugh takes him down upon trying to push up red stairs. This becomes a very one-dimensional push now as a result of that death. You only have the study plate. Now, the good news is they were successfully able to get the wall open. We didn't have any tricking coming out from the Bandit on the Army side, or if there was, it didn't work out. But we still have the massive numbers advantage ultimately, and that's what the Army is leveraging now. Just picking up a Nitro Cell kill. Gonna go for a second one, although thrown just a tad too far to the backside here. Overwhelmed a second later here as well. Phantom will find himself dead on the ground. Jahui moving in. That'll be a second kill for her on the round as she takes out Demand. One of the highlights for the Army, but look at this. Mad Dog trying to flank, but he's got a Claymore in his way. No longer, though. Takes care of it. Pushes forward, looking for the shutdown. Taro comes in for it. He finds the first. They find that second Claymore. They don't immediately claim the kill, though. Jahui trying to go down fighting will eventually be taken out by McHugh, and that will be another round for the Army.
All right, well, we're switching sides now as the Army runs up 5 rounds on the defensive half. But as we told you, that's just kind of how Villa goes. So Air Force still inside of this fight to see if they have what it takes to run it back on this defensive side. The only issue is now is that they have one chance for a mistake. If they make that mistake, then it's going to be match point for the Army, and that's where you can't have any more slip-ups. Kodak going to jump over to the Jaeger. That's the guy that was playing Ash the entire time on the offensive side.
So just a couple of seconds left here to see if anybody wants to go for a 6-pick. So you now switch sides, seeing if anybody wants to throw any curveballs into this match, but not looking like it. All 10 lock into their original pick. And we'll get into the round.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
Doc going to be picked up by Single Dads, who's had a pretty good showing throughout both of the series so far. Minola packed near the top, and he's going to be the exact same here. But obviously, since that defense of the Army was so strong, they have quite a few more kills. Air Force looking to bring it back. Plenty of trap operators. That seems to be his favorite of a lot of these teams inside of the military branch battle is those trap ops. We've got Ella as well as we've got Legion. All those two fantastic at slowing down an extremely aggressive offense. And what we saw from the Army, they definitely like to be aggressive.
Left before insertion.
So just a couple seconds left as you heard the announcer say. We've got Army coming out onto the table in just a few seconds here.
Attackers must
There they are.
locate and defuse
Army
the
out.
bomb.
Just 2 rounds is all they need on this attacking side, and the branch battle goes to them. We'll bring our Tobii eye tracker up for the opening seconds of this round right now on Single Dads. That blue bubble you're seeing, we did not just start playing Osu while this game is going on. That is his eyes. That's where he's looking on the screen. So keep an eye on that. It's really interesting to watch this, you know. You can see them checking things like the timer, the overlays towards the top side of the screen, and you can get a good idea as to what players might have been thinking in certain situations.
Promise you this is not Japanese Guitar Hero.
Yeah.
I promise. I promise.
Some very cool technology, though. I could never explain to you how it works. It just amazes me that they can actually track your eyes even with glasses on. Like, the man has glasses on right now. It's crazy that they have the ability to do that, and it works so dang well. Drones rotating in now for Army to clear out the top floor. Demand working his way into Astronomy. He rotates over through Statuary now. There's no presence towards this side of the map. The Air Force seems to play a much more passive defense and really just holds the things that are necessary, like 90 as well as Study.
Man starting to wrap around. Eyes in the crosshair the whole time, not getting distracted. Gonna continue to move down. Let his teammates start to take control of 90. McHugh spots someone, definitely has an idea that he has one around the corner, but still ends up on the losing end of the duel. Doesn't die, but nearly did, going down to just about 5 to 10 HP.
Frag grenade pouring in now. McHugh too, as you said, plenty of damage dealt to him. Second one primed and ready for Demand. Oh, it's gonna be a stun grenade, but Demand gets Kodak anyways. Doesn't really matter. That's gonna be a Jaeger. Kind of a funny thing when those do happen. No ADSs to save his life. So now Army has full control of 90. Demand shifting his sights apparently towards the other balcony. Single dads equalizes, and Jahui to add on.
He's gonna be able to find that one. Taro moving in as well, gets a nice cutoff. Finds Jahui trying to transition into a different position. And that's evened it up once again into another 3v3. Remember, Army did lose partial control of their diffuser, which is what they're going back now to claim. It's going to be picked up by Mad Dog as he completes that rotate around on 90. No one on the Air Force there to remain on that and hold control of it. So now he'll regroup with Taro, and with some drone assistance, actually, after they take care of this barbed wire. Oh, unfortunately, ADS is going to stop him from taking care of the barbed wire. They'll start to move into this site and finally commit with about 30 seconds left. There's the first stun charge. Here they go.
Well, no utility to try and stop him except for the toxic bays, but those are going to be placed wrong. Charles going to rip the head off a single Daz. Demand holding the opposite angle, peeks in towards Gunball Legion. Going to be lying in wait. It's Ling. Can't do enough damage and lets the diffuser go down. Now they're into the post plan. Air Force only having 2 remaining members. Army with 3 up and control of 90. It's going to be extremely difficult to try and rotate now as everything is down to crunch time. BZ looking to stick, but no. It's just going to be a bait, trying to get people to peek in. Y-Line wins out the first fight, BZ wins out the second. Oh, it's all down to Demand, gets one, it's going to be into the double. It's Ling though, challenges in, it's going to be the pre-fire, but Army with round 7, and that's going to be match point as they find their first offensive round.
Man coming out big once again here. Hasn't been the single highlight this time as much as he was in the first map. You've got some of the other players like Taro really stepping it up right now as well, but in that performance there, clutches out the 1v2, gives the Army a very important round as it's going to put them up on match point as well as the entire tournament point here as well. Army only one more round away from winning today's branch battle.
All right, well, a lot of Army fans in the crowd apparently, and here comes the meme train, folks. It's Dokkaebi, Glass, Fuse, Capitao, and Gridlock. Oh, wait, I lied. It is the sneaky girl. It is Nook.
See, just waiting on that to get locked in, and there it is. Nook confirmed. So
Nook will knock.
And we'll see if anyone will answer.
Attackers need to locate and
I love you for that. I appreciate that. That was good. That was good. All right, well, we're gonna have the 2 invisible operators play against each other. Nook has a lot more redacted information about her as opposed to Vigil, though. You know everything about Vigil. You know like nothing about Nook.
Yeah.
At all. You don't know what she looks like. The only way that you know that she's a girl is because of her voice. That's it.
Attackers have discovered the location of a bomb.
Wait, is that true? They're not.
If you go to her bio in game, everything is redacted. It just has black lines and says redacted. Redacted.
I knew that most of it was. I thought they might have like at least had the sex like not like that, but
I think it is also redacted, but obviously it's a female.
You never know.
Hey, there you go. It's kind of. Well, they also came out and said, yeah, it's a girl.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah, they confirmed it.
Yeah. So no, I'm not just spitballing here. I promise you, would not do that. But so far for Air Force, pretty set in stone defense. Demand going to take quite a bit of damage, but it is Glass. You're supposed to play back and play with a sniper rifle and not get shot, so doesn't have to worry about that too much. Oh no, Phantom, bottom right. Is it going to bag any kills? He's looking for the Jaeger. He gets nothing.
Army going to start moving in towards front door here. We'll see them move in to take control over the next few seconds. Only a start, really only a staging ground for these guys. What? Just what? I've never seen that happen before.
Is this the part where I tell you that stun grenades do 5 damage?
I knew that.
Okay.
I've still never seen that happen before.
That's a yikes. I don't.
So Army will accidentally kill one of their teammates by knocking them in the head with a flashbang. Rest
All
of the team,
smokes. They don't have a glass. Taros might get this plant. Impact's coming in. It's actually going to be one, but no, more explosives pour in. Nitro Cell finally claims Taro. Phantom picks it up, but he's not going to have enough smoke cover, and the entire squad's there to shut him down. McQ2 on a long rotation all the way through benches, and it's going to be quickly dispatched. Air Force find their first defensive round.
interesting strategy from the Army that time, but not really the way I think they hoped it would have panned out, especially after that team kill.
Could you imagine throwing something at your friend and then he just dies?
Especially if it's like the most important player on the team at that point too. It's like, hey, we're about to throw like 6 smokes.
No, I'm just saying like overall, like you're just playing like dodgeball. You like throw the ball at your friend, it hits him, he just kills over. It's like, oh, well. Okay.
That's new.
Yeah, that's not supposed to happen, folks.
Guess I'm going to the principal's office.
This was not in the simulations.
All right, guys. Still match point here for the Army. They've got 4 rounds to work with. Taro is going to have some real fun this time if he sticks with it. Single Dads also, after what we just had in the last round.
What a smart 6-pick.
He's not taking any chances on flashbangs or whatever have you getting thrown at him. So he's going to bring the Warden into play with those smart glasses to just block out the utility.
Yeah, got to deal with that. Gonna have to deal with that. And since Warden has recently gotten a little bit lighter, he's a 2 armor 2 speed instead of a 3 armor what he used to be, has a lot more freedom of movement, and it'll definitely help him out against people like Taro, who are more than likely going to be his direct combatant, since obviously Blitz has a massive stun grenade taped to his shield that he gets to activate whenever he wants. It does have a cooldown timer that's been extended recently, but if you guys need to know anything about Warden, it's that none of that matters when it comes to him. He has special glasses that makes it to where he is not affected by stun grenades, very similar to Ying, if you know how she works.
Also allows him to see through smoke.
Yes. He is the glass of defense, but he can move through it while he has them on as well.
He's got the ability to move, but it's time limited. That's the other key thing, whereas glasses just works whenever you use it. So we got the team that are going to be swinging in quickly on the study. We have moved over towards Trophy and Statuary in case you missed the site swap from the last round. So there shouldn't be much of a threat to these guys as they move in, but they're going to be safe anyway. Taro leads the charge with the shield, and the rest of the team is going to be following just a couple steps behind. I think they're all together on this too. They've got 1 person off on their own, but I believe that's it. Taro is going to get stimmed. He's coming in. Stops for a second here outside of Trophy. Does also spot a player. No one is watching this. So Taro runs right up and finds a free kill onto Lime. Single Dad's going to be the next to fall at the hands of McHugh, but Kodak and Jahui trade those kills out. Mad Dog, though, helping out Taro a little bit here, is going to find the frag on Beezy as it rappels down into the site to help out.
Demand reads it like a book, knows coming bathroom. Jahui takes down Mad Dog finally. Taro not very much HP. You can shoot this man's hitbox while his shield is in front of him. You just got to shoot him in the shoulders. Taro going for the plant now. No one there to try and stop. No Nitro Cell in the hands of Jahui either, so the plant will be confirmed. Down into the 2v2, and this is where things are going to get dicey. Air Force not very much HP, and when it comes to an SMG-11 and a shield, you're not going to have a good time. Pouring frag grenades in to try and waste time now is Demand. He's doing a pretty bang-up job of it. Going to take a long angle. He sees one move across, dances right on the tail, but no, it's going to be Kodak to win it out. Now a very low HP Taro on Blitz. It's a very loud op. Even when he is crouched, you can hear that metal move from anywhere. They got to get on this diffuser now. Does he know that they're there? He can't see the side angle from here. Oh no, can he find it? He can't! And Kodak's gonna defuse. Air Force stays alive.
So a miscalculation from our Blitz leads to another round going into the hands of the Air Force. They withstand, they pull off the retake, and they stay in this fight for at least 1 more round. Teammates not happy about Taro after that one, but it's all right. I mean, there's always the next round.
Kinda threw it, but that's okay. Like, you know, it happens.
I only called him out in all chat a few seconds ago.
Yeah, that's okay. I mean, his teammates only kind of told him that he sucked. But that's fine.
It's like, Taro, no more fun picks for you.
Yeah,
you have to play serious.
You go back to Gridlock where you belong. Oh man. Well, Army still trying to shut things out, but the issue is now is that Air Force has to complete the site triangle blue. So where do they go? Do they go living room or dining? Well, they're probably going dining, and that's exactly what it's going to be. It's going to be dining room kitchen. That's a site that is a favorite of a lot of teams when it comes to these third site choices. It's usually not your favorite, but it's one you got to get past.
Yep, it's usually one that you just gotta get over more than anything at the end of the day. So oftentimes when it's come to this map, some teams have still been pretty good at kitchen and defending this one.
Yeah, we actually had some teams yesterday that were first picking this.
Yeah, I forget which one it was, but yeah, one team did start on this.
I want to say it was Dark Zero. That's what I want to say off rev.
Yeah, pretty sure.
I also woke up at like 6:30 this morning, so that could completely be false. So
yeah.
10 seconds left.
We're both on that train right now.
We're riding it together. It's all good.
5 seconds remaining.
So we've got the Army spawning out here in just a second. Their third match point to try and close this one down. And we will see if they can get the job done finally. Obviously been having a bit of fun these last couple of rounds too. This time, judging from the operator lineup, things look a bit more serious about ending it here and ending it now.
Oh, they're going for the rush again. Sophia downstairs with the drone in front of her. Mad Dog. Rotating up the back stairs here. This is going to drop him right in front of the kitchen door to his left-hand side into an area that people call clock because of the big grandfather clock. Nice spot there by the drone. Saves Mad Dog's foot from a lesion mine. Don't want that in there, as you have to go through a full animation to get it out, and also it does damage over time, peaks both of his angles, but so far it's been a pretty good clear for the Army. Finally finding a target. It's going to be over in living room. That's going to be Jahui. Pre-fires through, but she's already moved to safer pasture.
McHugh opening up mudroom window so that he can try to push himself in. Rest of the team also ready to move back up to the first floor here now from those basement stairs and start taking some real map control here. Just under the 2-minute mark, so Army won't be stressed for time at all. That's not a concern just yet, and it's less of a concern now that they've got the opener. McHugh finds Jahui trying to play against him in mud, and that's going to be Army with the 5v4 advantage.
About halfway through the round now, as Army has plenty of map control in order to start trying to force themselves onto site. They just need to decide where they want to go. Do you want to go for the vertical control now that you have some players up top, or do you just want to go full horizontal and try and take it through kitchen? It seems like kitchen is in the cards for them. Mad Dog with a spam headshot into single dads. The Q2 checking bicycle as well. Phantom tight angle on the ACOG. Tarp seems to be the play. Mad Dog yet again with another headshot. They've reduced the Air Force down to 2 people. It's Y-Line with a nice flick, but immediately gets traded. It's all left up to BZ, but he can't win it. And the Army takes the branch battle this year.
Congratulations to the Army, your Branch Battle 2019 champions here at the Rainbow Six US Nationals. Some great fights being put up by them, some great fights put up by the Air Force as well, especially in their opening match. We saw some great play from some of their members like Jahui, but unfortunately not enough for the final. The Army reigns supreme today, and they take the title.
Yeah, McHugh too, I would say, is the one I'm overall the most impressed with. That Ash Yeager play really propelled his team, as well as Demand coming up big in those clutch moments.
Demand definitely having himself quite a few clutch moments. Taro as well, really consistent play throughout the course of this one. Definitely have to pay attention to his statistics as well at the end of the match. Big congratulations to the Army, and once again, great sportsmanship between these two teams after the match.
Overall, a fantastic showing from all of the military branches and a good bit of fun to start off the morning before we get down to the nitty-gritty and serious stuff. But enough from me and you, Blue. Let's toss it down to the stage with Jackie.
Thanks so much, guys. Okay, so you lost the Thumb War, but you won the finals. My one question for you, is revenge sweet?
Delicious.
Great answer. You guys played fantastic. You guys have been doing a great job. So tell me, how are you going to celebrate?
Typical military fashion. We'll see if we're here tomorrow.
It's Vegas, man. Drinking. I hear you over there. Well, you guys go enjoy. Congratulations again. Our winners for the finals for the military branch. There we go. Standing ovation. Thank you so much, Demand. Yes, I love this crowd. They played fantastic. You guys, if this doesn't get you amped up, I don't know what does. I'm so excited to move into the semis. Gonna send it back to the studio.
Thanks a lot for that one, Jackie. At the end of our 2 best of 3s, of course, the Army got themselves a win and enacted some sort of revenge from the Air Force from last year. It was quite the effort from them. Of course, we're back here at the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Analyst Corner. I've got Sham Shield, I've got Rams, I've got Veli. Must be feeling pretty happy about yourself right now.
I feel great. I'm super stoked for the Army, and their celebration is going to be sweet, sweet, sweet for them. I'm glad that they were able to turn it around and come back this year.
I'll make sure that we get room service to send you up a gallon of water for when we wake up tomorrow.
That'd be a good idea.
Definitely so. But let's talk a little bit about that match, guys, because it was definitely some domination from the side of Army.
It was really upsetting for the fact that, and you even pointed it out, Jahui's team banned Maestro, and then when Echo was banned right after that, it's like, okay, you take away 2 of the best anchors in the game, which is a big reason why you won to make it to the finals. Putting her on Rome, especially as Mozzie, really didn't work out, but still we saw some great plays all around.
Yeah, the Army played very confidently. They looked very, very well put together. There was never really too much of a question as to what they were trying to do. They started having a couple hiccups towards the end, a little bit of trolling, a little bit of memes. I thought that the flashbang kill from McHugh onto Demand was quite funny. He looked like a Blue Falcon there.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely was one that we don't get to see in Rainbow Six very often, but something that we do kind of highlight, especially when we talk about Pro League matches and US Nationals matches and things like that, is the importance of what happens when you're having some of your operators be banned out and you're not able to have that operator pool the way that we're used to seeing with some of these players.
Yeah, we really didn't see any type of big anchor play coming from Air Force at all. I expected to see Smoke or someone else in the back lines. There was none of that. So once the front line fell apart, it was just way too easy for Army.
I also think that the Army applied so much pressure to the Air Force, they could never actually get comfortable. Whether it was on attack or defense, they just seemed to commit to a push and just go for it, even if they thought that it probably wasn't going to work, which is, commendable. I'd say is, sometimes a very effective strategy to throw off opponents.
Yeah.
So now that you have yourself with a victory for the Army, not only do you have that victory, but you have the overall victory, of course, with the MGL being involved now for the 2nd year in a row here at US Nationals. Talk to me a little bit about how that feels.
It's awesome. A huge shout out to Ubisoft and ESL for allowing us to come back and do this again. Our guys, obviously, as you see, love doing this, and they love playing against each other and love the opportunity to show off that the military can produce some fine gamers. So yeah, it's been awesome.
All right. Well, now, of course, we get to break down a little bit like what we always do. So I get to take a nice little stroll over to my friend Emzo, who's been throwing it down, of course, on the telestration screen. What you have for me today?
I just wanted to break down one of the plays I thought was really great from the Army. Obviously, they had a lot of great rounds, but this one in particular I thought was great clutch moment, especially. You have a 3v3 situation here with an attempt for the diffuser to try and go down. But what's great is there is great coverage here. You've got single dads being able to cover this way. You've got Y Lime here covering and being able to cover the doorway. BZ as well, making sure that they can't make a plant attempt here into the games room, but they go for it anyways. They just look for an opportune moment. You see the stun come out there. That's going to push Y-Lime back in to the gun vault, and they take full advantage of that. Mad Dog just goes to loop around to that door. Now, for those of you who can't see it all that well, you've got this doorway here inside Aviator that is a great place to cover from and to be able to go for the plant. And Demand, of course, making sure that he's got coverage here across the doorway, and then going to take full advantage here to cover across the gun vault. Taro as well, trying to cover single dads while the plant goes down. Managed to actually land that kill against the ACOG player. Demand as well doing a bit of damage onto Y-Lime. You've also got BZ trying to cover here as best he can, but that door doing a great job. Now, the best part here is that it does start to fall apart for the attackers here. They start to lose players. You've got Demand, though, if you see just a moment ago, smartly knowing that players might die here, as well as having dead players, sets up a flank drone to cover for him so he can fully focus on covering the plant as best as he can. And then as the kills start to go down here, you'll see them start to go a bit in the favor of the defenders. And because of that, Demand has to come up with a clutch moment here. He's got to go in for the play. You lose Mad Dog here. He loses the fight across here. BZ manages to win his fight on the stairs. Demand just, you know what? I'm going to come in swinging. I'm going to stop them from covering the plant. And then Y-Line figures, I've got to go for the kill. Demand's got the angle, though. He wins the gunfight out. And another great series of plays by Demand. Everyone on the Army, though, picked it up. It wasn't just Demand, but overall, Army showed today they were dominant.
Today, they were dominant indeed. Thank you so much for that one, Emzo. Of course, we've got more breakdowns later when we have the U.S. Nationals. Now, of course, not only did we have the military branch battle, but we have something that I know everybody has been waiting for, the Western and Eastern Conference Finals of the Rainbow Six U.S. Nationals. Before that, of course, a huge shout out to the Military Gaming League, of course, creating a home, a community within Rainbow Six for all of our active and veteran military members out there. Thank you all so much for your service, and thank you all for being a part of such a great community here in Rainbow Six. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're keeping the theme. The red, white, and blue is here to stay, but now we've got our professional teams with the Eastern Conference Finals and the Western Conference Finals. The R6 U.S. Nationals will be back right after this. Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. We are live from Las Vegas, Nevada at the Rio All Suites Hotel and Casino, and it is time for some Rainbow Six Siege action. The U.S. Nationals has been well underway. Day one showing the top 8 teams from the Eastern and Western Conference, and now that has been whittled down to 4 teams as we find ourselves for the Eastern and Western Conference Finals. My name is Jump, your host here, bringing you all of the action over the course of this weekend. And we are at the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Analyst Corner. Joined with me, I have Rams and I have Veli. Gentlemen, yesterday we had a great opportunity to see some of the best North American teams take the stage, but now only 4 remain.
Yeah, yesterday it was a bloodbath, but today, you know what, it's the gauntlet. 4 teams are coming in and only 2 are coming out to play in the finals. But one team that's really standing out to me in particular is the team that's going to be playing next, Space Station Gaming, taking out arguably the best team on paper that everybody thought was going to win the event in Dark Zero. Space Station by far looked like the best team.
Yeah, Dark Zero yesterday looked like a shell of their former self. There's a lot of adjustments they need to make, but in the upcoming months, I'm confident that they will improve as a team. We saw them getting better during the game versus Space Station, but Space Station seemed to be too strong for them, just to their consistency and everything. We also saw Reciprocity with a great showing. They faltered a little bit on Villa versus Luminosity. They seemed to be sort of out of whack, but then we did see them bring it back and take it to overtime, and then on Border, they just kind of cleaned it up. You know.
I think the important thing to learn about this, we take a look at Dark Zero and how they lost, and we can't just run around and say, hey, these guys are trash. No, this is a talented group of individuals. This is, a God squad. But it takes time for these guys to really get in the same ideology when it comes to strategies.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look back at what happened yesterday. We had 4 matches for the Eastern and Western Conference playoffs, and of course, that got whittled down. Let's see how it happened.
Which team will come out on top?
30 seconds to go and miles away from the diffuser. This will be tough. He sees one, takes him down, gets swung on from the other side. Crazy knows he's playing behind the bomb chassis, and Crazy will win at the clutch.
We're down to only Bosco. What a find, though. 8 seconds left now to try and plan it as he interrupts Hyper in the middle of it. There's the tap. Do we see a push on TZ? Yes, we do, but he misreads it, and SSG get the clutch. Clutches it for Space Station Gaming, and they take a 2-0 win.
Laxing is above. Bailiff out. He'll get it. Does he have time, though? He's got a quarter of the way left. Laxing's a 3 armor, but it's going to come down to the wire. He's got plenty of time, and Reciprocity. What a play! Oh, my God, Laxing.
Only 10 seconds remain. They're going to have to try and frag out of their minds to close this out. Bolo with 2. I didn't think he could get him. Oh my, TSM! What is that fragging power? Bolo just runs down main and kills everyone.
Hot out the gate, we saw action at the Rainbow Six U.S. Nationals, and even though it wasn't our semifinals, finals, anything of that sort, it was just players that were fragging out. And gentlemen, we definitely had someone that came to play yesterday.
Yeah, when it comes to teams that came to play, SSG, TSM, Reciprocity, and Sonics all came to play, and that's why they're here today in the semifinals.
Yeah, we could talk about the teams all day. To me, it's the individual performances. See Nyx, Laxing, Vertical, Bosco. Everybody really showed up. In TSM for the last match of the day, seeing Achieved and Merc go off like that, some of the best individual performances we've ever seen at USN.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket and how yesterday actually played out. Like we said, we had the Eastern Conference and Western Conference playoffs. It was 3 2-0s, and Team Reciprocity, of course, narrowly losing in map number 2, had to send it to a map number 3 to force themselves into today. We've got the Eastern Conference Finals with Sonics versus Space Station Gaming first, and then following that, it will be TSM versus Team Reciprocity. We'll get to that one in a second, but gentlemen, let's talk a little bit about the Sonics and Space Station Gaming and how they were able to make it towards today.
So when it comes to the Sonics in particular, we saw a much better performance out of Super than I think anybody really actually anticipated.
Yeah.
And then we had, Slebin coming in huge, but we actually have Space Station up first, so you want to take that?
Oh, fine. Space Station Gaming, okay, it was pretty much, I'm not going to say luck on their side, but they were pretty fortunate to be the most methodical team in regards to tactician and strategy. They went against Dark Zero, who had a few team changes, and they're starting to come together, which takes time. SSG, they stuck together ever since they picked up Canadian from Evil Geniuses, and it really showed, and I really love how Thinking Nate has been quiet but deadly, especially when it comes to entry.
Yep, they seem very, very organized. Bosco with huge clutch plays, but they all have clutch potential. We just happened to see Bosco going off immensely yesterday.
Let's talk a little bit about the Sonics, though. We can pull the Sonics roster up here on your screen and kind of see what they're bringing to the table. Super, Goddess, Neptune, Slebin, and Gomfi. And we talked about it. That was the thing you highlighted yesterday, Veli, about Goddess's role at the end of rounds, and she certainly was able to show that yesterday.
Yeah, Goddess, she's such a good backbone support for this team, but what makes her job easier, in this particular tournament, there's a lot of familiarity with inter-region play. So that means it's a wild question mark when it comes to Slebin and Gomfi. They get the kills, leave it up to Goddess to close out the rounds, and she's such a good objective player.
To follow up on that, like Super's IGLing has been great, and his overall gameplay has been good. And then on top of that, when you're talking about Slebin and Gomfi, there was a big question mark as to how they would perform in a tournament like this, but they look like the dynamic duo. Going in, playing off of each other, seeming like they have all of their coordination worked out. And Sonic's looking very composed and organized in both the maps we saw them play before.
So we talk about Goddess, Slebin, Gomfi, and Super. To me, the most dangerous person on this team is Neptune's. Neptune's had a pretty quiet day yesterday. So imagine if he actually shows up. This Sonics team is just looking better and better as time goes by.
All right, that's the Eastern Conference. We're not going to go too deep on that one because we've got to wait for it a little bit later. Let's flip the script and go to the other side, though. We've got the Western Conference Finals. We've got TSM that showed up huge yesterday, and Reciprocity that narrowly lost that map number 2. It went the full 15-round distance, and I want to spend time on Reciprocity first because they, despite the fact that showed up and came out with the win, they were looking a little weak based on the intel that they were trying to get for themselves.
Yeah, they looked very discombobulated on Villa. They looked like they didn't know what they were doing. It's almost as if it was the first time they'd ever played the map, but given the roster changes, it kind of was the first time they played that map.
Yeah.
And when you talk about Reciprocity, you have to mention that Vertical is the only player from Team USA still in this tournament.
I would like to point out that even though I was hyping up Laxing and Vertical all day yesterday, I was waiting for a moment for them to have a 2vX scenario. That comeback was sparked by the 2v4 between Vertical and Laxing. Also, Nyx joining this team, we saw a little bit of role changes coming in from him, but once he got comfortable, he's with such a like-minded group. Nyx was my standout yesterday on Villa.
And I mean, we got to talk about this, and this was something you highlighted yesterday. Vertical's ability to be allowed to not have to be that hard carry role because he finds himself in a situation now where he's allowed to take a step back and let Nyx fill in that entry frag role. It gives him that chance to actually assess the situation, have a more IGL opportunity, and because of that, some of those clutch rounds were specifically based on the shot calls that he created for himself.
You talked about it yesterday when it comes to calculated aggression, and now Vertical has the opportunity instead to, you must take this fight right now. Maybe you can wait until the right time to take the fight, and then you're guaranteed to win it. We saw plays on Border when he was Legion, doing some of those rotations up and down the stairs with the impact grenades. That's the kind of calculated aggression that we want to see out of such a smart player.
All right, well, let's flip the script, though, and go over to TSM, Veli. I know you've got a lot to say about the TSM guys. Let's fly that roster and see what we've got bringing to the table. Achieved, Bolo, Merc, Geo, and Timzy HD. Now, I want to start with Timzy HD because he's coming in as a substitute and was by far one of the most consistent players. And if I'm saying this correctly from the stats that I had, has the most plants of anybody in the tournament thus far.
Timzy, I believe he has almost as many plants as he has kills at the moment. But asking for him to fill in for Pojo, man, his role doesn't have to be, hey, you go out there and get these kills. When you have Achieve, Molo, Burke, and Geo on your side, your job is that much easier. So play it slow, get the plants down, hard breach some walls, and everything's going to be easy from here on out.
When it comes to Timzy, we definitely saw him playing the role that he's supposed to be playing. Lots of droning, all the the diffuser plants, everything like that. He definitely had some opportunities to put some more stats up on the scoreboard, but I think that a lot of that comes down to first game jitters, first LAN experience jitters. Now that he has had practice on LAN and knows what to expect, I think that we're going to see him play even better today.
Now, of course, not only do we have all of the opinions of these analysts, but we also need to make sure to hear about your opinion at home because, of course, your opinion matters and we want to hear it, we want to see it. The players are definitely taking over to Twitter and we want you guys to do that too. Make sure you use the hashtag R6USN to get yourselves involved in the conversation and potentially end up on the ticker. And we might even have a little snippet a little bit later from what one of the players said. But gentlemen, we're going to get ourselves started in a little bit shortly. Eastern Conference, I want to move back to that because that's where we're heading. It is going to be a slugfest between the Sonics and Space Station Gaming. Do you guys have some early thoughts on what we think this is going to play out as?
I'll let you take that one first.
SSG, I just feel like they're just more of an experienced team. They're just a better team. Yeah, you know, Dark Zero was a big question mark, but SSG, they just came back from Croatia in the finals. SSG, they've always been near the top. Yeah, they've struggled a lot, kept a lot of games close, but this time this team looks different and they want to win.
Yeah, I know that when it comes to me in predictions, I haven't had very good luck, but my luck turned around. I'm up $10 today.
Okay.
And my first prediction was correct. The Army did win the branch battle.
All right. Well, hopefully your gambling skills are improving, which means your analytical predictions could be doing so as well. That's enough for us for the pre-show. It's time to get ourselves started for the Eastern Conference Final. We are ready to go down to our beautiful stage with our fantastic host, Jackie Jing. Take it away.
Thanks so much, you guys. Oh my gosh, yesterday was thrilling. Multiple overtimes, flashy plays. Are you guys excited? I like that. You all ready for the semifinals? Me too. But first, we have to meet our teams. Take a look. Now let's bring in our teams. First, the Sonics. Their opponents, Space Station Gaming. And we would like to ask Bosco and Lycan to step forward, please. So, I have a special message for you both. We know that you are missing your college graduation that is happening today. Instead, you chose to be here to compete. We appreciate that very much. Since you cannot share this moment with your classmates, friends, and family, we want to take a moment to recognize your academic achievement. If we can please get a round of applause from the audience for our 2 graduates. Standing ovation, completely appropriate. We are very proud of you both. All right, though, it's time to get to some action. You guys ready? You want this first match to start? All right, let's send it back to the boys.
Thanks a lot, Jackie. And again, congratulations to you both. Video games are great, and esports is certainly a pleasure. But the fact that you stayed in school and were able to grind it out and find yourselves on stage today, kudos to you, and make sure that you keep that going forward. To everybody at home, stay in school, kids. It's a really good thing. Welcome back to the desk. I'm Jump. I've got a Rams. I've got a Veli. Gentlemen, academics aside, we're back to video games, and let's talk about it. We've got the Eastern Conference Finals coming. We touched upon it a little bit, but I want to get right down to the meat and potatoes. Sonics, Space Station Gaming.
Space Station Gaming, 100%. So when you take a look at both of these rosters, Space Station Gaming, this is a fully stacked deck, and I feel like Sonics are a few cards short. Look at everyone on this roster. Bosco, Rampy, Canadian. There's legacy behind every single one of these players, and they're all having standout performances so far this event. But still, I'm gonna see more from Rampy. Rampy is usually the fragger, the standout player who always goes off and just projects SSG in the lead. He needs to come out today.
Regardless of SSG's past performances, they are a team that always wants to get better, are always trying to be the best. They are a hungry team. They are always improving, and I think that to become Team USA would be the first step for them towards greatness.
Well, they have an obstacle standing in front of them. It is the Sonics, or as we dubbed them yesterday, the Susquehanna Supersonics, taking a look with Super, Goddess, Neptunes, Sleben, and Gomfy. And I want to spend a little bit to talk about that duo of Sleben, Gomfy, because as you have noted, Rams, there's certainly ones that we need to be looking out for.
Yeah, Sleben and Gomfy are a dynamic duo right now. I said it earlier. They seem to work together very well at pinpointing exactly where they want to entry and having the proper utility at the right time. That's one thing about Sonics as a whole, is their utility usage to gain fragging potential as opposed to just using their gun skill.
Well, not only do we have Sleben and Gomfy, I mentioned you guys a little bit earlier about taking the conversation over to Twitter and talk about the U.S. Nationals. Well, Super, he actually took to Twitter himself and decided to see we can pull that one up. And, you know, he says, we play SSG tomorrow. These guys actually shoot back, so should be a good one. So not only a shot to the team that they defeated, but definitely some kudos to Space Station Gaming and what they were able to do and what they could potentially do today.
Yeah, Super and the rest of the Sonics team, they have a large chip on their shoulder right now. Being relegated over to CL and then beating Temple Storm, that was the first step. Super, he used to be on Rogue, used to be on top teams throughout the entirety of his career. Nowadays, he's on the lower end, and he wants to shoot back up to the top. First step is beating Space Station, and hopefully soon, Pro League.
All right, it's time to get ourselves into it, though, ladies and gentlemen. It is a best of 3 awaiting, and the map veto is locked and loaded and ready to fire. We can take a look at what the maps are going to be in just a little bit of a second. Of course, making sure that we take a look at the magnificent stage that is at our disposal this year. And let's check out these final map vetoes, bans, and picks. Villa and Bank taken off the table. Sonics with the Clubhouse first pick. Space Station on the rebuttal with a Coastline, then taking away Cafe and Border, which means none other than Consulate will be our decider map. First thoughts?
Pretty odd. Clubhouse, yes, Sonics, they were pretty strong on it yesterday, but also taking a look at my notes, Space Station Gaming recently, they're 10-1. That might come back to bite them.
Yeah, there's the level of confidence that Sonics have to exude for this matchup. In all honesty, there's a lot of doubt on the side of Sonics, and obviously that they want to prove all the haters wrong, so they have to stick to their guns and play on the maps that they know and not try to necessarily, you know, to try to take Space Station Gaming out of their comfort zone, because Space Station Gaming is always in their comfort zone. So, you know, I think that on the other hand, though, I think that SSG could vastly underestimate the Sonics and what they're actually capable of, given their performance yesterday.
And I think that that's something that we have to make sure that we keep ourselves aware of. Yes, Space Station Gaming has the experience. Of course, adding Canadians' experience as well, that's something that we have to add to the table. But yesterday, Sonics proved very quickly that they have the capabilities to hang with the rest, and I don't feel like I do feel like we're going to see some surprises out of them in this best of 3.
See, that's the beauty about this team. Everybody looks at Super and say, hey, you're our leader. We're going to listen to what you say. Just say it with your chest a little bit. Super makes all of these calls and changes. First, everyone, they're playing back in base, playing close to each other. And Super says, hey, Sleben, Gomfy, Neptunes, run around, get kills. Me and Goddess, we're going to do our things in the back. And they did it so well to come back. They were able to adapt so well to Temple Storm to where Tempo, they didn't know what hit them.
All right, you have multiple players that are ready to rock and roll. Last one, no analysis, no anything. Who's the MVP of this match? Veli, you're starting.
Bosco.
Bosco?
Has to be Bosco.
All right, we got a Bosco ×2, and we also got 2 new casters. They're going to be coming and ready to call the action for the Eastern Conference Finals. We've got Emzo, we've got Intero. Gentlemen, let's get these matches underway.
Thank you so much. Well, the analysts seem to think that this one is done before we've even played a single round, and it's going to be the Bosco show start to finish. I don't know if it's going to be quite as much of a blowout as they would guess.
I mean, it depends if Rampy shows up. I think if he does, this could really go, like, just steamroll for SSG. If he doesn't, you never know. Sonics act as a little bit of a wild card here.
I mean, nobody really thought the Sonics were going to get past Tempo Storm yesterday, and not only did they, but they did so in a 2-0 fashion, mind you, taking every single round to get there in 2 8-7 victories.
True.
But Space Station have looked like one of the best North American teams, period, over the last 6 months to a year, if you want to go all the way back to the Invitational in February. So they toppled Dark Zero, everybody's favorites to win this entire event. Who is going to come out of the Eastern Conference as the champions and go into the finals tomorrow? That's going to be the question. Is it going to be Space Station? Is it going to be the Sonics? Well, put your hands together. We got our first match of the day between these teams, and we'll be starting on Clubhouse.
This might be a bit of a slugfest here if the Sonics play anything like they did yesterday. Could it get to all 3 maps? You never know. Operator bans should be interesting here on Clubhouse, though. We did have quite a few hard breacher bans previously when we played on this. See if we end up with the Maverick first to go. Certainly a strong possibility. And there he goes. Good night, Maverick. So, not unusual at all for Clubhouse. Question is, do we get a second breacher banned or not? That's the biggest question. And we do not. Captao, when he was left unbanned yesterday, was quite a problem for teams to deal with. So not a surprise to see him go as well. But it does mean the 2 other hard breachers available. Hatches should get opened as needed. And Echo going as well. Not a big surprise. I mean, nothing really crazy here. Pretty much the standard bans for Clubhouse that you need to do to make sure you can play securely. Maestro is going to be available since Mare was the last to go. But Maestro, I mean, pretty good on this map, but Echo's a little bit more of a pain to deal with in some areas. I think most people are used to dealing with the common Evil Eye spots at this point, but it does mean you need to bring Zofia and sometimes potentially even Ash to make sure you can take out those Evil Eyes because, well, you still need to, even if you know where they're located. We will see at least the Zofia for now. Also does a bit of double duty on Cash as well to help with dealing with the bandit tricking. So you will get a bit of that as well. But Church, Arsenal, to start with, but teasing that they might go Jim with the Castle pick, 6th pick over to the Mute. They will have, of course, both the hard breachers here, anticipating that whether it be top floor or bottom, you really can get good use out of both of them. No reason not to bring them unless, of course, you need someone on something else.
Expect to see both hard breachers used every round, unless there's some kind of goofy pocket strat that gets brought out that we haven't seen before, because we've even seen teams run all 3 hard breachers if they don't get banned on this map. We've seen it on Bank as well. When you have to deal with walls, hatches, anything you want. You look at Dirt, for example. Yeah. Got the wall and Dirt that you want to open up as Thermite. You want to get the Church wall as Thermite. Hibana, you're going to get the 3 hatches. If there's an issue there, if you get an early pick, you might lose one of your 2 hard breachers. You've got the added insurance of a 3rd. Obviously, this is a moot point since Maverick is banned for this particular matchup.
5 seconds to go.
But I think it's similar to Bank. You have to ban a hard breacher, period. Capitao is such an influential operator on almost every map, though he does have his strengths, and Clubhouse tends to play to those strengths. He doesn't have an explicit counter, at least not yet. We always like to reference. Wamai is coming at some point, but he's not available yet. We don't even have Amaru and Goyu available, so we're still a ways off. But for the time being, Capitao has no counters, so you can't stop those firebolts from going off. Yeah, and they're great for getting control of garage. They're great for getting control of construction. They can do a lot of nasty work in bathroom if the site is gym bedroom.
Behind the black box inside the church as well.
Very correct. So, round number 1 between the Sonics and Space Station. As you noted, a church defense downstairs, and for the Sonics, they're going to keep their bodies on site. Safe, smart move. Play tight on the actual site. You don't need to commit too much. You don't need to overextend. You know how map control is going to work.
You really want to read into their attack first. Take some time to basically strategize, because SSG aren't necessarily going to use the same strats they've always used. They're going to try and bring things specifically to deal with the Sonics. And the Sonics, of course, are going to try to adjust to that. Now, of course, the person to watch after yesterday's matches with the Sonics is Slebin. If Slebin goes off and is able to do his thing, that worked out very well for the Sonics. if he doesn't have such a great day, perhaps some other member of the Sonics will have to step up. Drones are coming down now, though, to try and feel things out now they've got top floor control, the top 2 floors. They can start to make progress, open up a bit of the floor. Sometimes this is Buck, sometimes this is Sledge. There's pros and cons to both, but he, of course, still has 2 grenades in pocket either way as well. Could see them used on this wire or potentially some of the angles to even try and deal with Bandit if there was one inside.
There's just a mute that's going to stop the church wall from the time being. Canadian on his newfound support duties will open it up and giving calls in quite an aggressive manner. He's going to get the very first kill of these series. You can see he's fired up, and it's on Super, who peeks the doorway into Moto and gets dusted by the thermite.
Well, Canadian on very low HP. Not a great person to be carrying the diffuser if he goes in with that low of HP, but at the moment, he's holding down Moto just fine, so not a big deal. And now some top-down pressure coming as well as Blue.
The one thing that will work in his favor with how limited his HP is that as long as the Legion mines are out of the way and he doesn't have to worry too much about a Maestro cam, there's no denial that's going to kill him. And well, he's going for the plant as another body from Sonics will hit the floor. Watching the Blue hatch, but it's a swing from Golfi and Sleben, but they're just trading out right now, and it definitely favors SSG in a 1v3. Diffuser doesn't go down as Canadian is removed from action, but Bosco drops onto the site and Space Station will take round number 1.
Well, if it's a semi-clutch type situation, you still got Bosco left alive, you know that's probably the round for SSG. The man comes through time and time again. That was still, again, the problem I said with Canadian going with low health, but you know what? There was still enough members alive after that trade. I don't think the diffuser being lost in sight was a big deal at that point. It's still not a great situation, but kudos to Canadian for being brave and trying to make the play. Anyways, we saw a lot of that yesterday, the Bosco-Canadian combo, and just getting those plants down, playing objective. We'll see if they can do that for the top floor sites when they get up there, but Church again for the second attempt here. They're going to try and change things up a little bit this time with the Kite. The mute jammer didn't really work great because he wasn't going to be able to trick it, and the Thatcher took out that quick to make the church wall not a problem. So instead, going to bring something that could deal with it a little more dynamically, okay? Or potentially just secure the hatches, especially the Moto hatch you can trick.
I am a little confused as to the way that Sonics played that. It seemed very passive, way too passive. They didn't really ever establish any true control. So you had the mute that was playing on the wall inside a church. You have the mute jammer down. You can't really mute juggle or mute trick the way that you can with an Electric Claw or with a Bandit battery. So once the Thatcher AMP goes off, there goes church wall. The only real way to stop that is to swing out from Moto, which Super tried to do, but he wasn't even that aggressive. He just peeked the doorway. Or in a common area that's referred to as Pulse Spot, which is the first panel of the soft wall at the bottom of the stairs, which is when you go down the stairs directly on your left, near the hatch that you drop from kitchen. You can return fire from there, and if you have somebody playing in that spot, be it a Pulse, be it a Valkyrie, be it anybody, you can see the whole side of church wall and the Moto drop as well. There was nobody from Sonics there that bothered to pressure until it was too late, which I believe was when Sleben and Golfi got in the action. I almost merged their names together there because they did come as a package deal. But you had the Valkyrie playing in blue rather than playing over by Arsenal. So I was a little confused as to what they did. They're going to get a second crack at it. They've changed some things up. I think you're right. I think the Kaid's a better pick than the Mute. We'll see if it actually does anything here, as you also see a change from Space Station. So no Sledge. They've got a Buck on the board instead. Everything else is pretty standardized.
I appreciate seeing Rampy's caution too. Despite the fact that they're droning out the top two floors, you saw him checking angles, you saw him pre-firing spots. He is very prepared for Sonics to do something unexpected and come at them. Now Sonics, again, still very, very passive during this first minute here. All of them sitting on site, no one trying to do anything crazy, just, again, trying to look at any openings they can respond to. But I like Space Station's caution. They don't want to just take it for granted that Sonics is a team that I'm sure they think they could beat just fine. You don't want to take that for granted. You've got to go in this just completely swinging, make sure you take every single round you can. I mean, the shorter you can make the match, the more you can prepare for the next one. But at the same time, they are going to start working their way down towards side a little bit here. They need to clear some of these hatches. There's a Kite Electric Claw on the kitchen hatch they want to deal with. Thinking Nate still has 2 EMPs to help with that.
Well, I do think it is worth reminding people that we are playing on the older patch, which is when the Kite Electric Claw radius was significantly smaller.
May not affect a lot of the walls in this particular map, just because a lot of them are 2 walls anyways, but Rampy, though, he's showing some sledding down first.
I love the face cam reactions, because you can tell that this is personal for Space Station. Rampy obviously very happy as he's doing his best Clark Kent impersonation with those glasses, let's be honest. A very fashionable look, very fashion forward for a gamer. No gamer wear here. So you've opened up the hatches. You have no X-Kairos left. Most of your hard destruction is done. You got about a minute to go. You still got the Kaid playing safely inside a church, but it doesn't look like it's going to be a church take at all for Space Station. So where are they going to go? They're likely going to hit blue in the back of Arsenal with Bosco watching from above. Some drone work allows him to know that the Maestro of Goddess is playing safely towards the back boxes. Frag grenade goes down. It's going to down Super. Do they know? That's the real question. There are no points, so you're not assured of whether or not you got a kill. It's not secure. Hot drop through the hatchet. It's a common plant spot for Canadian, trying to lure Goddess out of her position. Neptune's falls to Fultz. Super has not been picked up yet. Thinking Nate has the cross. This is a march of death right now for SQ, and how about a flawless round? Space Station 2 in a row.
What a fantastic end of the round. Canadian again, braving, just going in. I mean, technically, yeah.
Trusted his team.
Yeah, he's got cover from above, but he is solo in terms of being in the site by himself with two players that could potentially swing on him. It's total trust in your cover from the hallway and from above to hit their shots. And they did. And that's what matters is he acts as bait at that point. He knows, if I die, my team will follow this up, but I trust that they will cover me as best as they can. And I mean, I like how objective focused they are. They're not just, let's go in and go and try and get some picks. Let's see if we can get some kills and soften up the site. It's, let's get in our positions, let's get this plant down, and then kill anyone who tries to stop that. It's very effective here. And so far, I mean, Space Station's off to a great start. You see the players there looking very happy with that last round, and rightly so. Sonics, on the other hand, trying to be reactive is not working, so it's time to change sites. They're going to go to a site where they could be a little bit more dynamic up here in Cash. We'll see if they can bandit trick it, if they're going to go for that. Slevin's going to be one to do that. We're not going to see Super fly away like we had in the past, trying to bandit trick that Cash wall. But he is going to be on the mute. This is going to help a little bit with denying some drones, potentially. Get some denied some of that intel that worked so well for Space Station last round in terms of their execute actually working out. We are going to have Rampy again on the Buck. He's not going to be going switching over to the Sledge or anything. And Buck is a better choice here because then you can approach from below if you want to, whereas you cannot do the same thing with Sledge. So overall, some good operator choices. We'll see if Canadian's able to go to sprint in for a plant, but Neptune's is going to be that Maestro on top of the catwalk that it can't be easily taken out the same way without the Capitao. So he'll be a force to be reckoned with if they feel that's a necessary part of their take.
I wonder if with the Capitao ban being from SSG, they're just going to forego garage control, or maybe even just go through garage a different way. There are teams, and Bosco has done this a number of times on teams he's played on. We've seen it from SSG before, which is when you use the X-Kairos of Hibana to open up portions of the garage wall, so you can control the window rotate. That's by the cache wall. Try to follow along, which is the cache wall right here. So you'll open up some of the garage panel, and then, well, what are you going to do? You catch anybody on the rafters that tries to rotate on out. Canadian should be able to get this wall easily. There you go, it'll open up, and he'll go on to repel duty. He and Fultz becoming fast friends since joining this team, and they're going to work in tandem now, and the wall doesn't require much utility to get open. I know you noted yesterday in one of our matches that, hey, if you used a lot of utility, but you still got the wall open, that's okay. This, I think, is far more of a success because you didn't use it.
I mean, that's more utility you can use on the actual site. And utility is important here because you need to get people out of their positions. They start to get into fixed angles that they can use against you, especially tight angles that you can't fight as easily, like Slevin's playing. They need to be able to force people out of those. Having an extra impact on his lifeline there, for example, will definitely help with that if they need to open up a hole to give themselves an angle or even potentially finish off a kill.
Once again, a lot of patience from the Sonics as we approach the halfway point of round number 3. It's a crack at a different site this time, as the two attempts at Church down below did not work very well for the Pennsylvania-based team. Fultz will miss just a tiny portion of his shots onto one of the defenders that rotated at the top of red, and he'll open up some of the soft walls with Rampy now giving himself a quick exit. Canadian entering through over on construction, so Space Station have decided, hey, let's go from the other angle now. We don't necessarily even need to take the wall that we had opened up first. EMP goes down on the Canadian, and he'll open up the wall. Slevin will get the opening kill for the Sonics. That bodes well for them. And it's on to Fultz, who's playing by the open breach on Cash Wall. You've still got Rampy and Canadian looming inside of construction. Plenty of time for them to work with if they really want to. But nobody from the Sonics is giving SSG anything. This is excellent patience from the Sonics. Will be their undoing, though. Frag grenade goes in to land at the feet of Goddess, but do no damage at all as she was up on a desk. A second missed opportunity for Bosco. Oh, Goddess wins a heads-up gunfight, and she gets 2 for her trouble before being dispatched by Rampy's frag grenade. Quarantine for the time being inside of construction. It's going to be a Red Stairs retake with Rampy watching. He knows there's one there. Can't connect on 2. Thinking Nate gets it. Will they be able to capitalize on the rest? Oh, all of guns from Space Station are coming alive, putting us into a 1v1 with Rampy and Sleben. It's going to be a battle to the death. Diffuser is down, and Rampy will win it. And despite trailing most of that round, it's 3 in a row for Space Station.
Well, now we're seeing Rampy come alive. Gets his shots hits his grenades. He's on fire on that buck. Definitely working out for him better than it did on the sledge even. So, like I said, if Rampy comes alive, SSG just going to steamroll this just because you've got Bosco who absolutely shows up. You've got Canadian who knows his job and gets it done. You've got great support from Thinking Nathan Foltz. And if Rampy's there to get the kills on top of that, there's not a lot you can do to fight back. But as you mentioned, the patience from Sonics, they are trying to play smart, but they are playing passive. And all the time that they sat there playing passive and not fighting back, they let a lot of walls get open uncontested. They had the double hard breach. They didn't really even have to use it, just 2 EMPs and some stuns from Sophia, and that was it to open everything up they needed to. That was really what kind of gave the opportunity for a lot of those kills to go down. But there were some good trades back from the Sonics. They were able to actually take it down to a 1v1. They played as smart as they could, tried to communicate, just tried to find opportunities to capitalize on the attackers pressuring into the site, once they actually came in. But again, Rampy was able to play his game, win his gunfights, and just great support from the rest of the team. There's something different gonna have to come out here from the Sonics, because we mentioned this could be a pretty defender-sided map with Maverick banned. I mean, even more so with both Hard Breachers banned, but still, this is where they should have some advantage here. Now, I gotta wonder though, now that we're going back to Cash again, Neptune's going to be playing the same Maestro on top of the catwalk. Will they decide to find a way to pressure it this time, or are they just going to go with the same attack yet again? Because, well, that'll be a little bit more predictable this time. They'll read into it. They'll know how to fight it a little bit better, at least. We could see even maybe a little bit of roam down a lounge or something like that to come from a different side if need be. Or we actually might even see a Sleben playing over in the gym bedroom side, potentially. No, looks like he's coming back, but we might see a little bit more roam, I think. I think playing passive, as you mentioned, is not really working out great. I think they need to do something. Sleben, as we know, can really be on fire. Let him roam, let him play something a little bit different if he can, but he was the bandit to try and trick that, but it's not gonna happen here.
Another wall opened up very easily for Space Station onto the Cash side of things. It's gonna be a Cash defense again, as you noted, and they need to do something, you're right. It's very easy for us to look back on things like patience and say, oh, well, it's impressive that they're not giving anything. It's impressive that they're not contesting. But I think that one of the strengths that the Sonics has as a team is their aggressiveness, their ability to peak, their ability to take fights. When you have guys like Gomfi and Neptunes and Sleben on that roster who can drop a dozen frags a game consistently. All right, that was some superhuman Kool-Aid Man-esque breaching there from Rampy. You need to be able to take those fights and win those fights, and right now, they're just not winning the fights on the Sonics side of things. They're not. Yeah. That's a major problem, and a lot of it is their reluctance to chase frags. A lot of it is their reluctance to actually engage, really, and that's tough if you're the Sonics. I understand that you want to be patient against a team like Space Station. They are very methodical. They themselves are an exceptionally patient team, probably one of the most patient in all of NA, but you got to do something. Yeah. This is something, speaking of, that we've seen before. Goddess is down below, and Bosco will get droned down to go get her. Why? Because she's going to try to impact the exothermic charge that gets put onto that construction wall.
We saw it work a bit yesterday.
It worked perfectly.
But it was demonstrated, as you mentioned. Now they know about it, and that's a problem. Oh, that's a real problem here. Rampy completely reads into that. Didn't even need to use his hammer.
Say goodbye, Goddess. And there's free passage now into construction. Rampy does his job. Excellent teamwork from Space Station. Drone down, another will fall to Super as Rampy picks up his second kill. Foltz is there too, and SSG is just dogpiling the Sonics. C4 will go off, frag grenade tossed over towards red stairs. Foltz takes out Gomfi, and it's Sleben with a tiny portion of HP on red. He's just sitting ever so precariously. Spotted, and another flawless round from Space Station.
And that was at least 3 from Rampy that round. He's definitely I think he got lit a little bit under his butt from yesterday, just really being ranked the worst player on this team, and a team that was doing so well. He is really trying to make up for it. And it is interesting to see the alternation between Buck and Sledge. I think he wanted a little bit more of a silent entry that round, so he went with the Sledge to be able to do, as you said, his Kool-Aid Man trick to get through the wall there. It looked like it was just a little bit of a delay in the animation, or possibly a spectator thing. But either way, he got through nice and quietly to sneak on in case he had to deal with someone roaming on that side. And just changing back and forth as needed. Jim finally coming out here as I mean, Sonics have had no success on either two sides.
Yeah, this is really rough waters for the Sonics. On a defender-sided map, one of the most defender-sided in the game, with a Maverick and a Capitao ban, Mira and Echo being banned is very commonplace. It doesn't really change the equilibrium of this matchup. You would imagine that it would be still more defender-sided, and right now, SSG are making them look like chumps. And I did want to say one thing. Before the matchup, the desk talked about this. Super tweeted out that these guys actually shoot back, so this should be a good one.
Yeah.
I would just like to say that that was technically incorrect because they're not shooting back because the Sonics aren't shooting at them at all.
It's true, yeah. They are doing the first shot.
Thank you for cheering, crowd. I appreciate that. Really helps me out.
They're so kind.
Nice people.
I'm sure most people are here to cheer for Super.
I mean, at some point, maybe Space Station will shoot back, but right now the Sonics aren't, so.
Yeah. I mean, there was a little bit, maybe the previous cash round, but not a whole lot. We'll see if they could do a little bit different in Gym, though. I mean, it's a little bit different of a beast to deal with. You don't worry so much about the cash wall. It's still nice to keep it solid if you can. It's more about the hot tub wall, and that's going to go. It's not quite the juggling act that you're going to get on the cash, but they really didn't pull off anything trying to hold the cash wall. In fact, last round, Sleben lost half his health trying to do it. So it's like maybe they could focus their attention elsewhere on this particular site. Just focus on their positioning, or maybe, again, playing down below. I'd like to see a bit more roam. Maybe a two-man roam to set up for a trade, so that if they lose, like, what we saw Rampy able to do last round through the wall, something like that, there's able to be a trade situation set up at least. But, again, it's not looking good here, right? I mean, we're so far looking like a bit of a landslide in SSG's favor, because Sonics just haven't really shown much outside of the one close round.
I think there's a couple things that I could talk about endlessly. And number one, I am just genuinely puzzled by what the Sonics are trying to do and why they just don't seem to be bringing any fight whatsoever to Space Station. They're listless. Rampy has 11 kills. He is single-handedly defeating this team. And I wonder if it's because Rampy at one point had the Pro League record. Bear in mind, this is not Pro League. We have,
He wants more records.
I have created some controversy, I suppose, by saying that I think that there should be separate records for these kind of things. Right now, the record is being held by Palu for the most kills in like a single match or whatever, with, 27 kills or something like that. Rampy has 11 kills through 4 rounds.
He's looking to get there.
If this gets competitive, Rampy could potentially break that record, but he's going to need a little help from the Sonics, and the only help they've been giving right now is a couple free rounds. So they're going to need a much closer match to get up to this point. As with most gym defenses, you're going to see a roam over towards the cash side. There's a drone that's been established at the bottom of the garage stairs, so you can see if somebody's going to peek you, thinking Nate is going to sit on it for the time being, while Rampy drones out the rest of cash. The wall's been opened up by Canadians, so Space Station expending some of their gadgetry just to make sure that they have the maneuverability that they need. Golfi sits all alone inside of the cash portion himself, but at the top of red stairs is Sleben. He's going to get droned out once, and then twice again. Still on the top of red. Where is he going to go? Canadian in, does Sleben peek? Because if Sleben peeks, this could be the best opportunity. It's a C4 from below from Neptunes onto Rampy. They still know that the Jaeger is there, but Canadian just narrowly misses out on him as he drones himself in. Teamwork from Space Station could have been better in that particular instance. But the Sonics get their second opening pick of this series.
Well, it's an important one with the guy with 11 kills. You kind of want to kill him first. I think that was definitely a great opening pick, and it really leaned into how they were droning. They were droning upstairs, but they weren't overly focused on droning downstairs, and I think that hurt them a little bit, something they might try and correct in a future round. But for now they're going to have to play without Rampy, without those nades to be able to help pressure into site itself. They're going to have to decide which way to approach from, because everyone's going to be pretty bunkered inside at this point. There's limited angles through doorways that you could get. You can fight through logistics office as well. Of course, they're going to have both heavily guarded. You could try and fight some angles here from the hatch, but as you can see, they are somewhat limited as well. So it's just, again, you're going to see Sonics playing angles, hoping they can catch Space Station off guard.
Canadian just missing out, and he gets stunned by the Zofia of Fultz. Golfi takes out Thinking Nade. Goddess is finished off in a joint effort by Fultz and Canadian. They cannot secure the kill on the Sleben as we see Neptune swing around the corner. The smoke putting in work as Bosco takes out Sleben himself. Bosco dusted as Neptune's peaks early, and it's all on the shoulders of Canadian. He finds one as Golfi rotates, but Thermite is not exactly the operator that you want. In this particular instance, he takes out Neptune's, but he can't get through the doorway, caught on the hinges. And well, finally, the Sonics get on the board right after their timeout. Hopefully they've learned something so we can get a closer match between these two. It still came down to a 1v1, so tantalizingly close for SSG fans.
Yeah, you gotta imagine still Sonic's best round was still down to a 1v1. That's not great. And then it was on their, the tertiary bomb site, the one that there was, that they were really just kind of like, well, the other two aren't working, let's play that. And now they can't play it again. Now they've got to go back to sites that didn't work. But the plus for them is this is their last defense. So at least it'll be over soon for them. But we'll see if they can bring it back a little bit. We've seen some good comebacks, yesterday especially. But it's going to be tough. Bosco wanting to make sure that they could deal with the roamers a little bit better this time. Going to be bringing the Jackal 6th pick. That should be interesting to see if they actually are going to try roam this time. You mentioned they should be using their aggression a bit more. They might try to this round, and that might play right into Bosco's 6th pick hands. They are going to at least have the Legion, though, to be able to tell if they're coming, assuming that they throw some of those around to be able to help cover that. They also have Slebin on the Mozzie, something a little new for them to try and deny some of the droning, because there definitely has been droning coming out pretty heavily from SSG, but also that doesn't stop Jackal. I think that's important to note, is that Mute Mozzie combo is great for stopping everyone pretty much but him in terms of catching where you're at. And the drone game has been on point, so anything you can do to stop that is, I think, a smart call. But they are going for the castle upstairs roam strat, it looks like.
This is something we've seen on display a number of times yesterday, and has become, I don't want to say meta, because it's certainly not meta, but it's definitely not as unusual as it used to be. Castle has seen his pick rate grow in top levels of competitive Siege, I feel like, over the last year. He's always hovered in the 20% range, maybe edging up slightly to the 20-30% range now. And he's an operator that is very much at the mercy of a bad gun and the site that you're going to play on. So you have to realize that there are a lot of tools to knock him down. There's a lot of sites that don't make a lot of sense with him.
It also helps they haven't added a lot of soft breachers to be able to... So
Correct.
There's still the standard lineup up to Zofia, which was, I think, the newest of the soft breachers, if you count it.
Sledge is still a great operator to get rid of him. Thinking they'd find Super. The mute is dead way early. Playing up top at Jim. I don't know why he peeked that opening to try and engage and contest with Thinking Nade. Maybe he just didn't suspect that it was coming. I'm not entirely sure. But the opening frag for Space Station will put them up to a major advantage for the remaining 2 minutes of this round. They'll add to that, though. Say goodbye, Gomphy, as Rampy gets his kill, looking like it's a 5-1 for Space Station, unless the Sonics are able to do something. Goddess now being tracked on the stairs. She's watching her team die around her. Down she goes, down Slebin goes, and Neptunes will have to drop. Staves off a flawless round for the time being, inside of Armory. But he's going nowhere fast. 5-1 for Space Station, a dominating performance on the first half. They'll now go on to defense. Usually, a 5-1 scoreline is seen from the defenders on Clubhouse, not so through this match.
I'm not seeing possibly the 7-8 scenario that we saw from Sonics yesterday. This is looking like it could be a little bit more one-sided. I'm certainly not writing them off just yet. The side switch could change everything. But from what we've seen in terms of their passive play, in terms of their ability to make plays happen, regardless of which side they're on, they just haven't been doing it. They've tried that last round.
Were you just cheering Sonics relegated?
I think that's already happened.
Need to locate and defuse
I mean,
bombs.
do these guys have a time machine we don't know about? Well, they're certainly feeling the heat now.
Crowd goat.
They're trying to keep Super on his toes for sure.
I'm just waiting for them to build those giant, with the boomsticks like they did at Raleigh, the giant hammers and the people, and they got very creative with it.
Yeah. Keep it interesting. We are going to see some castle defense upstairs again. This time, of course, the sides have switched, so they'll be playing a little bit differently. But we'll see if it works a little bit better. I mean, there was a definitely decent effort last round from Sonics with it, but it got dismantled so quickly. They are bringing something a little bit different on that, and that's the Vigil, along with the Mute Mozzie. So a lot of drone denial for this. It's really, if nothing else, going to take, I would think, a lot of time to try and clear out any roamers there are. Heck, they could even not run any roamers, and it would still take forever for them to clear it out. Just because they see those castle barricades, you could Mute Mozzie them, and it's like, well, we've got to drone and face check this.
The gunners from the Sonics really need to come alive. The story of that first half, as we've said many, many times, was the patience of the Sonics, but patience only goes so far, and then I think you can say pretty credibly that it's a lack of patience and just maybe being scared or timid or whatever you want to call it. It's a 3-man roam or 2-man roam from Space Station up top with Rampy as well as Thinking Nade waiting to possibly confront Slevin, as he's going to be your main entry for the Sonics. Canadian losing the castle barricade. He'll get the hell out of Dodge as fast as he can over by the billiard table. Slevin enters, Neptunes finds Bosco, so this roam-heavy setup that's being done is not working out all that well. Good opening pick for the Sonics. They're going to need to string a couple of those together, and, well, you've got so many people from Space Station that are all off-site that if the Sonics are able to transition quickly, that you could end up with Space Station needing to retake to their death, essentially. Yeah. Neptunes did take a bit of a beating in that altercation, so that's about all you got out of it if you're SSG.
Good denial there from the Mozzie Pest.
It's big brain time.
There it is. And no aim to pull that brain.
You can see that Rampy is, yeah, that's, what's the typical Ashbane saying? All aim, no brain?
Unfortunately, no brain.
It was the other way around on that one.
Definitely has no brain at this point.
That's a no aim, no brain kind of play right there.
We've got the nice shot drop from Rampy in there at the chat.
Canadian getting pressured from the stairs. He's been given away, and he'll activate his cloaking device, being very patient. He can't shoot through those stairs. He doesn't really have to worry about too much. Got metal on the bottom of them. Goffy's just trying to do anything he can along with Slevin as they've cleared the top floor, but they need to transition this to the bottom floor. Thinking Nade runs as best as he can. Goffy finds Canadian. Things falling apart for Space Station on what is a good entry from the Sonics. And very close to a flawless round. They only got one more kill to go. Fultz with, once again, the bullet holes. A castle against 5 Sonics members.
Well, we saw Merc get an ace with an ump yesterday, but it's not going to happen today.
Not even close. Not an operator that you want to engage multiple opponents on, especially in heads-up gunfights, and the Sonics will win their very first attack. Still 5-2 for SSG.
Well, you know, that roam play is always a bit of a long shot. It either works or it doesn't, but good on the Sonics to really dismantle it as well. I mean, they did pretty much what Space Station did, which is just tear it apart person by person. And that's the problem with that setup, is there wasn't any good trade coverage. You saw every person die individually on Space Station, that none of them were ready to set up for something, and so it was just a small gunfight, just spread out over about 2.5 minutes, all down to Fultz left through a bullet hole. And I mean, I appreciate the bullet holes, the trickery, the castle barricades, the drone denial, but if you don't hit your shots, if you're getting caught out by players just responding faster than you are, it just doesn't matter. And so it was good to see, as you said, Sonics shooting first, so there is a chance for Space Station to shoot back. And we seem to have a bit more of a game on our hands now.
Yeah, SSG did not shoot back for most of that round. So I guess technically his tweet was now correct.
Yeah, we'll see how things transition this round as they go to Jim, though, rather than Cash second. So it's been interesting to see this site slowly, kind of go up and down in popularity to kind of oscillate over time as people figure out different ways to play it and different ways to attack it. It's kind of been a bit more of a mixed bag than Church or Cash really has been, as both those sites have kind of their standard ways of attacking that haven't changed too much over time.
Attackers must locate.
We'll see if they have anything really crazy to play here. Rampy's going to be on that Kaid. And we'd seen some of the best Kaid tricking play that we had in the past from, I believe it was Rampy, playing inside Cash, just going nuts with impacts and the ability to hit with those Electroclaws. And now Kaid, in this patch, as you mentioned, does have those impact nades still.
Yeah. I think you can make a pretty credible argument as to whether or not that was a buff or a nerf. In this case, a lot of people saw it as a nerf because you don't usually use him for 3 panels. You're still going to bring Bandit a lot for that. Yes, he can juggle more effectively, but those impacts were so crucial. And in fact, I don't know if Na'Vi wins the Pro League Finals without Kaid having those impacts, if you recall their consulate defense. So absolutely, it's something to keep in mind as well. And it's really good for this position. We've seen Rampy guard off Cash all by himself in a masterful display of Electroclaw juggling and then impact tricking as well. Of course, for those unfamiliar, impact tricking is when you use the impact grenade, which comes in the side equipment of a handful of operators. Here you go, see Rampy has the impact grenade. You throw it at a wall and it blows up either the X-Kairos from Hibana or the exothermic charge from Thermite on the other side.
Basically splash damage that hits breach charge of different natures. Yeah. It works fairly well. Coffee, though.
Goodbye, Bosco.
That is a smoke down early, a great early pick. He was just in a wrong position at the wrong time. When these windows are available, you cannot be just out in the open like that.
It does always mystify me when these windows get opened up that teams do try to rotate and peek through them when they know that there's going to be people in that direction. But finally, it's a kill from Thinking Nade, who has to try to get back into kitchen as quickly as he can after he eliminates Super. Off the board is the Thatcher. Castle jumps out. There's no Claymore. Fultz capitalizes and right back in he goes. It's a little game of peekaboo. Sleben will do what he did best yesterday on Clubhouse, which is ascend those main stairs. He'll be joined by Neptunes, who's lost an awful lot of HP in the process. Thinking Nate downs the Ash, finished off with the shotgun, pulls it out, he'll go back to close range. It's only gonna take one bullet to take out the Hibana that's playing close angle, just to the right of Thinking Nate if he does opt to peek.
Oh, Plant's starting to go down for just a second there, teasing it out. But it seems they're rethinking this here. I mean, they've only got 2 men, and Neptunes on such low health can't effectively guard this Plant, so they're just baiting it.
Thinking Nate tries to draw out Neptunes, can't really do it. Goddess is lost in the sauce, as the kids say. Match point for Space Station.
Well, that was a lot quicker than I expected getting to match point at least. I'm not saying it's over, but that was pretty swift getting here. Looking pretty good for Space Station, who stumbled a little bit that first round, but certainly not the second round. It's odd to see Church be the stumbling point for these teams. Although, to be fair, there was some good attempts on Church. It's just no one's really been able to secure it. So they're going to try one more time for what could be the last, if they're able to figure it out this time. I mean, last time there was the roam-heavy defense that just didn't work. And maybe they won't go with that this time. They are at least teasing the castle. We'll see whether they 6-pick off that or not. But that does, again, they have to go for the same lineup that they were last time. That does, again, hint at the pretty heavy roam. Like I said, though, they can tease that. They can set it up. It does expend a lot of utility to do so, but if you could burn a ton of their time as well, that doesn't give them a lot of time to work with for their actual execute. That forces them into a little more constrained positions that you can use. And it looks like when SSG are able to get a man advantage, if they're able to get some of those early picks, like Super has been a couple times, it seems like that tends to steamroll into a quick round after that. So they're going to be looking for an early pick, especially if you get a Thatcher. Always useful to pick off early, especially with so many electronics in play between the Pests and the Mute Jammers, and heck, even the Vigil, who can be affected by that.
Yeah. There's a lot of options that the Sonics could have had here, but they just haven't gone with many of them. And I really do think their undoing was they had 6 cracks at the defense to be aggressive. They didn't take it really ever at all. And I know that Clubhouse isn't exactly a map where you can be very aggressive, but let's even just look at round 8 that just happened with SSG. What did they do? Well, they get aggressive on the main floor. Foltz jumps out of a window knowing there's no Claymore there and takes out Gomfy. You swing on the main stairs if you're thinking they knowing that somebody's pushing up. Space Station took fights that they didn't need to take.
I think they knew where a lot of players were, though, position-wise, that they didn't have the previous round.
Absolutely. And I mean, the Sonics could have done the same, but they just sat and they waited. Speaking of the Sonics, this is a strategy that they employed downstairs with the castle barricades, as was mentioned. It's now going to be Space Station doing similar things on a Church defense. Could it be our final round here on Clubhouse before we have Coastline next on deck? We saw Coastline get played by Space Station yesterday as they were victorious over Dark Zero. Canadian is nestled very safely, nice, snug, and tight on that main floor.
I don't feel like he's ever had a lot of success as Vigil, even though he plays it so much. I mean, he's great at burning time, but I just don't see him get a lot of kills from this, and jumping back to side here seems like a better play.
But I mean, if you look at the way that Canadian has been played on both Evil Geniuses and now Space Station over the last 7-8 months, his job isn't necessarily to get kills.
Oh no, don't get me wrong.
Taking some scorn, or drawn some scorn, I guess you could say.
I would just like to see him be a little bit more of a lethal pest.
I mean, I think Vigil's doing his job the best here, as you need him to, right? 90 seconds in, and what has Sonics done? They've taken out a couple castle barricades, they've taken some map control on that main floor, but they've spent utility in the process. There's a lot of drones that have been destroyed, and that's the big thing. The more you lose those drones, the less opportunity you have to know where the defenders are going to be playing downstairs, because you suspect, rightfully so, that most of the defenders will be on that bottom floor. But where? Is there somebody playing close in Church? Is there somebody in blue? You never really know.
Luckily, there's not a ton of positions to play, but they are going to at least try and pressure blue here, it seems. And also, they're droning a little bit downstairs, but, like you said, a little bit less time to work with than they usually have, and a little less utility. Clearing all those castle barricades without a sledge, it burns up a lot. Yes, technically, they didn't need to clear those out once they cleared out all the roamers, but you don't know that. And you certainly don't want anyone sneaking up on you later.
It looks like it's going to be a single lone push on blue from Sleben while the rest of the team hot drops over towards Moto. Shots ring over the head of Canadian as blue control is still in favor of Space Station. Flash goes out behind him, won't flash him, but you can see that Thinking Nate is totally blind. He gets down. 2 from Space Station as they look to lock this one out. First map could go in their favor. Gomfy refrags onto Bosco. Rampy and Super trade off. Unable to land his shots as Rampy, so it's a 2v1 with Foltz. Yet again, UMP in hand, won't be able to do it. He gets outgunned by Sleben, and the Sonics will be able to stay alive for the time being. Still, match point for Space Station, but another round for SQ.
just Church seems undefendable at this point, at least with the roam strategy. I mean, at least that time they didn't get caught out on the roam. Canadian just burned time and got away. But, you know, I wonder if the utility could be better spent elsewhere. Because the utility, yes, it burned time, but time didn't seem to be the problem for Sonics that round. It was just losing the fights. Some of that was due to losing the fight in blue. Losing blue like that control definitely can really backfire, because then you can get a lot of pressure from the soft wall that leads into Church as well. Canadian had a nice opening pick from in there, but it wasn't enough to really change the game. Canadian going back to one of his old faithful operators as well. While I think he has a huge pool of operators he plays, he has a few he plays very well that he tends to stick to. And Pulse and Vigil are definitely two of those. He will be able to provide a lot of intel for the team, who will very likely not be roaming this time, but they'll have that extra intel and the extra utility that I think they'll need. But they will be on a different site. Cache hasn't necessarily been the best bomb site, but SSG have yet to play it, so we don't know how that'll go for them. The gym did go very well, so upstairs so far with a little bit of roam seems to be working out for them.
Still could be our final round.
Absolutely.
We'll need overtime to break match point for Space Station, at which point they could get it back. I know it didn't seem as close, and you called it a little bit earlier, saying that we might not have the same 8-7, 8-7, etc. that we have seen previously from the Sonics. I think that Church being played the way it did from SSG was not great, and I think that the Sonics were very precise with how they took Moto control. And then honestly, a lot of it fell down to gunfights too.
Yeah. I mean, literally they've been twice as good on attack as they were on defense.
Right.
But that's not saying much. Oh, there we go, Rampy decided to flip the on switch back on, takes out one of the hard breachers. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult if they need to do any trickery with that, but they still have the thermite for the cache wall.
Oh no, Canadian,
Or
you
do
need to
they?
hit your shots.
Do they?
Hit your shots. Oh, come on. Gomfy gets away by the skin of his teeth on what should have been a very, very easy kill for Canadian, and he's going to be kicking himself from that one. But you've been able to do so much damage to the Zofia that, well, you can see it's going to flash red for the rest of this round. Does he dare jump out? There's no Claymore. Super is on drone. There goes a C4. Gomfy comes up. Super had no idea that there was anybody there, so Canadian will re-engage. All it's going to take is one bullet onto the Zofia. Maybe two, who knows? Still low enough. But he won't do any more damage than he's already done. Doesn't overextend at all. Slevin gets called into action. Up blue stairs he goes. Fultz might be able to catch him on garage, but there's a shot that rings down from the top of red. Fultz sees him, lines up, hits like a truck, why don't you? Gomfy's downed as well. It's got us in a 1v5. They've already got 2 flawless rounds under their belt. What about a flawless round to send them to map 2 with an advantage here? Nobody wants to be in the position that she's in. She's not going to win her gunfight. It's Canadian who gets it. A flawless round again. 3 on the board for Space Station, and they'll take map number 1.
A great start for Space Station. They had a little bit of trouble there just closing it out, but that doesn't matter at the end of the day. 3 rounds lost is not much momentum lost. A great start for Rampy to make up for yesterday, and a great start for SSG all around. We could potentially see just 2 maps again, but I still think there's a strong possibility for 3 maps, but
15 kills for Rampy, and you don't get to see the chat, but we do. Goddess goes, Nate, you're nuts. Or Nate, you're nuts. And then Troy goes, Troy, you're nuts. So paying himself some compliments. That was like when he nice shotted himself. Anywho, yeah. The desk is ready to take this one over, and it was a 7-3 for SSG. Let's have him break it down.
Thanks a lot for that one, Parker. You want to talk about compliments? Well, I got a chance to watch a couple of those rounds from the venue, walked inside and talked with a couple fans, and on my way back, had a couple do a double take and didn't say anything to me. And as I walked away, I hear, wow, I didn't know Intero was so tall. So there you go. You got a compliment. Officially, you look a little bit better than what people think you do. Anyway, welcome back to the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Analyst Corner. Of course, I am Jump, not Intero, and I have Rams and Veli. Gentlemen, it was SSG doing what they do best, methodical and showing that their experience as a unit with that addition of Canadian shows no bounds.
Their experience in breaking down the strats of Sonics was pretty easy to them. There was one round in particular where every time we saw them in CCTV, and them I mean Sonics, Goddess, she wasn't on Maestro this time around. It was Neptune's. And Goddess, she would be on Castle. We saw her utilize that barricade, and not only in stock, but also bar. It was pretty simple what her game plan was going to be. By pre-meleeing that Castle barricade 11 times, she was able to hit it one more time and stop the hard breach to stop Space Station Gaming from getting through in construction to cash. But Rampy, he caught onto that plan really fast, got the wall bang and took her out quite soundly. So that just showed how much better Space Station were in regards to stopping every counter that Sonics had.
Yeah, SSG did an excellent job VOD reviewing for Clubhouse in particular. I'm assuming that because Sonics play Clubhouse so much, they left it open on purpose so that they would have the chance to play against Sonics on it. They also did a great job during the VOD review of pinpointing what was winning Sonics a lot of those rounds. And I have to think that banning Capitao was the play for Space Station. Capitao was utilized yesterday versus Tempo so they could get lots of free kills utilizing utility from that operator, not only with the firebolts, but also with the smokes for plant concealment. And then on top of that, they were able to anticipate, like you said, the construction castle barricades and the way that Goddess would drop down the hatch, throw the impact grenade up to deny the wall from being opened up. And once they read into those things, it forces Sonics into heads-up engagements versus SSG, which they are at the moment superior.
And I think that you touched upon it, doing the VOD review. It's just important in these big tournaments. It's just as important when you have things to review on your opponent that you do that. The positional advantage that SSG was able to create was great. And you talked about this a little bit of SSG knew where Sonic's defenses were each and every step of the way.
And I love the fact that they isolated Neptunes and Raptors in Garage and was like, okay, if you have Maestro and Evil Eyes, we're going to come in from the back. We're going to send one person in the front towards CCTV, and we're just going to lay the smack down every chance we get. And also, Rampy. I said in the pre-show, Rampy has to show up. Rampy was 11-0 in round 5. That man couldn't be stopped. He was the best player out there. We talk about Bosco a lot, but Rampy is the main man for this team.
There was a lot of conversation, of course, around the confidence that Super and the rest of his team had coming into this match. It's not overdone yet. We haven't finished. The Eastern Conference Finals are still happening. There is another map. What do we feel like needs to be the new transition as we shift gears here for the Sonics?
Well, they're going to have to play in a fashion that we've never seen before. They're going to have to play unpredictable so that Space Station can't anticipate their every move. They sort of had the rug pulled out from under them on Clubhouse, which is supposed to be, their map pick, one of their favored maps. But on Coastline, we've seen a lot of SSGs play on Coastline. We see how dominant they are on that map, but not a lot of play from Sonics. So I think that if Sonics have some pocket strategies, something we've never seen before, they could catch Space Station off guard. And like I said, Space Station it could fall victim to underestimating the Sonics, but with their current form, I don't think they will, but it's still possible.
Yeah. Also on Coastline, this benefits Sonics greatly. I don't know why they chose Clubhouse at all, anyways, against SSG. But Coastline is very different than Clubhouse. Clubhouse is textbook strategy. We know how to attack every site. We know how to defend every site. But Coastline, you can pick those weird operators, Lion and whatnot. You have a lot more roam game with the Legion. Also, you can bring in Jackal if he's not banned. So if they want to win this next map and that fall 0-2, I'm going to see them pull everything out their books in order to try and take it to that third map.
Taking a look at what the Sonics had from the KD stat line, not a single player finished with more kills than they did onto the desk. Everybody clearly needs to step up, but if you had to pick someone that really needs to be that X factor for the team, who are we going with here for the Sonics?
I'm going to have to say Neptunes, like you said before. Neptunes is going to have to step in, come into his own, and just show, how good he really is. There were a couple times where he was getting frags towards the end of rounds, but it was just slightly too late. It's like he is definitely capable of being, that X factor for Sonics, but he just didn't seem to, fulfill that role. I think that moving into the next game and then maybe a map 3 if Sonics can win, they're going to have to play the best two maps we've ever seen them play, better than the maps we saw them play against FaZe when they beat them in, I think it was the DreamHack, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, when they beat FaZe in the DreamHack, that was a huge upset. Sonic showed that they have the potential to beat top-tier teams, but I think that we're going to have to see them play even better and just play the best we've ever seen the Sonics roster play.
I believe I heard Intero say that SSG, they had 3 flawless rounds, and a big part of that is the fact that Sonics, they had no trades. They had no refrags. Everyone were by themselves. Neptunes, Goddess, Super, all had bad games. You know what? Stick close to your teammates so that way, if you can't win a gunfight, maybe your homie in the back is going to be able to get that trade for you to help your team out.
Well, I will say that I'm definitely learning to lean a little bit farther down that Space Station Gaming direction from what I had earlier in the weekend, and it's time to see if they can continue to impress the rest. As we head over now to map number 2, that's it from us in the analyst corner. We're going to throw it back over to Intero and Emzo for the call on the game.
Thank you very, very much from the desk. And is this going to be a quick 2-0? We don't really know. The Coastline stats on your screen, by just a hair, they favor Space Station. Not exactly a well-played map by either of these teams. 13 bans and 15 bans, respectively, for SQ and SSG. Though we did see Space Station beat Dark Zero on this map yesterday. However, Dark Zero doesn't really play this map either. So the bans will heavily influence it, and momentum is going to be a big factor. In this case, I think it's undeniable that Space Station has the wind at their back. First ban is going to be on Buck.
Well, we know Rampy won't be playing that now. This was interestingly the decider as well yesterday for Sonics. They just didn't get to that map 3. They got very close to getting there, but didn't. Jackal ban, not a huge surprise. We saw a lot of Jackal banning yesterday. You don't want to be dealing with them on this map. You already have enough troubles roamer as it is. You do not want your footprints tracked on top of that, of course. There are still other things to deal with, like Dokkaebi in line, whatnot, gridlock as well. Valkyrie, though, not going to be something you have to worry about, so those outside cams, not as much of a problem. You don't have to worry as much about the runouts, but there's still plenty of spawn peak angles that don't require having outside Valkyrie cams to really make those plays.
Gridlock and Nomad are especially good operators here on this map. I would not be surprised to see them utilized along with Capitao as well. Mira being the final ban, which means that Echo and Maestro will be available.
It's always nice to see Capitao available. I know people don't like dealing with it, but I really like seeing an operator that's very, very utility heavy rather than just frag heavy, and really crucial utility, especially towards the end of rounds. We will see him picked by Bosco. No surprise there, though, as he goes actually over to the Dokkaebi. This is what he played very well yesterday on Coastline. Very good use of his smokes, but he also played the Capitao on the next map. Very good use of his smokes. So I gotta imagine he's gonna be supporting Canadian on those smoke plants, something he did quite a bit yesterday. We also get a 6th pick over to Castle. It is going to be Hookah, so we'll see where those Castle barricades go. But Hookah definitely a good bomb site all around. We've seen, I feel like, a bit more of a trend towards planting inside Hookah, though, or at least fighting inside Hookah, as opposed to just billiards plants, just typical default plants we used to see.
Possibly one map away from crowning the Eastern Conference champions to await the Western Conference champions later today, and then in the Ultimate Grand Finals of Grand Finals tomorrow.
The Ultimate.
To see which team is given the title of Team USA.
It's definitely a good title to have, and this will be the second time a team will be granted it. The first team having dispersed 3 of its members and only 1 of them remaining in the tournament at this point, as 2 of them got sent home yesterday.
That is true.
5 seconds left before insertion.
So we'll see if SSG can continue their trend here on attack. We saw how poor the defenses were for Sonics on the last map, and this is already a map that can lean attacker heavy.
Yeah.
Sonics not necessarily in the best position unless they can really catch the players of Space Station off guard.
If there's going to be a map where the guns on the Sonics come alive, it's gonna have to be Coastline. There's no way around it. You saw Rampy take over the game earlier today, the one that just happened, right? Match number 1, map number 1. My brain
My
brain stopped working for a second. Yesterday, it was the Bosco/Boss Goat story.
Yeah.
And part of what makes Space Station such a lethal team is that when they're actually playing well and not drawing online, when they play on LAN, they have so much depth.
Yeah.
You can see somebody like Fultz take over, thinking they can have some very clutch rounds. Rampy and Bosco can take over too. Canadian isn't really usually in a position to take over, but he's still quite reliable.
That's the important thing is if you have teammates that can take over, you can be reliable.
On the Sonics, you need players like Neptunes, like Slevin, like Gomfy to shoulder most of that weight. Not saying that Super and Goddess won't, it's just that they're not usually in that position given the system that the Sonics play. And if you can contain Slevin and Gomfy, or if you can contain Neptunes and Gomfy, then there's a large problem that the Sonics will have. This is a frag-heavy map, we say it time and time again. The question is going to be, what can the Sonics do? Will we see the same patience that we saw in Clubhouse? Will there be some teeth to the defense and attacks from the Sonics?
It's certainly going to need to be, as you said, being frag heavy because this is a smaller map with more difficult rotations in a lot of positions. You have to kind of fight your way out of spots. You can't just rotate back to site in a lot of positions. And a lot of the map now has been taken over by SSG. They are in control of the VIP Penthouse Theater area, and they're just going to work their way around to both sides with Canadian on luggage, Rampy on the Aqua balcony as well, trying to fight Aqua. They do at least have a castle barricade, but that's actually going to work in their favor to some extent, although Rampy going to go down. That is their soft structure down outside of Fultz, but traded back by Canadian, who cannot find the second just yet, but Bosco's there to back him up.
You still got Fultz right now on essentially this hard angle watch, semi-flank watch. If you're going to see an execute happen, Smoke is playing inside of Pink, as you'd imagine him to be doing so, as a goo mine goes down and is immediately picked away at by Fultz. So there'll be clearer entry on in. Diffuser picked up, and now the cams will be theirs as well. You have the Maestro cams that will be very important, so you'll have likely Rampy sitting on that. Perfect time for the toxic canisters to go out. Canadian will die if he huffs in too many of those fumes. So where does he go? Well, that's why they juggled the diffuser within the hands of Bosco. He's still got those 2 smoke grenades. Fultz sees an opportunity, and while he takes it, goes for a second, will not connect, traded out. Slevin with 2 big kills on his own, and right in the middle of the smoke, it's Bosco going for the plant. Goddess and Slevin are completely blind. You're going to rely on Canadian to be the one to cover. Bosco gets off the diffuser, pulls out the C75, and runs out, but he'll get downed, so it's all on the shoulders of the Canadian himself. He'll rotate on back over to Aqua. Waiting to see one head. Cannot land the shots. Diffuser being worked at. He punishes Slevin. He'll move on over. A double kill for him. Goddess versus Canadian, both on a tiny bit of HP. A huge clutch opportunity. He's just out of reach of Goddess. The timer is getting perilously low. She has no idea where he is. She'll make a ton of noise. Head back to disable the diffuser. She still has time. Canadian needs to get there, and here he goes. Vaulting on in. Close. Close, you gotta hurry, and there you go. He'll get it. Almost down to the wire. 1 second left on the timer. First round will go to Space Station.
I mean, you called it earlier, the switch up. Having Canadian then play the window instead of playing for the diffuse plant, it's that Bosco-Canadian combo again. In this case, they just did a quick handoff. Bosco, you got the smokes. You can do this. I'll cover you from the window. The smokes are part of what made that work. And honestly, over the last 2 days, I felt like prior to this weekend that smoke plants were kind of dying off. SSG has just been a masterclass in smoke plants working. And it's down to that Bosco and Canadian team because Bosco will reliably get those smoke plants down. He's not the kind of smoke player who dies early in the round or makes misplays and ends up with a situation where they can't do that. Canadian, the same thing. He's not dying early as well. They're both very reliable in that because they have 3 very strong players to support the rest of it, so they don't have to put themselves in compromising positions early on. And it's just so reliable that they're able to get those down. And then I gotta imagine the communication and coordination between those 2 as well, very good for covering each other. And Canadian as well, just making the big brain plays there, because that could have easily gone wrong for him with such little health against 2 players, able to pull it off and just fantastic play. SSG, they did start in a tough spot, but they came out ahead, and that's what matters.
Goddess wasn't aware of Canadian's position after he'd rotated off of the big window in hookah, right? He got off rappel the moment that Bosco died, and what does Canadian do? He assumes the same position that Bosco was in, which was at the Aqua doorway. Slevin goes onto the diffuser, and Goddess thinks that she needs to guard big window because you don't know where Canadian is. And because of the place it was planted, there's prime opportunity for the attackers to be able to shoot away at anybody who's disabling it, so.
Well, I don't know if that fact will continue all 8 sevens, just because, I mean, I don't know, this is pretty close though, so entirely possible, I suppose, just because how close that first round was. We'll see if they can attack a little bit, or defend a little bit better here.
Here's a fact, Bears eat beets. Bears beets Battlestar Galactica.
That's a useful fact. I know I'm gonna use that likely on a daily or every other day basis. Well, we'll see if they're able to push in a little bit more effectively this time. Rampy, I believe, was the first to go last time, so maybe cooled off a little bit from the previous map. But he's still going to be looking to be that entry fragger here. Try and see if he can catch anyone off guard inside Theater or Penthouse. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. But rather than open the hatch, he's actually going to rotate around and do a bit more work. Now that they're droning for him, he's actually going to do some droning for himself just to cover his flanks. Canadian, in the meantime, just clearing out as much as he can and then identifying the positions so they can set up the angles like you saw Canadian there, who actually took over the cap-down role. Thinking Nate doing his job though, taking down Gompy. Neptune's also at low health here. Could be, yep, I was gonna say the next to fall. And Thinking Nate, he's on a roll. Double kill for him this round. looking like a smart start.
That's through the wall onto Pink. Now, given that it's a double bar defense, you're going to have defenders playing up top. They're going to be situated inside of Pink. They're going to be playing over towards Hookah. And then they're going to be on Cool Vibe stairs. It's the Maestro of Goddess, and she's going to be able to mow anybody down that finds themselves unlucky enough to end up in her Alda crosshairs. Speaking of finding in their crosshairs, it's Slevin with 2 very big kills to immediately take us back to a 3v3. Doesn't take much time at all. And you've lost the Ashe and the Zofia. Now Canadian on the run out from Slevin, 3 kills. He's on a heater so far in this round. He'll rotate over towards the pool table. He takes out Thinking Nade, but he'll get shut down. No ace for him. Bosco taking care of the hottest hand for the Sonics. 2v1. If there's anybody who wins these, it's Bosco. Just ask Dark Zero.
Certainly possible here. He's got a plant, though, and he needs to get down to the site to be able to do that. While he's above it, that doesn't necessarily help you a whole lot here. He's got some possibility, but it's not the best guns to frag out with. While the DMR can be decent, if you can hit your shots against one person, fighting against 2 with either is not great because the CZ is going to burn through its ammo very quickly, and then you're left trying to switch to the DMR or reloading in a tight spot. See his Toby eye tracker there, just seeing where he's looking because this is going to be pretty pivotal where he actually identifies the players out because he can't drone for them, so he's going to use a phone call to try and help with that. But he's got to make a play soon.
He'll pull the DMR out, and he knows that he has to enter through a single doorway that can be watched. Sprays at a wall, waiting for the Maestro to try and take him head on. Misses his shots, he's running out of time, and this should be a very easy hold for SSG. Bosco lines one up, the other one's prone on the ground, and it's just gonna be the clock that gets it for the Sonics. A second or 2 more, and maybe that becomes a 1v1 that goes either way. But the Sonics wear out the clock, and they will draw even at 1 apiece.
Well, that looks pretty good, though, for Bosco to potentially clutch that. He made the right decision in going for the frags, I think. But at the same time, like, maybe he would have been able to stick a plant down. Definitely very difficult to make those kind of decisions because you don't know where necessarily the players are. You know they're playing back because you know they're not in blue bar, but you just got to make a call at that point, besides the phone call, of course, that he made. Still, a close round, 2 close rounds now, one of them going in favor of SSG, one in favor of Sonics. This does look like this could be a bit more of a close match all around on this map. Just hard to say whether or not it's going to go to either team. Canadian going to bring out the Nomad, you mentioned, effective on this map. I mean, unless they rotate through the middle, there's a lot of constrained rotation bottleneck points that you can be using those air jabs at. A lot of good flanks you can cover, especially with only 2 sets of stairs. It does make it easier to be able to do that, and of course only 2 floors as well. So Canadian, should he get in good positions to use those, can definitely set those up to really make a retake difficult if they're able to get control of the site. They are going to try that hookah again. Now they just defended successfully below. Now they're going to try and defend the top floor of that again. Now last time did get pretty close, thanks to Canadian's clutch. But we have Bosco playing the same smoke roll again. Rampy, if he can step it back up, this round might not be as close. We did at least see Thinking Nade step up in his stead. But Rampy has had a rough first 2.
Look at how much better the chances are for the Sonics when they allow their strong players, or the superpower player of Slevin, to roam and do what he does best, kill things. How many opportunities did Space Station have to be able to drone him out of Hookah? He picked up 2 kills. You know where he's located. He's got the rotate from Hookah inside of Billiards. And what do? Nothing. You just continuously chase him head on 1v1. Canadian gets picked off as he was heading towards the double bars outside. A bit of an error from Space Station, and capitalized on very well by the Sonics, or rather not even the Sonics, but Slevin alone, who was largely unassisted, it seemed like.
Yeah, he just made the right calls at the right time to get those frags. I imagine some of that on game sense.
And Coastline is a map, like I said, where you're going to allow those fraggers to come alive. On a map like Clubhouse, things are a lot more, contained. And you can't see somebody like Slevin be able to take full advantage on a roam because it's a lot easier to keep the control on a map like Clubhouse than on Coastline. One of the things that Flynn always likes to say is that Coastline is a map where you can rotate from one side to the other in seconds, and it's very true. Because of that giant skylight in the middle, you can drop from the second floor, you can get on over to the other side of the map, you can rotate over through luggage. There's so many flank routes, and it's very difficult for you to watch it if you're not a coordinated attacking team. It's why operators like Nomad and Gridlock are so popular.
I like that despite the buck ban, Rampy still found a way to hit the ceiling by climbing on the bar there. He's like, I'll still try and buck this as best as I can. Well, they are starting to make some progress here, at least in below, to try and work towards the site. Bosco also covering the window into Hookah. And Thinking Nate trying to work on the door. But Bosco with that DMR that I was talking about earlier lands a shot before Rampy is traded off. Slevin again on a roll. Fultz the next to fall. Rampy's he's not picking it up here, and now disadvantaged SSG.
These were the two operators that Slevin was able to take care of before. Just narrowly missing a couple gunshots to Canadian's head as he looks to head in through the hookah doorway, and smoke will stop the defenders from being able to see any execute that's happening. Canadian realizes they need to move, so they'll head on over. Diffuser gets juggled. Canadian down below. He's so close to Slevin. I don't think he knows it. Slevin playing around. Canadian cannot hit the shots. He'll finally land them and down him, thinking that there's going to be somebody coming from over on Cool Vibes. Dropped his Thinking Nade, so he'll have to get picked back up from his ally while Bosco ensures that nobody jumps out to capitalize on this one. Diffuser is down as well. No air jabs remaining for Canadian, so he'll get his teammate back to full HP in a 3v3 with 30 seconds left. Tie game between these two teams, and the pressure from SSG is going to come from that hookah balcony. You don't have Cool Vibe stairs in your pocket the way that you want. That's still being held right now by the Sonics. Bosco looks like he might have gotten their feeds. No utility left from the attackers. This heavily favoring the Sonics. Unless they can win their gunfights, the SSG are in so much trouble, and they're not going to win any of them. 3 perfect 1v1s for the Sonics to close out that round, and they have their very first lead of this series.
Well, defense seeming to work much better on this map, and a big part of that definitely due to Slevin. His ability to play more flexibly. As you mentioned, Clubhouse being a lot more constrained, Slevin really couldn't come alive on that map. And they've been able to unleash him on this map. His ability to run around and do what he needs to do, getting his opening picks, sometimes 2, sometimes 3, really making a difference. They're going to have to do something to better contain him. And it's ironic, given that they had the air jabs to be able to try and contain him. They had some utility, as well as the phone calls. Despite those two things, they could not stop him from being able to move around the way they wanted. They really need to do something about him. But I also feel like if they take down Slevin early, we could see the rounds go SSG, much like we talked about before. So that's really what the mission is now. SSG's mission is kill Slevin, then go back to what you
Kill Slevin seems to be easier said than done. He's got 9 kills over 3 rounds. Rampy had 11 kills over 4 rounds in map number 1.
Wow.
This is what really helps Sonic's chances. You need players like that to carry this team. That's why you picked them up. That's why you brought them over here from Europe. Was to get Gomphy and Slevin onto the scoreboard. And they are playing so well on a map that you need to play well on.
Absolutely, like we said, this tends to be a bit more attacker-sided bunch of the time. So winning these defensive rounds is definitely vital to making sure you win as many as possible. Give yourself the advantage on the attacker side. But I mean, hey, if SSG play the roamers as well as Slevin's been playing, it won't really matter. It will be very defensive-sided either way.
You have a defender-sided coastline and you have an attacker-sided clubhouse.
That's how it goes, right?
That's how it goes.
Keep it mixed up, right?
You don't see that one every day.
No, but that's what I love about this game. It is very, very dynamic. You never really know what's going to happen. It always makes our job interesting, that's for sure.
That's true.
There's definitely a lot of other games I don't know if I could cast just because they're far more predictable than this.
2 days are never the same.
Yeah.
No 2 days are ever the same, so.
Well, that doesn't bode well for Sonics because they won yesterday, so.
Losing their opening fights so far, SSG need to find better gun skill on the engage, be it Rampy or Fultz, who've been dying too early, too often through these 3 rounds, putting a lot of weight and an undue burden on the rest of the team. Being a little bit more cautious here, as an entry is going to happen over from Hookah and then inside of Sunrise Bar down below. The wall and kitchen's been opened up quite heavily, so you have to tread with caution. I think Fultz assumes that he has second floor control. Down goes Slevin.
Oh, there it is.
There's a huge sigh of relief if you're Space Station. You've got the opening pick and it's on the most vital target.
We'll see if that opens things up for them. Who knows, it might not work out, but it's certainly the first pick that they needed. Thinking Nade's actually been showing up in Rampy's place quite a bit on this map. It's been good to see. I mean, you don't always have Fragger Thatchers, but there's definitely some players out there who could be very standout Thatcher players in getting those kills. We'll see if Thinking Nade can keep it up. But now it's drone time. Figure out positioning. Neptune's also at the Pulse is going to be trying to do the same against Space Station. There's a little bit of drone denial still left, as I imagine most of the pests were probably deployed. But it doesn't seem to really be slowing Space Station down.
Rampy was almost droning himself in towards the office. They spot the Pulse that's playing down there, and Neptunes will see anybody coming at a 9-meter range before Space Station does. They've made the call, or at least Rampy has made the call, that, hey, I'm not going to bother to engage, so move on over. Somebody else spotted inside a delivery. There goes a smoke. Can't tell if it's Super's smoke or if the Dokkaebi of Bosco's smoke. Fultz needs to watch blue bars. He sees the pulse. The UMP is not going to do much. It's just a scratch on the Fultz. It's the second kill for SSG. And now Fultz will watch the bottom panels that have been opened up inside of Kitchen. It's almost go time now for Space Station. 40 seconds left, and Goddess gets found by Rampy. Playing by the main door. How about a flawless round for SSG? They bounce back and tie the game up.
Well, we know what the call is at the end of that round. Slebin, could you not die next round, okay? I think we would do a little bit better. But that ties it up. Like you said, Sonics had their first lead last round, but now they've lost it. They're going to have to reclaim that. Looking pretty good for the attack. If they can just hunt Slebin down. Now they know Slebin's playing very mobile. So they can pretty much count on him not being on site for the most part, as he has not really been playing there. So that is something they can use to their advantage if they are looking to hunt him down, as there are limited places you can be on this map. He's either going to be above or below site, or off on the other corner for the most part, as there's not a lot of in between. He's also not likely to be in the courtyard for the most part. So because of that, they can start cordon him off. He was a Mozzie last time to try and help deny that, and this time they are going to have the mute jammer, but I got to imagine, just hunt him down. There are going to be other players potentially supporting him, but because he's playing relatively standalone, you can actually use that to your advantage, in that you're less likely to be traded hunting him down on two-man pinch. Although it was just thinking they to do it from upstairs last time. And that's the beauty of the courtyard from the attacker's standpoint, is you can cut off a ton of rotation by just standing up there watching angles. We'll see them try bar again here. Their successful site, besides hookah. And then, of course, they can go to hookah again after this round.
The thing with the double bars was that for a period of time, the double bars actually had the highest win rate for the defense. Mind you, it is a smaller pick rate than we see from hookah and we see from the kitchen sites. Penthouse Theater is basically gone from the meta. For a period of time, was one of the most played sites, and in ranked/competitive play outside of top-tier professional competition, it's still very favored, but a large part of that is if Mira is available.
This is dynamic meta-wise.
Yes, Coastline has changed quite a lot, and the way that the double bars are defended, there are so many different ways that teams play the double bars. You can bring a castle, you can set up top, you can set up down below for a retake, you can play off-site and open up all the walls. There's so many opportunities on the double bars, which I think can be an awful challenge for the attackers to be able to crack that nut. In this case, they couldn't crack it, as SQ won their very first round on this site.
Stay back.
One thing they don't do super well, though, is guarding blue bar. They don't play super heavy defense in that. I think they're going to look to that as an opening if they can clear office and take control of blue bar in terms of the walls that they have to worry about firing in from the other side in Sunshine Bar. I think they can take it for a plan, potentially. But of course, they've got to clear enough players out and get enough map control to make that happen. Canadian looking to open up some angles here.
I think it was Thinking Nate who actually got the early pick on the double bars exactly here into the wall, but I don't know if it's been opened up. It actually looks like it might have sheathed off a lot of the wood. It's still pretty solid. There could have been an impact grenade that was tossed at it to take the X-Kairos off. I must have missed that one. Castle Barricade inside of Aqua will also stop Space Station for the time being, but it's Rampy there. He's got a sledgehammer. He gets out-dueled by Neptunes with the UMP, who will then get spotted and immediately head in the other direction. Fultz needs to be very careful because he's got a bunch of punch holes, he's got an opening in the wall, and the Jaeger of Gomfi will scurry off after taking a beating from Rampy. Or Fultz, rather. Fultz engaged yet again, not able to land the shots, and I don't think he sees anybody over towards Billiards. Neptunes vanquishing Thinking Nade. So that Castle playing very effectively inside of Aqua.
He can be kind of an expendable roamer as well. He usually gets his utility set up, and then, you just let him roam around. If he can get some kills, great. If not, not a big deal. Fultz at least taking down Gomfi, but still not a great trade. The fact that a Castle has taken down two of your players, and you just killed the Jaeger, who most likely also had his setup just completed, you're not really gaining a ton here, so pretty big disadvantage. Not to mention, Fultz also had a bit of damage as well, and still some Castle Barricades left up.
See the situation here inside of the mudroom, as it's often called. Fultz waiting for the call to spring into action with Canadian there, who backs up. Nitro Cell goes out, Mute manages to win the fight. Super gets it, but Canadian sprays him down. Can't beat Goddess in a 1v1. Bosco gets run out on, and he'll have to immediately turn and look to see if they can catch him. The Legion will win the fight, though. Slebin, he's been so good this map, and he's going to continue it. This is the best that we've seen from the Sonics so far today. They regain the lead, 3-2.
Big plays from Neptunes, though. those opening picks really set the tone for the round.
Absolutely. And you're right, very expendable. As a castle, once your barricades are up, you're going to be playing for time. You're not going to be playing with a good weapon. You will likely have some denial with those impacts if you haven't already used them for rotations, and that's it. You are an expendable player at that point, as you were very correct, or expendable operator, rather.
And he certainly made it seem like he was not willing to die.
No.
So good on him. Didn't have to be the Sleben show that round since he showed up. But nonetheless, Sleben did live for quite a while. And it made things difficult for SSG. Managed to get a kill towards the end there, I believe, as well. But that bar rush, a bit of a misplay. Running up like that and then just not. I mean, that's the problem. Is when you sprint, it reduces your ADS time. You got, increases. You got to deal with trying to ADS out of a sprint and a vault in that position. Not the smartest thing to do without some kind of stun going off first to be able to stop them from being able to react, in a timely manner. Also, you got to worry about coverage from the door, which ended up being a problem. You got Sleben now this time on the full roam strat with the Vigil.
Why not?
Might as well.
It's going to be a hookah defense, so Sleben can play below and still distract and take away from the fact that you're going to need to drone him out. You predicted correctly. Hookah opened back up. Sonics waste no time to go back there. So it's going to be the very final defense for SQ on a hookah play before the side swap. For SSG, if they emerge 3-3 tied up with the Sonics, I think that's a win for both of these teams. It really depends. I'm going to be completely honest with you. I think Sonics have the upper hand in this matchup so far. We'll see if the sides have played into it at all. But if Sleben continues playing as hot as he has, and if Rampy and Foltz continue to be as ineffective and are getting shut down as consistently as they are, then we end up on map number 3 with Consulate being the decider.
I think that's the big factor right there, Sleben and Rampy. One is hot, one is not. The opposite of last map.
Yep.
And we saw how last map ended up, so I feel like if that could reverse, if Rampy could ramp it up, really, and actually get some kills instead of being the opening death most of the rounds, I see this shifting quite a bit, which is, it's odd for someone who's an entry fragger to lose so many entry kills on a map where, again, you can constrain the roamer so much, and they have the ability to make those phone calls, for example, to help him out. It just seems like maybe he's focused on other jobs or just trying to clear certain areas without focus on drone play and, game sense at this point. It's just not working, so hopefully he can refocus himself. Honestly, I feel like if another round is lost by Space Station, call a timeout at that point. Refocus the team. I know you're not way behind, but I think mentally they need to recollect themselves.
The only timeout that was taken was the Sonics in round number 5 of map 1. Neither team has used a timeout since then. Keep in mind that you have one timeout per map per team. So the Sonics can still take one if they find themselves in free fall. Space Station can take one if they really need. The question that comes into taking things like timeouts are, well, do you do it after you swap sides, or do you do it at the end of a particular round, knowing that you've only got one defense left, etc. It was a point that was actually raised on Twitter by, I think it was, I can't remember who, but it doesn't really matter. This is a double swing from Sonics after the frag grenade finds its target. Bosco gets rid of Neptunes and 2 kills from Space Station on an effective entry as they are knocking on the door of Hookah. Right next to the barricade is Super, who eats a bit of damage, but manages to remove Canadian. Down goes the Zofia, so you've seen some role swaps to a certain extent. Foltz grabs Sleben, and this round is all but over with 40 seconds left. Another peek right into Foltz. That's a nice clean shot. Super's got the only kill for his team. Logic Bomb going off. He swings in, but he's going to have to reload. Toxic Canister as he panics. He has nowhere to go. Nowhere to go but down. It's going to be 3-3 at the split.
And that's not a bad split to be in for either team, really. While it didn't work out great for Super in the end, I really like that setup, though. I like the way they use the castle barricade, the one reinforced wall, and then the shield on the soft wall opening to be able to play Aqua in a way that's very different than they're used to. That does give them a little time to set up in the room, in that you are castle barricading off some angles that let them play in there without having to worry as much about angles. But at the same time, you saw what happened when they got too comfortable in there. That deployable shield allows you to rotate into Aqua pretty much unseen. Super took advantage of that, caught them completely off guard. I mean, thankfully he hit the shield as he died, basically, to be able to take out that shield so it wasn't a problem later. But that's, I don't know, I mean, that's just not great to be able to play against. We'll see how Hookah goes here for SSG. But overall, I think we've seen some great strategy and some great play from Sonics on their defense. If they can keep that up on attack, we can see map 3. But if the side switch really just turns things around, might not make it that far.
I think the first couple rounds are going to be a major deciding factor here. Does Space Station stick with it? Are they able to stay focused? They just grabbed the last round before the swap. Are they able to punish the Sonics? Or are the Sonics going to continue to play as they have? And largely, is Sleben going to continue to play the way that he has? The rest of the team needs to step up. You need big rounds from Neptunes. We saw it from the Castle play that he did when you said he was expendable.
At least last time we saw it from Fultz.
And yeah, Fultz stepping up big. Rampy and Fultz being your opening deaths, not ideal.
No, there was definitely the opening kills from them that round. And that's what you like to see. I mean, one of them was a grenade, I believe, onto the player behind bar. So that was a little bit more of a predictable kill. But nonetheless, that's better than making the opening death by far.
Very correct. The round breakdown showing the story here is there's been no objective play whatsoever. We saw the diffuser go down in round number 1, and since then there's been absolutely nothing else other than just punching one another relentlessly over and over and over again. We do see a Gridlock come out. I was wondering when we were going to see her. We saw Nomad earlier from Canadian. I think she was played, what, 1 round, and that was it. Excellent anti-flank work with those track stingers. The first point of contact, as it's going to be a hookah defense, will be down below, towards the offices, where SSG have set themselves up as sort of a beachhead.
I like that he's got the angle and the rotate into blue bar to use as well. But it's so often we see players pinch there, and the support from above on the hatch, I think will definitely help if Fultz can pull it off from the Aqua.
There's many angles being held here from SSG, and they might be able to land a shot or two. Will somebody dare peek Canadian? He has to scramble off as his phone finally silences. He's got Rampy not too far, just inside of security. Watching the window, Goffy will be able to win this fight against Canadian. All it's going to take is a shot or two, and Goffy knows he's there. Sees the leg of the Mozzie. Canadian doesn't know where he's coming from, but instead it's going to be Sleben who springs into action, and Rampy has to get out as quickly as he can through security with Sleben hot on his heels. Back up the luggage stairs he'll go. Sleben will lose his target, but the opening frag to Sonics with 90 seconds in. You've got some of the lower floor presence taken care of. Next task for the Sonics is going to be on Aqua. Neptune's engaging, losing some HP. Super and Goddess have also taken some damage too. But these are it's just a flesh wound.
There goes Fultz in Aqua. That is going to be, like you said, check number 2 on the check mark. They've also got window control now of Billiards. I think Rampy's going to have to make a big play here because you cannot depend on just Bosco to be able to pull that out. While I say Bosco's dependable, you just can't count on it. And Rampy to go down here, not going to help. Thinking Nate at least showing up for his team, but it's a 2v4. Thinking Nate at half health now. This is not looking like a Space Station round.
Can't see through the debris that's in front of him. Bosco holding the angle over towards the common spot. He'll hear the barbed wire getting struck at least once or twice. 40 seconds left. Upside down rappel will be a thorn in the side of Thinking Nade. Onto the cams, and all the information that was given from them now gone. Keep in mind that with access to the phones from Sleben, that the intel from Space Station is gone. Heating up, looking to try and regain the lead are the Sonics. Amidst the smoke, it's going to be Thinking Nade. He'll cut Gomphy down, or rather, that's going to be Bosco. Super finds Bosco, so Thinking Nade will have to survive for the time being. Diffuser down, so there goes some objective play. And it doesn't really matter. Goddess picks up 2 kills, was instrumental in getting the diffuser down. A tremendous round from her. And once again, the lead goes back to the Sonics.
Thinking Nade literally ran past the diffuse getting planted.
Yeah.
And then turned around and went, oh, it's there.
Oh. Is that where it was?
That was a huge misplay there. And that could have easily been the round. Could have taken the diffuser down and just hid at that point, and would have been enough. So, gonna be kicking himself for that round, because that definitely could have been an SSG round, as that was a great clutch attempt. But just, yep, a little bit of misplay there. We'll see how they do on Kitchen, though. Hookah definitely wasn't their site. And again, Sonics with their 3rd lead of this match, as they continue to one-up SSG in what could be, finally, a map here for Sonics. I mean, I don't know. I definitely could see some overtime here, the way things have been going back and forth. But if we get to see Sonics string 2 rounds together with a lead, that could take them to that 7 while SSG sits at 5, and that would be enough to close things out, move it to map 3. I like that we're playing the 3C maps too. So many maps to start with.
It's nice when that happens, and it does tend to happen like all in the same day.
And they're all good maps. So.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Consulate will be very unpredictable with these 2 teams.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to see it. I would like to see this be a nice back and forth match and get to that point, and it's certainly looking to shape up that way so far. If Space Station can't really get a handle on, again, Rampy and Fultz making plays. We'll see how Kitchen goes, though. I mean, we have yet to see a full rotation, or as you put it, the cycle completing.
Cycle.
So
For those that are not the keenest, a cycle is when you win all 3 of your defensive sites in a row. We say a cycle because when you win a certain site, you have to go to 2 more sites before you can go back to that first site. So therefore, you need to play 3 sites. So the cycle is win 3 separate sites. There you go.
There you go.
Wasn't as easy to describe as I'd hoped. That drone will just scoot on by the vigil of Canadian. Sleben again will try inside of office to find the opening frag and the opening pick. He has been instrumental in his team's success, and if he cools off, with that go the chances of Sonics, or at least with the way that they're playing so far on Coastline, somebody else will need to step up. You noted that it's a kitchen defense. Where's the attack going to come from? From the Sonics? Well, it's going to come over from the double bars. Usually a pretty safe place to go. You don't often have to worry too much about any pressure up top. Thinking Nade gets one. He knows he's under fire, but his team's there. Thinking Nade 2 removes the head of Neptunes. 2v5, looking to equalize. Goddess and Sleben, just the 2 of them. They'll take out Rampy. Down goes Sleben. Goddess on Cool Vibe stairs, and it is not cool, kids. It is not cool at all. Dead. Space Station, take the round.
Bosco says you want to be cool, stay in school.
Speaking of school, can we get congratulations, Bosco?
Yeah.
Missing his graduation to compete in U.S. Nationals, but while being a professional Rainbow Six player, finishing his degree. Very admirable. So
The ultimate climb.
congratulations, Bosco.
Yeah, well done. That is not a easy achievement to play at this level.
No,
of
not
play.
at all.
It takes a lot of time, and school, I believe, also does take a lot of time. So, well done. Shows you can do it. Shows you don't need to choose one or the other necessarily. But that was a good round for SSG all around. Good coverage. It was really the duo of Thinking Nade and Rampy covering bar.
And Lycan, I forgot.
Yeah,
Lycan also graduated.
Yeah. Big brain on that guy. I'd like to know what degrees they graduated in. I didn't.
Bosco Engineering, I can't remember what Lycan's was.
Well, fantastic. Some big brains on them both.
Yeah, not, by the way, just casually playing Rainbow Six as a competitor and also getting an engineering degree.
Yeah, extra hard.
It's just a normal day.
Yeah.
Just a very normal day. Just totally cool, normal, easy degree.
It's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
Interesting that Sonics are going to be the one to take the time out.
I think they need to at this point. That round fell apart for them really quickly, and they've got way more pressure on their shoulders than SSG does. SSG took map 1. Obviously, they're not the team that's going to be staring down defeat. Even if they lose Coastline, you still got Consulate. And Space Station are a very good team on Consulate. Dark Zero banned Consulate against Space Station, if I remember correctly. I think it was.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. I didn't get the who banned which map down.
Not entirely certain.
Could we see?
Well, that was from yesterday. We didn't cast that match. I didn't mean today. I meant like.
Yeah.
I was reasonably certain that Dark Zero banned Consulate against Space Station.
Makes sense.
SSG played on Consulate, if I remember, quite well at OGA Pit, so it stands to reason. So 9 kills for Sleben in the first 3 rounds. The next 5 rounds, 2 kills. So I think it's safe to say at this point, he's cooled off. Additionally, at the bottom of the scoreboard with 2 kills, Neptune's Gomphy with 4. Therein lies a significant problem for the Sonics. Your fraggers, their guns have gone flat.
Yeah, it's all on Sleben.
Located by attackers.
And I mean, you hate to see it, but we saw it yesterday as well. It seems to be the pattern. Is Sleben was definitely a great pickup for the team, but the rest of the team needs to pick it up as well.
Yeah.
So we'll see if SSG can capitalize on that. We saw some rounds where they took him out early, and that just crumbled after that. Last round, he did manage to get a good flank to try and pick things back, but then once he was traded off, again, fell apart. So we'll see. We are going to interestingly see a ward in this round. We haven't seen a ton of use of it. We've seen a little bit yesterday, but we didn't see it really terribly effective in terms of where you're playing it. I mean, there's certain places you know you're going to get to use it, which is, you know, the laxing play of it on the server stairs on Bank. That's a good example. Other sites, not always as useful necessarily.
Canadian and Rampy were the 2 lowest performing players for SSG yesterday, but have led the way today with a combined 34-19 scoreline. Fact!
There you go. Well, Rampy at least made up for, you know, his performance with last map, but fact. There you go. Fact.
I feel like every time I see that, I want to be like, fact! Just
factoids.
Yeah.
Coming straight at your eyeballs.
Activated track devices.
Once again, that just touches on the depth of SSG. And I mean, I feel like a chump now because I said, you know, oh, Canadian, you know, he's not really in a position, blah, blah.
and now he's doing really well.
He's also switching up a lot in terms of dropping the diffuser and having other people pick it up, or playing a little bit different roles as necessary. He's playing a little more flexible in that sense. And
Far more aggro roles, I would say. And a Coastline is a map where you don't need a dedicated hard breacher. If you've noticed, there's been minimal hard breacher usage. It's mostly been a Habana, maybe for the walls on pink. That's about it. The drone of Neptune's, that's a visual glitch for those that are curious. It is not traveling through the floorboards, nor through time and space in a galaxy far, far away. Yeah, that's... First logic bomb is Sleben entries down below all by himself. He's not droned in. In fact, most of Sonic's on these 2 rounds have not been the best with their drones in comparison to what we've seen of their opponents. It's Rampy being hunted inside of the courtyard as the Vigil. Cloaking device not active. Is there anybody from the Sonics who will be able to strike? There's a lot of time being wasted. And Rampy might end up walking right into Sleben's waiting arms, but instead goes the other way.
That's always helpful. I mean, I would like to see some Rampy Sleben duels on this map.
It would be nice, given the way that these two have been playing so far. And Super almost taking Rampy out. Rampy decides to re-engage with Canadian. Super gets one, Sleben gets the other. This is great teamwork from the Sonics. They'll grab a third with Comfy. As Bosco's been down, Diffuser goes down. How did this happen so quickly? Thinking Nate punishes one. He'll have to pick Bosco up and try to give his team the best shot he has. But he thinks otherwise. Sees Super on Cool Vibe Stairs, can't win it. It's Neptunes who actually gets credited with the kill for Bosco. And Super on Cool Vibe Stairs. He just needs to survive. Sonics take the lead again. It's a pendulum between these two teams, back and forth and back and forth.
I mean, I'd say the timeout helped, but it's pretty much continuing the pattern that we saw before.
Yeah.
Which is not looking good for the defenses of SSG, which Sonics did by far better. It's, I mean, this is troubling. Now they're going to go to a third site here. Will Bar be the difference maker here? Because if not, this map could actually be over a lot quicker than I would have expected. Certainly could be. I mean, again, though we haven't seen yet 2 rounds in a row from either team. It's been back and forth, with the exception
of Sonics at the start.
Yeah, the round 2 and 3. Yeah. That was one exception when they got their first lead that they've been relatively maintaining.
A very low tempo team as well, as you can see, low energy. They haven't really been phased too much by it. Whereas Space Station's enthusiasm that we saw in map number 1. Not quite as dominating a performance as I think people had expected, and that's how best of 3s work, though, right? You get to ban a map you never play right away, and then you're probably going to have to play a map that you don't usually play. Be a tough situation for teams that are not the most prepared. But both of these teams have a deep map pool, or at least should. Space Station probably having among the deepest map pool in North America, given the fact that the core of this roster has been together for so long. Canadian coming in as an addition. Didn't really change all that much about the actual squad. So
I remember watching Most Wanted playing Coastline as one of the memorable matches when they were Most Wanted.
It's true.
It's crazy.
Yeah, I remember I remember back in the days when this Space Station roster was what? It was Ferocity, and then it was Bittersweet, and then it was Most Wanted. And then it was Space Station, if I remember correctly.
I think it was probably the next one. I don't recall for sure if there was one in between. Some teams go through a lot more org changes than others.
Back when King Leo was on this squad. That's a name.
I miss King Leo.
King Leo Bible Thump,
yeah,
I believe is what would be said on Twitch chat. So Mozzie Pests will deny Goddess an opportunity to drop the drone down into the site. Now there's another pest that'll stop it. I don't know if the drone actually got caught by the pest or not. That's an error from Gomfy, and that drone is as good as dead as it is in no man's land.
Good on Canadian then with those pest placements. Rather than playing the Vigil, just denying the drones a different way. Seems smart.
And deliberately done in an area so that you can't go through there. And we talk about castle barricades being, done to funnel the attackers through places where you want them to go. Mozzie Pest's very similar. You either lose the drone, or you have to play in a certain part of the map where the defenders want. Or you just shoot the pests and possibly end up in an engagement. Because you will see teams sit over top of the pests, and the moment that you go to shoot that pest, they're there to get you. Canadian C4 will find Comfy opening frag for Space Station, and well, would you look at that? It looks like we might swing back and forth. Who knows exactly? That's inside of Aqua, and it's Comfy down. He had entered on his own, and like I said, not as much effective droning from the Sonics as I would hope to see. They mostly drone each other in.
That wasn't a kill on Sleben, though, so this still could go either way.
That's very true. That's very, very true. Neptune's still up as well, and then Goddess has been getting her frags on both defense and on attack. Gridlock is a very formidable operator. Excellent gun utility to boot.
I would say Eclipse is probably the standout Gridlock player.
I would say Nello. Oh, North America. Yeah. I would agree with that. 1 minute to go in round number 10. Sleben is almost inching his way on up. Takes the head off. I think he made a beautiful shot. Must have been called out after Super was dropped. Prompting the reload. And he can just survey all of the sites. Rampy is off. Behind, down goes Sleben to Fultz. They're all over the place. Space Station cannot be tracked. And it looks like we're going to have yet another tie between these two teams. 30 to go, and an onerous task in front of Sonics as they're over by the double bars. It's a Goddess and Neptune's duo with some long angles being held from Space Station, deep inside a kitchen, and no real sense of urgency from the Sonics. I think they are well aware that this is a, I guess you could say, fruitless endeavor. Stuns go out, but there's still a reinforcement that you're gonna have to go through. Fultz just absolutely gasses Neptunes, and down goes Goddess to Canadian. Back tied up again, Devin. 5-5.
I see a pattern here.
You know what? I see one as well.
Again, who can string 2 in a row after that early one that we saw from Sonics? I mean, if SSG could do the same, then they'll be in the lead. That's what you need. But I'm seeing that overtime. Unless something changes here, mathematically we see that overtime. Because we have the 5 here from SSG. If we get the lead taken again by Sonics, that puts it at 6, at which point it's either overtime or we go to map 3. We haven't really seen Sonics be able to string 2 together again, so then it's likely we end up in overtime. And then it depends on who gets what side. I mean, it's interesting because, I mean, Sonics have been good at both sides, really.
Defenders,
so
protect your
I
bombs
don't know
from
there's
being
necessarily, I mean,
defused by
defense, I guess, would be a little bit of a more favored side for them. But at the same time, they've shown they can adequately do both. So they're not as much of at a disadvantage in overtime in that sense.
It's been far more of a team effort for the Sonics on attack. It was the Sleben show on defense. On attack, it has been Neptune's doing work, Goddess doing work, Super doing work, Gumpy doing work. Sleben has semi-fallen off, 4 kills in, you know, the 4 rounds technically, as this is round number 5 that they have on attack. So something to consider. The teams also get to pick which side they go to in overtime.
10 seconds remaining.
Do they want to go to attack twice? Do they want to go to defense twice?
5 seconds to insertion.
Well, Canadian going to be back on that Vigil. I still think he's doing a bit better as the Mozzie, but
attackers are
decisions being made. I mean, the only problem is as the Vigil, he doesn't get the C4, and we know how effective Canadian can be with C4. Reloading. So, still think the Mozzie might have been a little bit better, but we'll see what they do here on Kitchen. He's just going to, again, try and distract them as long as he possibly can. But he's also playing a risky angle onto the door. If they go for a pre-fire, they can find him, but no, he's the one to find them. Oh, 2 quick kills.
SSG has not won 2 rounds in a row yet. This is their best chance, and it's going to get even better for them now. 2v4, Neptunes and Sleben, both of whom have taken a bit of a beating. Behind the shields, the smoke will ring out in front of Neptune. Sleben entry solo. He knows he's got 1 inside of Sunrise because the audio cues from his logic bomb. Down goes the shield, and damage will continue to go to Sleben as he steps in a goo mine. It's just a waiting period now for SSG. They don't need to commit anything. Canadian side of the main lobby, fondly referred to as the Lamborghini doorway with the drone underneath it. He'll take the drone out, and once again, Sonics are going to have to just twist and turn, and I don't think they know where to go.
No, it's definitely going to be a difficult one for them to be able to pull off here. Perhaps they still have 1 logic bomb, 2 smokes, so they have utility. They have a Claymore as well, which probably should get set down here at some point when they decide where they want to attack from. Like kitchen window's good. Canadian had a nice bait on that yesterday. But at the same time, this is tricky. They have a minute and a half to work with, though. So they have enough time to make a decision, but they've got to make a decision. Unless someone from SSG just wants to throw a free kill their way.
1 logic bomb and 2 smoke grenades are all you have for utility, as Neptunes is starved and completely depleted from that lifeline. The only real way I see Sonics taking this round is if Space Station makes some stupid mistakes. Peek a little too early. Don't fight for a refrag. You have a 4v2 advantage. You don't need to give them anything. The patience that we saw from the Sonics on Clubhouse is something that we also see from SSG. And a beautiful shot. Canadian, a massive round. And it's match point for Space Station, their first time winning rounds back-to-back. And they have the opportunity to become your Eastern Conference champions and knock the Sonics out.
Well, I take back my words for questioning Canadians' vigil play there. He did a fantastic job, but it was him playing in a spot they really didn't expect for the opening picks onto the doorway. But it was also a huge misplay droning with pushing in without the information from droning to be able to make that play. I mean, there's a drone hole right there in bathroom. So if you drone in there and you get a strong signal from vigil, putting yourself in the doorway, not a great idea. So either way, bad decision. Punishes them, and as you said, first lead for SSG, and the most important lead, and that is match point. That's the only lead you need if you could follow it up with one more round, but that means 3 rounds in a row would have to come from SSG here. Otherwise, we go to overtime. So entirely possible, and I'd say at this point, likely we go to overtime, unless SSG builds up some real momentum there. But again, they're not taking their timeouts here, interestingly enough.
If the Sonics win this round, we will have a perfect mirror, or I guess it would be, what is it, a palindrome? But it's the same forward as it is backward.
Yeah, it's palindrome.
So if the Sonics win, we would have a palindrome on these, at least from the way that my sheet looks right now, with the way that these rounds went.
A taco cat.
A what?
You ever heard that palindrome? Taco cat?
Oh, yeah. I just like race car.
I just like picturing a cat in a taco. I don't know.
Floating through space.
Absolutely.
The rainbow behind it.
Yeah, I mean, Pop-Tarts don't get all the fun.
Yeah. Is Rampy about to peak to possibly put a nail in the coffin of the Sonics? Well,
you'd think that would have been Fultz on that dock to be the one going for the peaks.
Conference championship point right now for Space Station. Sonics on attack, as usual, their last opportunity to stave off defeat at the hands of Space Station, who would earn a berth tomorrow in the grand finals, a best of 5.
This is for all the smack talk that Super can do. He really needs to pull it ahead here. At least get that overtime going. Certainly doesn't want to go out in a 2-0.
The U.S. Nationals finals, technically, I guess, or the Nationals finals.
Super. Trying to at least make a play here. He's got some idea what they're going to be dealing with. They could even potentially spot Rampy. He's got the, was it ERC-7, I believe it's called?
The cloaking device being held off. And I imagine for the Sonics, you're going to see an awful lot of patience from them and a bit of a gun-shy play here as they know that everything is on the line. Super takes a little bit of damage in an engagement down inside of Sunrise Bar. Opening pick goes to Rampy. There's one from Canadian, too. The Sonics will lose Goddess and Neptunes, as SSG are just a few kills away from being champions on their side of the conference. Slevin will use a logic bomb to assist the other 2 members of the team. And because the floor's been shot open, Super, who still sits and waits down in Sunrise Bar, will know that somebody's there. 2 Kumines get hit, and Canadian knows he's gonna get swung on. Rampy guns down Slevin. He's playing in a position, there's one inside of luggage. Comfy takes damage. Impact gets tossed out, Rampy downed. Comfy's downed as well. It's Super in a 1v4 with Space Station looking for total liftoff. Nobody from Space Station needs to peek at all. 1 minute for Super to try and pick Comfy back up. He was downed by Rampy. The crowd getting into this knowing that this might be it for the Sonics. And this is a tough spot to be in if you're Super. I think he's going to try to get Comfy up. I think that's the only thing he can really do here, is he's just bled about 15 seconds off of the clock. He'll swing on in. Is there anybody watching? No, there isn't. Because of course the bomb site is on the other side. He's been spotted by the cam, and the moment he goes to pick up Comfy, he might have his back turned. Nobody's there. Look at the patience from SSG. Comfy is up. The crowd chanting, "Send them home." Will SSG be able to do just that? Still patience from Space Station. 30 seconds remaining. Gunfire rattling on out. Nobody from SSG giving the Sonics an inch. There goes a Kumine. Canadian knows, he hears it, he misses his shots. Traded out though, and there you have it. Your Eastern Conference champions are Space Station. They'll play for it all tomorrow. So long, farewell Sonics. 2-0 for SSG.
SSG going from not being able to string 2 rounds in a row to stringing 3 where it counted most to secure the win. Fantastic play for them, and a huge threat for whoever they're going to be up against next.
They play the victor of TSM versus Reciprocity, which will be coming up in a couple of minutes once we go through the whole rigmarole, getting the teams off the stage, getting new teams on. The Sonics started out so strongly on Coastline. They looked a little restless on Clubhouse and frankly not as effective as they could have been but the team got quiet and the guns just were not alive through the latter portion of that particular map. A tough one for the Sonics, who looked like they were able to push SSG to Consulate, but no third map on the menu.
Tell you what, though, in the future when it comes to the Sonics, don't sleep on Slevin. That man was an absolute gem of a pickup. He is really shining on this team. If the rest of them, as you said, could step it up completely, it's going to be fantastic.
Don't sleep on this superpower player, but we got Rampy on the stage. We'll toss it down to Jackie and hear his thoughts and her comments on the match.
Thanks so much, you guys. Well, it sounds like the crowd was on y'all's side. Could you feel that energy?
Yeah, we could hear them in our comms.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Wow, props to y'all, right? And they're getting loud. Is it because he had an 11 kill streak? You played fabulously. I want to ask you, you seem to return to form today. What changed from yesterday?
I don't know, yesterday I've been a little sick, so yesterday was just an off day for me, so today felt good.
Okay, so since you're not feeling well, let me ask you a complicated question. No, I'm kidding. You can keep this one fast. We did notice that you guys picked Coastline. Typically, you guys ban that. So can you explain why you guys decided to go with that decision?
I think we picked Club. Did we not?
Oh, no. Okay, I'm sorry. Maybe I got my C's mixed up. Okay, so never mind. C's, that was my bad. Okay, so talk to me a little bit about how you guys are feeling now. You fell short in Croatia, and now you guys are moving into the finals. So what's gonna be different this time around?
We're gonna win this time.
Why?
We're ready.
Okay. And who do you guys expect to see in the finals? And why do you want to see them, or not see them, I guess?
I think we're gonna see Rec.
Are you excited for that?
Yeah, I like the Rec guys. I'm excited to play them.
Okay, well, fantastic playing. Clubhouse, Coastline, oh my God. All right, well, we'll send it back to the studio. It is electric in here, though, you guys. These people are so amped up. Oh, actually, you guys, am I killing it or what? I messed up Coastline. Oh my God. Okay. Well, I almost forgot that we have this awesome competition that you guys can get into. Who wants to win money? Right? We're in Vegas. We want to help you all out here, okay? Well, get your phone out. Click the Venmo app, okay? Look up ESL Gaming, okay? If you don't have Venmo, download the app, man. Don't be yelling at me out there. Okay. All right, well, I sent a transfer to them with a trivia question in there, and if you answer correctly, you could win $100. And if you don't win, don't worry. I'm transferring money to them again tomorrow, so you could win again tomorrow. So, all right, I'll send it back to you guys.
Thanks a lot for that one, Jackie. Don't worry about it. At the end of the day, you had yourselves a good interview. And now we have one of the two finalists in the national championship. Of course, SSG with a dominating win over the Sonics and making sure that all of the confidence was thrown out the window because actions certainly speak louder than words. We're here, of course, at the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Analyst Corner. I'm Jump. I've got Rams and Veli. Gentlemen, SSG yet again stood up tall.
Are you shocked at all?
No.
I mean, we expected this to happen. Space Station Gaming, by far, they're looking like the best team in the tournament. And the way the crowd was cheering on them and talking bad about Sonics was pretty bad. I heard the chants and people were telling me what the chants were saying. Listen, all I got to say is Sonics relegated, European transfers overrated, Space Station activated. Space Station Gaming going to the finals, and hopefully they can run away with that first place prize, unlike they did in Croatia.
Yeah, going into Coastline, I was kind of surprised that that was even a map that was going to be played. Obviously, Sonics had some opportunities to keep themselves in the game, and they kept themselves in it for quite a while. I didn't really know which way the map was going to go for a while, and I think that's because of the map selection in general, just being Coastline historically is a more unpredictable map, and when you have two predictable teams playing on an unpredictable map that both of them tend to ban out, it goes down to the team that can just be more wild and rambunctious. And I think that when it comes to Sleben and Gomfi and the way that they played during this match, I thought that they both played really well. It's not only are they playing NA unpredictable, but with Sleben and Gomfi in the mix, they're playing EU unpredictable. so there was something else that, kind of kept them in it.
And I think something that we have to highlight, which is what is making SSG such a dominating force in the tournament so far, revolves around the fact of their ability to adapt in the middle of a map. You take a look at how they were trying to run the first couple rounds, going back and forth with the Sonics that we just saw, a little bit too aggressive. So finally they said, all right, you know what? Let's let them come to us. Started to play a little bit more patient, and that patience played off, and it shows the resilience that they have as a unit.
Yeah, the one thing that actually bothers me about Space Station, though, Bosco was all yesterday. Today we saw a little bit of Rampy. Tomorrow, are we going to see everybody kick things up, or what? I feel like the Space Station really wants to run away with this. The inconsistency pattern in regards to who really takes over a map, I'm going to see them all firing off on all cylinders.
I think we saw a big team impact on Coastline more than just a standout performance from any one player. Obviously, Rampy as Buck played very, very well on Clubhouse. Then on the next map, Coastline, Sonics actually banned Buck, and that worked in two different ways. Yeah. Obviously, Buck is the most efficient soft breacher, so Buck saves a lot of time breaching vertically from above and below the site to try to pressure the defenders in different ways. But so banning Buck gave them a little bit of extra help on defense, and it also sort of pulled Rampy back from being, the just run and gun, kill everybody all by himself into like somebody who really had to work with his teammates to actually work for it.
And take a look, though. I mean, this is kind of something we talked about yesterday in what makes Space Station Gaming so strong is the fact that everybody is getting themselves involved. Of course, Bosco, not the crazy standout performance that we saw yesterday, but they don't need to when they have the ability of other players to step up. Fultz, Thinking Nate, Rampy, and Canadian, of course, pulling themselves in the upper half of the 10s, and then, of course, 21 and 20 for Rampy and Canadian, respectively.
I can't say how proud I am with Canadian, man. Canadian is one of the most highly criticized players in all of Rainbow Six Siege, and as a Thermite going 20 and 12, that's insane. That's great. That's a Canadian we want as a hard breacher and a support player for this team.
Yeah, I think that the last takeaway, I know I've talked about the map Coastline in general a lot and why these two teams, I feel like it was a weird matchup to see them both play on Coastline, but when you have two teams that play an organized play style, and SSG is known to be the more organized team, I don't see if you're gonna pick a map that you ban and your opponents ban, because both Sonics and SSG ban Coastline consistently.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't you take them to Bank? That is also a commonly banned map from both of them. Why wouldn't you take them to Bank to play a more organized play style and just have a similar scoreline to Clubhouse? Maybe there's some, outside of normal strategy going on where it comes to Coastline as there's a burner map for SSG, something they don't want to play anymore for the rest of the tournament now that they're in the finals, so they can save other maps that won't be telegraphed and VOD reviewed by the other teams.
Yeah, well, we do have an opportunity to look into some of the exquisite behaviors that we saw from Space Station Gaming, as we have, of course, throughout the whole weekend. I've got the one and the only Emzo, who just got done, of course, casting alongside Intero, and we've got some really good examples of SSG's execution on this. What do you have for me?
I wanted to take a closer look from the top down, show you guys how that Canadian clutch went down, where he had to burn time, because it's interesting that you look at the situation here. It's a 4v3. Right? And they're just trying to get set up. But Canadian is actually the player on the lowest health. We talked about it during the casting where they slowed down, and they gave Bosco the diffuser so he could play it instead. But the way it went down was interesting. You've got these sight lines here. Goddess is able to see through to be able to fight entirely over there. Super here with full health, smoking everything out. But you get the play from Fultz here to come around the corner, take down Super. Everything looks good for the plant. So they go for the smoke play. Bosco tossing it out, Canadian just continuing to set up for it. But everything starts to fall apart when the rest of the team dies, and Bosco has to go for the plant. Now, Bosco here on the diffuser cannot do anything to help Canadian, cannot do anything to fight this. All that's helping them now is the smoke, and Canadian watching best as he can, but he can't hit them either through that smoke. But the way this goes down, Bosco does his job reliably. Yes, maybe he didn't perform to the same level he did the other day, but he got the time he needed for Canadian to set up. Canadian does the exact right thing, which is rotate around. You can't completely see from this top down, but he rotates across the roof over to Aqua side, because they know he's on that window. So he goes to play a different position. Now he's going for the angle. This is the setup I was talking about, where they barricaded this one wall, and they had a castle barricade here before. In this case, that was open as well. But now this being open, he's able to come around and find the diffuser. And now he's just got one left to fight. But he smartly rotates out the window, and this is a hard angle. You come around here, you're going to be looking down luggage, assuming he went that way. No one really goes on that roof for the most part, so it's just a very unexpected position, and he made the right decision. It's those kind of decisions that he made throughout the match. I think Canadian, to me, was a highlight player because he made so many smart decisions, just playing his role and actually having to shift his role from what we saw yesterday.
Do you feel that this shift is going to be the biggest catalyst for them in a national championship tomorrow, or is there another member of the remaining four that are going to have to step up huge?
I think it shows the flexibility. When players like Rampy or Bosco aren't carrying the team, you got Thinking Nate and Canadian able to step up, and that flexibility absolutely going to carry them to the win.
All right, well, flexibility aplenty, of course, coming from Canadian, but more importantly, execution from every single player of Space Station Gaming will allow them to walk away with the championship trophy, or accolade, as you might call it, for the Eastern Conference, making themselves in the U.S. Nationals Championship tomorrow. Two teams are left, however, and which one will be their opponent? TSM, Team Reciprocity. Don't go anywhere. The Western Conference Championship and the U.S. Nationals will return right after this. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Of course, we have had an exciting day of action for the Rainbow Six U.S. Nationals, and it is time for our final match of the day. We're here, of course, at the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Analyst Corner. My name is Jump. I've got Rams and Veli kicking it with me, and now it is time to get ourselves started for a match that I know everyone is excited to see. Team Reciprocity versus none other than TSM.
Earlier on to see this as well. Myth is in the chat. You know, you guys know who Myth is, everyone's favorite streamer. He says TSM is going to walk away with this 2-1, but I think he might be wrong. TSM, yes, they have heavy hitters on their team, but Reciprocity, outside of Space Station Gaming, they look like one of the scariest teams to me if they can be consistent.
Yeah, Reciprocity, I think, have the advantage here. However, TSM has been playing a very good, flashy, adaptive playstyle with the addition of Timsy to their team, performing a role specifically, not deviating too far away from the plan, letting his team, dictate his movements forward. And Reciprocity are going to have to play more consistently than we saw them yesterday if they want to beat TSM at all.
And I mean, we had the conversation about TSM willing to change things up. Of course, Myth has to keep with that. I know you changed your hair, buddy. It looks really good. But TSM has the ability to adapt as well, and we're going to be able to have an opportunity to see that very soon. But it's time to welcome our teams to the stage. Jackie is standing by for the introductions. Take it away, madam.
Thanks so much, Jump. Okay, so I had to bring this back up, but I was right about Coastline. So I love you, Ramby, but I was right. So anyways, he's a little bit sick. I still love him. Anyway, we ready for some matches? The semifinals, right? Western Conference. Okay, I need y'all to cheer really loud if we're gonna bring them out. I like that enthusiasm. Our first team I'm actually teasing you guys. We're not bringing them out yet, but we're gonna show you a video about them. Take it away. Did you guys like that video? Do you want to see him come out? All right, we'll bring him out. Our first team, TSM. Their opponent, Reciprocity. Our teams are ready. Let's get this started. Back to you guys in the studio.
We've got TSM, we have Team Reciprocity, and we have what many consider to actually be the national championship. Believe it or not, with both of these firepower teams, we have the Mechanical Gods and we have the Patient Monsters of TSM rocking through. Gentlemen, let's talk through both of these teams. I want to start with TSM first. Of course, we know that there's going to be the TSM chants in the chat as well live at the venue, but these players, they're ready to rock and roll. Achieved, Bolo, Merc, Geo, and Timsy. Of course, Timsy coming in as the sub and already proving that he belongs to be on this stage.
The one thing that really stands out, look at Achieved. He was the man that we all had our eyes set on yesterday. Positive 16 in one of the best matches that we've seen against Evil Geniuses. Achieved does it all, but if Achieved doesn't step up today, you still have Merc and Geo. Bolo's still there, and Timsy, he's gonna be the one to plant the bombs.
Obviously, when it comes to both of these teams, consistency is key, but you have to talk about consistent support. I think that Timsy, if he has a little bit more confidence today, I think that he'll be a lot more impactful on a lot of the rounds for TSM.
Well, taking a flip on the other side of the stage, we've got Team Reciprocity. They showed up huge yesterday with Nyx, Laxing, Retro, Foxay, and Vertical, making sure that they had their presence known. And of course, we've brought it up many times, but Vertical, the only remaining player from the Team USA Winners Rogue of last year, and certainly making sure that he would be the first ever two-peat in this realm of Team USA.
The very inconsistent back and forth game against Luminosity yesterday. Team Reciprocity, they definitely have a lot of gelling left to do in order to be a top team in this game. But the one thing you cannot count this team out for is whenever their backs are against the wall. It seems like they play better in those scenarios. 1vx's, 2vx's, somehow they always come out on top.
Yeah, once they got onto the defensive side of Villa, it was, sort of right back up all the way through 5 rounds in a row, I think it was. Standout plays from Laxing, playing multiple roles on multiple rounds of the defense. He didn't do it, meaning he didn't do the same thing every single defense. He did something different a little bit every time. And then Nyx stepping up for his team as that support player. He's not known for playing support, but he seemed to step up, and he's going to have to step up again today.
Well, we've talked a lot about Laxing and Vertical, but we need to make sure highlighting in the head-to-head another member of Reciprocity that you see on the screen, the protege of Fuya herself. It's going to be Foxay, and his head-to-head comparison, of course, will be against none other than TSM's Achieved. We can look at those comparison stats right now. Foxay with a +8 of 30-22 KD, and then Achieved, however, with a +16, 34 and 18.
The stats show that both these players are positive, with Achieved obviously being a lot more impactful for his team. But I think that comes from a lot of the shots that he's calling. He is the temporary IGL for TSM since Pojo Man is going to be coaching behind and is unable to play in the tournament. I think that he was able to set himself up along with, directing what Timsy needed to do. We saw a lot of Timsy planting the diffuser and Achieved directly covering him and just picking up frag after frag after frag. And I think that's where a lot of that came from. But then Foxay, however, was a little quiet, but still always there for his team when he needed to be.
And I think when you think about the overall themes of this matchup, there are clearly a lot of question marks in the actual strategy that Reciprocity is going to bring in, as we do know them as the fraggers. But I think it's going to come down to patience, because the patience that TSM showed in their match yesterday certainly proves that they have that ability. If Reciprocity can match that, I would not be surprised if we go to a full 3 maps.
Reciprocity, I don't think they're going to show patience. I think they're going to be all up in your face trying to get these gunfights. And the reason why is that if they utilize that type of strategy against TSM, you might catch them slipping. We know Timsy plays extremely slow. He plays in the back. If you can pick off 1 kill at a time, you can slowly shut this team down.
I think that this matchup is going to be all about aggression. I don't think either team is going to shy away from any engagements. The main question mark in my mind is how impactful is Laxing's playstyle going to be during this matchup? Because typically we've seen players try to avoid Laxing's positions, avoid the positions that everyone knows that he is going to be playing. But I think that TSM might try to isolate him and just eliminate him early off in rounds if they can figure out where he's coming from, because he's usually by himself, so that they can effectively not have to anticipate someone holding some crazy angle or cutting off a rotation late into the round.
All right, well, we do have an opportunity, though, to see where we're going to be going, because it matters if you frag, but sometimes those maps make a difference. The veto for our best of 3 has been concluded, and let's see what we got. Border and Cafe taken away, which means Bank for TSM, Clubhouse for Reciprocity, the follow-up 2 bands of Coastline and Consulate, which means the decider will be on Villa.
Pretty interesting choice, especially going to Bank. I feel like on Bank, Reciprocity can do pretty good as well. Their aggressive play style, and they know how to play the objective game, especially when Goddess was on the team last year. The type of mentality that they have to play the objective is still there, apparently. But TSM, we've seen new looks all the time, especially with Pojo out. We don't know what to expect.
I sat down, well, not sat down. I was walking alongside Vertical, going from his area to the player lounge earlier during the last match. And I said, what are you excited for? What are you ready for with these maps? And he said, honestly, we know that TSM loves Bank. We expect that to be in the map pool, and we want to go there first because we're more than willing to beat them at their own game. That level of confidence alone tells me that Reciprocity has a game plan.
The red flag that pops up in my head at the end of that map ban is the decider map, Villa. If Reciprocity can't 2-0 TSM, I think they're going to lose because we saw how poorly they performed on Villa, but maybe they've had just enough time to correct some of their mistakes and solidify some of those positions and roles that we didn't see out of the Villa attack for them. Because if Reciprocity can attack as well as they can defend on Villa, they can obviously win the map. But right now, that is not a strong choice. And I think that if Reciprocity don't 2-0 TSM, they will lose.
Yeah, Villa's definitely going to be the biggest question mark for Reciprocity, but I feel like after day one down behind us now, Nyx is definitely more comfortable than he was, and you know, sometimes it takes that first day, the little jitters to go away, and then you come back, you play that maestro, and you get picks to help out Laxing Vertical.
All right, well, it is time, gentlemen, to make your predictions. It has been a rocky day number one, but you know what, Rams, you're starting to claw your way back into prediction game. You've got a best of three. The winner faces Space Station Gaming in the U.S. Nationals Championship. Who's walking away with the victory?
Well, after seeing the maps that they're going to be playing on, I think that TSM has this one in the bag.
All right, TSM it is. What about you?
Not even a question. Reciprocity all the way.
All right, it's a split vote. What about you over in the audience? Who do you feel is going to win? TSM or Reciprocity? Make sure that you make some noise. We also took to the online world and we said, what do you think is going to win? And 67% of you said that TSM was going to have it, 33% saying Reciprocity. We are ready to go. The map is getting started. It's off to the money bags. Bank is on the way, and we've got two fantastic casters who are going to be kicking it. It's none other than Stokes and Blue. Gentlemen, it's all you.
Thank you very much, Jump. And it is time, ladies and gentlemen, to jump into our final conference finals before we get into the USN finals themselves. And Stokes, what a match this is going to be. We've got so many cool story factors playing into this. Let's start talking about them.
Oh, it's amazing, especially how the map bans broke down. We're going back to Bank, where we saw plenty of plans go down by TSM yesterday, but Reciprocity also picking up Clubhouse, which is a very interesting pick because they dominated on that yesterday. You can only take a couple bullets out of the gun. You're obviously going to allow a map through that they want. It just happened to be Clubhouse this time around. I think that's going to be the scariest factor for TSM in these map choices.
Villa remaining a mainstay at this tournament as well as it makes its way into the pool once again as a third map and is going to make things very interesting. Now from the individual side of things, we've got a couple of factors to talk about. One, pretty much everybody on Reciprocity yesterday playing lights out. We had similar results from TSM, but there's one very large asterisk on that, and that was the performance from Timsy, the fill-in coming in for these guys. From a utility perspective, he did everything right and had probably the most individual plants on a single player I've personally ever seen in a professional Siege match. They also had Achieved, who had the best single match performance based on Siege GG rating out of the entire tournament yesterday. So there's a lot playing into that, but the problem is with everybody on Reciprocity looking so consistent, I don't know if Timsy still falling behind in the fragging department is going to be enough for TSM to get over the hump here, but we're going to find out as we're already into the first map and already into the ban phase.
That is definitely got to be on TSM's mind. Can Timsy win those ones? There was plenty of rounds yesterday that were right inside of their grasp just if Timsy wins that one gunfight. Might be those shakes on main stage that we thought coming into this. It's his first land. Hopefully those are gone now, but we're rolling through bans pretty quickly, folks. Mav, Jackal already gone, so pretty regular bans. The Maverick kind of out of the ordinary for hard destruction, but you're going to have your two standard ones in Habana as well as Thermite. And a really, really weird one coming out. We're going to have Reciprocity remove Vigil.
Very specific ban, it seems, for them not wanting to deal with just that roaming presence and not wanting to deal with the delays that can be caused by trying to track down the specific position of a Vigil, which it's not that hard to, it's a bit hard to see that just from a layman's perspective watching the game, but if you're paying attention to sort of attacking teams' delay, and if you notice a Vigil in the field, oftentimes it's because they can't actually figure out where the Vigil is. So I suppose they're going to try banning that out and seeing if it'll speed up the possibility of their attacks.
Also, a flashback to yesterday for TSM on defense. They did use Vigil quite often for delay, so it's a cover pick for quite a few of their players, as it is in regular rotation for them. Laxing already 6 picking off as he picks up the Warden. Reciprocity, one of the first teams to really adopt Warden into their lineups for Bank, so you're more than likely going to see a Blue Stairs hold here.
In fact, to be specific, I think the largest majority of the lineups that TSM often use where they win usually ends up with Vigil in the lineup. So there is a very specific target ban reason, not to any particular player, but to the team as to why Reciprocity may have chosen to ban it out.
A lot of the times inside of these competitive environments, it's the spot bans that matter, the ones that actually strike at the heart of the team, rather than, hey, we're kind of used to not having this, but it's going to be off the field anyways because everyone thinks it's strong.
So it's actually not even that dominant either. Looking at their compositional lineups that they've run in the past where they've had Vigil in it, there's really only one of those where they use Mozzie along with Legion, Jaeger, and Pulse, where they win a large majority of the rounds. Other than that, there's just not a large enough sample size to get data from at this point. But yeah, it's an interesting pick either way from Reciprocity, so probably just coming off of yesterday's results. So we do have TSM on the field here, and we're going to start seeing them push in to start this basement attack.
They did such a great job at dominating this map on the offensive side with roam clears and everything. There was no real chance yesterday for a roam to come back and bite them overall a great showing, so we'll see how they start off bank today. Team Reciprocity does enjoy those roam games, and they love those aggressive holds, but usually on bank, they do tend to just sit downstairs because anybody that does roam upstairs on a downstairs hold is typically a dead man walking because there's so many dang windows throughout this entire map.
Still a lot of drone work being done here by TSM. Achieved specifically taking control of Square first, and to watch out now for the presence that they might get back from the stairs. This was a large part of the match that TSM played in yesterday versus EG, was just trying to get down these stairs and get access to the site. They had a lot of problems dealing with the smoke that was often positioned here. Now Reciprocity doesn't have a smoke here. They do have a Warden in that position to try and hold this off. As far as I can see, no ADSs that he currently has able to fend off nades here. So one more is going to get shot down at him. Will actually be able to do a whole lot of damage, and there's a big surprise. There's two players hiding out in here. Vertical is going to be able to get two. He loses his teammate, or at least has him go down, but no! Vertical switches to the pistol, manages to take out Timsy as well. That's 3 for him, a massive play. He's dropped the diffuser as well.
What else would you expect from Vert getting super aggro? But one man has been down. It's Laxing, downed by Timsy. Focked it with a nice nitro cell as the hatch gets open, takes down Geo. It's all left up to Bolo in a 1 versus 5 as Laxing gets picked back up. Vertical still pocketing some ADSs, sets those down so doesn't have to worry about any concussions pouring in from the door. This is more than likely going to be a wash here unless Bolo can pull out some heroics. Moves on over to the impacts now, and actually his last concussion will pour through, but there's 2 people lying in wait. A quick shotgun shot and a flawless round for Reciprocity to start us off.
Nice hold from Rec, a solid basement play, and once again, TSM is going to find themselves getting tripped up and trying to get access to those stairs leading down to server. Similar problems to what was showing up yesterday in the EG game. Let's see how they look to change that up. Now, obviously, the site will change with Reciprocity winning on the defense, and they're going to follow the expected route so far, these sites, just heading directly upstairs after the victory on basement.
Executive and CEO, a site that a lot of teams hold very aggressively to those northern windows because a lot of people like to repel on them. Might see some spawn kills, might see some high-flying action as well, since Laxing is on Valkyrie, more than likely going to try and get some information to the outside, but Bolo's going to directly counter that as he flicks back and forth onto the IQ, but it'll eventually get locked in as we're locked in for round 2 of this absolute heater of a match so far.
Set up now. Vertical playing onto a dock this time, so already having a great performance in that first round is now going to try to get even more complex and maybe even a little bit greedy, if I do say so myself, depending on what he's going to try to do at the beginning of this round. We'll see exactly what that is in a couple seconds here.
As opposed to how TSM was handling things yesterday, playing up against Evil Geniuses, EG has a completely different play style than what Reciprocity has. Reciprocity's super aggro. It's more of a hybrid aggro style. They keep a couple people on site, but they continue this rotation of just 2 to 3 people that roll around the map and get kills. Or you have people like Vert who just walk up blue and continually frag out along the way because he just keeps getting those one-on-one gunfights because that's all Reciprocity wants. TSM currently giving them those situations, and right now is when they already need to make that adjustment and go, okay, we're not playing against EG anymore, we're playing against Reciprocity. They want these gunfights, we need those supporting angles, we have to play this right or we're going to lose this early.
So TSM wasting no time on spawn. Merc already going to move himself to the square doorway. He'll have his teammate on Skylight knock out the door for him so that he can move in and start checking out what things look like on the inside. It looks like there is a little bit of drone work that they just do in square before they commit themselves to it. So not too much delay here. It's also still Good 2.5 minutes remaining, so no need to rush things. Either way for TSM anyway. They do have a pretty nice drone inside of Janitor as well that more than likely won't get noticed by anyone on Rec. There's one right up on top of the very top left shelves as you go in the room from the elbow, sitting over in the hallways there. So that will probably be a good amount of intel to the attackers and make getting into Janitor, should they choose, a lot easier for TSM. There we go, they strike first this time. Able to find Foxe, also trying to go for the next pickup over here. They find Laxing hiding inside of Janitor entry, and they're gonna be able to take him out.
Electrical room, very sneaky. Retro waiting with impacts in hand. Gets the first one. Needs some assistance from the window by Geo. That tactical crossbolt can definitely handle the situation so that they can get the wall open. Timsy ready with another one, but he's already had quite a bit of damage dealt to him. So hopefully the impact doesn't down him. They need the firebolt right now, but no, it's not going to be enough. They didn't time it well. Retro gets away, and also, wait, no, he doesn't get a kill. Geo actually takes him down. Merc gets another. That's going to be Nyx. It's all down to Vertical now in a 1 versus 5. Seems like a mirror match from last time. Get the Toby eye tracker up so you guys can see exactly what's going on as he removed Merc from the game. Drone coming in towards meeting, fires through the wall into Janitor, but doesn't find too much. Vertical twisting and turning finally gets shut down by Achieved, and TSM ties things up. 2 very one-sided rounds right now, and that's going to make for a really interesting game if it continues to be that pace for the opening few rounds here, possibly even the opening half. Rec dominates on that server stairs hold in the first round when taking control of the basement for their first defensive win. On the second floor, things aren't nearly as clean, and TSM was just a pretty straightforward square take, are able to win out the second round. Overall, a pretty impressive showing from TSM. They couldn't even get the wall open, but they were still able to find those frags. And that's the one downfall to the playstyle of Reciprocity is when you're that aggro and you end up losing people early on, if it snowballs, the round is practically the offense or defense, depending on what side you're on. It's your opponent's round. TSM just took things pretty leisurely, did the proper things, droned out properly, find Laxing downstairs in the electrical room, and find a few stragglers as well, knock it down to the 1v5 that Vert had to try and bring it back from, but obviously those don't happen very often in this category of play.
We're going to see Rec once again reinforcing everything. Not really much of a reason as to why this would have changed so much. Still going to see the Doc being played over by Vertical. We do have the Echo in play this time as well. Necessarily believe we had in the previous round, so they are adding a little bit of utility, it seems. I'm going to try and see if they do a better job of fending off the relatively quick play from their opponents there and getting square control. And then unfortunately, the lost duels that were taken by Reciprocity that would lead to the eventual outcome of the round in TSM's favor.
Well, a lot of information games set up for Reciprocity in the likes of Fox, Vert, and Laxing. Valkyrie is, oh, excuse me, not Vert, Nyx. Apologies there. So Echo, Maestro, as well as Valkyrie, that's a lot of cameras on the field, and that's a lot of work for Bolo to do, but obviously he really can't deal with any of those evil eyes since they do have a bulletproof casing on the outside. So gonna need the sledgehammer or some explosives to get rid of those, more than likely going to be achieved with that sledge as TSM starts to clear. Traditionally speaking, they've been taking from ATM or having someone set on ATM windows, peering into the top floor or west windows, depending on what the site is. And Bolo's found quite a few picks for them because of these windows, at least up against Evil Geniuses. We haven't seen him be too successful, but he really hasn't had to be. Team Reciprocity, especially in that last round, were showing a lot of face, and TSM kind of claimed them all.
So TSM, once again, getting easy access to square to start this off. Nice spot as well, knocks out Laxing's camera. Relative ease there, so not gonna be able to glean any info from that. They do spot the Valkyrie itself too. Drone positioning right now for TSM has been really good, and I think it's caught them quite a bit of extra intel. They had that drone in the previous round too, which may explain why they were able to get in to those sites upstairs so easily despite not having great access. There is still one good camera for Laxing here. You can see the square stairs from Retro though. Goes crazy, jumping out. That's just for a starting kill. Bolo gonna wrap back now. See him out, finally locates him in the corner. Was being a little bit cautious of a second jump out just in case they wanted to secure Retro, but no, it will indeed just be a 1-for-1 at the end of the day. Achieved, spamming into the window, nearly gets a member of Reciprocity. I'm not sure if he saw Foxe or it just worked out that way. But either way, he dodges it and falls back towards the site.
Well, the issue that's on the table for TSM now is that you don't have anyone on your north windows, and you're definitely going to need that. You can't counter out all of these impacts, but Retro's already dead, so they don't have too much to worry about unless Foxy can possibly get to the wall and has his impacts on his Maestro. If he doesn't, then they can just get the wall open for free. They don't have to worry about any electricity or anything of that sort that could possibly deny them the wall. Timsy's actually already got it open. We just did not hear it go off. Timsy with a couple of shots towards Nyx, lights him up, but not enough to be fatal. Bolo finally gets taken down. Nyx with a repeat takes down Timsy. Diffuser now down at the top of square as everyone's following suit. Laxing to take down achieved. Merc, the only remaining member alive for TSM. He's yokai'd everything on his shoulders right now as every bit of utility falls down on top of him.
Just far too much for Merc to deal with there. No hope of winning it, sadly. So Foxy will eventually just spam into him, taking him out and claiming the second round for Rec. Also, importantly, controlling that upstairs site finally. Basement, I believe, just got unlocked, so they're going to go back to that and just try to go in a bit of a circle here.
All right, well, as we complete the makeshift side triangle, only getting through two rounds here.
More of a sight line, right?
Yeah, more of a sight line.
Next round, it could become a triangle.
TSM kind of threw a wrench into that, didn't they? So, all right, well, 6th pick right off rip. Laxing going over to the Warden because he doesn't want to tell straight to the other team that, hey, we're going downstairs. Bolo shifting things because obviously mental math, they're more than likely going to go downstairs. And you want that utility to try and deal with blue stairs. Hopefully they will be able to successfully take this time and recognize out that reciprocity is going to be more aggressive because that's what they did the last time. They're more than likely going to stack blue. They don't want you to take control of server, so you're going to have to fight fire with fire. Either burn out their utility and try and get some nades down while peeking with them. We saw that attempt by Achieve the last time. It didn't work out, where he actually had 3 successful attempts with it yesterday. He finally found somebody that would win out the gunfight, and it just happened to be Vert.
Let's see if Laxing is going to stick with the same role of playing into those server stairs. He kind of had an interesting draw where it seemed like his hold was going to work, but he ended up being the first to get picked, and it was Vert instead on the Jaeger that did most of the heavy lifting there once he went down. But we'll see if they're going to put him in that same position again, or if they're just going to commit Vert to it now instead of having him roam somewhere else. But it does look like it's pretty much the same setup as round number 1. They're going to have that Warden on Laxing do the defensive setup to try and keep TSM out of basement.
2 members sitting instead of blue stairs for Team Reciprocity, currently Laxing and Vertical, as well as Fox rocking the cardiac sensor for the Pulse as the traditional clear comes through from TSM. Start ATMs, clear out top floor with drones, get control of the open area, get those hatches open. That's all on the list for them right now, and that's why you see Geo on Habana. Maverick more than likely coming out because TSM likes to cheese whiz that wall, or excuse me, Swiss cheese that wall downstairs on server so that Geo can shoot nitro cells out of the air while Timsy's trying to put a diffuser down. So both of the bans for Team Reciprocity are check bans to TSM. Pretty interesting coming out from them.
Chief going to start to make a run down to the main floor here now that they have droned out the large majority, I believe, of the 1st and 2nd floor. Have security.
See you on
the fact that they're not going to be contested upon moving down. And you can tell there is not necessarily a will to go towards those server stairs from TSM. In fact, it looks like they're going to be avoiding it entirely, potentially doing an elevator drop and main stairs play instead, which makes sense. There's a lot of presence over on those Visa stairs right now and not nearly as much on the other side. That's going to change quickly, though. As you can tell, Vertical and a few other players like Retro have already started to catch on to this and are rotating into defensive positions.
Should be too hard for Reciprocity to read into this. I mean, they do have Foxy on the cardiac sensor. He can tell you where everyone is. Achieved is high talented in though. Throws himself down the elevator, takes down Vert. That's the man who shut down the push downstairs last time. Merv with a quick prone angle, flips that through the wall, does a little bit of damage, but not very much at all. Gunfight with Nyx inside a garage, but Trade's coming back, and now Team Reciprocity finally equalizing. Bolo on top of Nyx. Foxy rotates to try and shut them down on these hatch drops right on the tail of Timsy. Does he know where he is, though? He's got his feet if he hops over on that slight angle, but close to the window is exactly where he waits, trying to make sure that they cannot get shot. All down to Foxy now as Laxing loses his life. Jumps over, more than likely heard that. Can the shots go through? And Timsy wins it out. He's winning gunfights today, folks.
Timsy taking a nice duel at the end. He is able to get the better of Foxy ultimately with the angle and win it out. A bit of a Hail Mary switch up from TSM, but it's done in a very fast and very efficient way so that Rec did not have the opportunity to properly adjust. And even when they did, seems like they overplayed their hand. Most players in the late round, they're dying to that execute due to their own aggression rather than TSM's.
Well, hopefully that can inspire the TSM roster to bring in more of that frag power. Again, they play against these guys on a regular basis. They're both inside of North America. They know this play style. They just have to reach out and grab it. That's all they have to do. We've talked so much over this weekend about TSM's frag potential and what they can do with that three-headed monster that Rams was talking about yesterday. They're like a Hydra, man. You cut one head off and another one shall appear. They still have Geo in the back pocket, and if Timsy comes online, oh my. That is a dangerous, dangerous setup.
I mean, yeah, if Timsy gets himself into a position where he feels more comfortable and is able to get, like something close to like a 50-50 1v1 rating, this team is going to be unstoppable based on the way they played yesterday.
Absolutely.
It should be a 2-0 for TSM in my eyes at that point. But if it doesn't happen, that's where Rec will start to take control. So this is a very, very close match, just like the one versus EG yesterday. TSM really has their work cut out for them here at USM.
They both really do, because TSM has these bursts of speed. There isn't just an aggressive front like Reciprocity will put on. They put on an aggressive face, sprint right to where they want. They try and take map control very quickly. TSM's very methodical at the beginning of rounds. Take their time, drone things out. They know the sections of the map that they can have control of for free. They take those, then start to traverse to other areas in order to take control of those. Once they have the map control that they need, then is when those aggressive bursts start coming out. Get the hatches open. Somebody hatch drops, like Achieve, dropping down the elevator in E1. You don't see that stuff happen too often in work. And that's why it's so confusing with TSM, because you're like, okay, they're moving very slowly through the map. Oh wait, Achieve's in sight and I'm shot. It's very, confusing when you are on site and all of a sudden someone just spawns, basically.
It's happened all too many times, or at least seemingly happened anyway. So we do have TSM going to start taking some map control here relatively soon, with the 2-minute warning soon to come up for these guys. Not a whole lot for them to work with just yet, but they are being cautious due to how aggressive Team Rec has been playing up to this point, and obviously has been known to play in the past. So a lot of droning emphasis for these guys right now. Again, methodical style to the play. They don't want to give anything over to Rec that they don't have to, so they want to check everything before they commit.
They're definitely going to want to check everything, because there's plenty of reinforcements upstairs that aren't traditionally there on these style of holds. Specifically, they need to drone and make sure that they know that Laxing is inside of E1. He's inside the elevator with the hatch open. They reinforce the elevator walls towards Lone Office as well. Laxing's going to drop off now as the Goo Mine goes off into Achieve's foot. So now they have all the map presence that they need in order to go for the next couple of steps. Also, line and wait on that mid-floor, though. Foxay and Vert, currently inside of small office and open area, but TSM's working on other things. They're working on the server wall already.
We're going to see a bit of spam come through since that is a soft wall on that Hibana charge, but not a lot of it going to get killed. They still managed to get a pretty decent sized hole in the wall here. Achieved. Get himself forward, but the problem is they hadn't realized that those players were hiding inside of the small office and open. Foxay and Vert pick up 2 quick kills, and that's already going to be Timsy and Geo out of the fight, along with both of the hard breachers too. Achieved, now going to be the next to fall here as the trap is sprung and it works flawlessly. Foxay gets himself a new Pokemon as he takes care of Achieved. Laxing finds the next. Everything on Merc in a 1v5, and he doesn't have a hope of shutting this down with 35 seconds left.
More than likely going to get collapsed on top as well, but now everyone's actually rotating. Nyx and Retro the only 2 on site. The other 3 remain upstairs. Likely rotating behind Merc as he holds an angle, just waiting. Retro's got a Nitro Cell in hand. Seeing if Merc will possibly go for a plant, but doesn't even have Diffuser. Nitro Cell goes off, doesn't bag him too much, but it will blow the door open for Merc, as Merc actually gets a kill up to the hatch onto Foxay. Toby Eye Tracker online for you guys, so you can see exactly where Merc's looking and see his eyes as they close for the last time in this round.
Is going to be Reciprocity shutting things down as Nyx picks up the final kill for these guys. Merc finally caught.
Okay, so I'm just going to say it. You drone out everything, but you don't drone the area where you're going to blow a hatch? Come on.
Yeah.
Come on.
That's very important, it would seem. But, like, again, it's not, I guess it's not normally played into.
Yeah, but that's the thing. That's why you drone. That's why drones exist, Blue.
Oh, here we go. Rec's going to have some fun now.
Uh-oh. staff room open area.
So they're going to bypass working their way over towards the teller's office. You were talking about this yesterday, I think, during the TSM game, about how we had seen teams start to choose this site specifically over tellers a lot more recently. And we're going to see an example of that here with Rec.
Well, the reasoning, I actually had a discussion with Zoronic a little while ago. I believe it was in Japan. We had a discussion about this site on this map. This is the only site in the entire map that there's a way to drop into it and a way to drop out of it. So you can actually really quickly rotate on and off of site. So it's very creative in that way. Now it's going to be interesting to see what Team Reciprocity does with that, because as we all know, they never do anything traditional. So we'll see where these reinforcements lie.
Very, very true. Well, it's looking like we do have a few players that are going to be playing off-site and doing some roam work here in the early round. It actually appears as though it's quite a few. But we'll wait a couple seconds to see who ends up, still setting things up like reinforcements and is going to end up roaming back. And we'll get a better picture for what their actual plan is here.
Well, at first glance, it seems like a full horizontal hold with how they have the reinforcements and setups. They have a lot of soft destruction done to the walls for archives, as well as the bottom of square, just to try and be a nuisance to anyone that possibly rotates through there. Also, they have a little bit of top pressure. There shouldn't be too much that TSM can't handle. They're starting their take inside of the office, but they do have to worry about quite a few nitro cells. That's 3 nitro cells on the defense, Blue. That's a lot of explosives.
Achieved, going to see that upstairs here in CEO, where we don't have the site, it's going to be quite clear for the taking. And that's not entirely true. There still is going to be the Mute hiding out on the inside of Janitor. Maybe at least one more up here too. Just hard to see the silhouettes at this time. Merc's going to go ahead and set up a Claymore just to stop any quick little run-ups from those square stairs. Besides that, Achieved also keeping eyes out, trying to locate Laxing, but will get the better of him. And now retreats down Spiral from that front desk position. No, tries to anyway. Bolo is going to catch the better of him from that front entrance at ATMs. Trades it back, down to a 4v4.
Well, steady goings for TSM so far through this offensive round, and this is going to be their last one before they shift things on over to defense. The sheer amount of soft destruction that they have done to these walls has got to be absolutely daunting for TSM. This is a lot of drone work, a lot of information. There's literally no one home upstairs, but as you can see, Timsy and Bolo still very, very scared of who could possibly be lying in wait, just because of what happened to them on that last round, where all of a sudden, everyone seemed to be on the mid-floor when they didn't think anyone was home. TSM shifting things towards lobby now.
So Rec still kind of patiently waiting, at least as far as their type of play is concerned. This push coming from TSM. TSM now with less than a minute in order to make this happen. We've got Timsy, front tellers, ready to burst open a wall. We do have the castle on the other side of this, so he's going to be in an awkward spot. Just takes the fight directly, and he's going to win it. Foxe finding a frag against Bolo. Timsy there a moment later to trade it, however. Still even at a 3v3, but time now nearly non-existent for TSM. This execute needs to come in, and it needs to come in now.
TSM needs to make some magic happen here in order for this to work out. They have one more person to try and beat out. It's Vertical sitting inside of Archives, and they'll have access. A couple shots, tag up Timsy. Also a bullet making it into the shoulder of Merc. Geo loses out the first gunfight, knocking it down to the 2 versus 3. Only 15 seconds remain as they try and pressure on the site. Hot marks come in for, I believe, Merc. Lasers coming through as well. A nice shot. Timsy gets taken down, but Merc to win it out. Retro with the shotgun and the SMG-11. Doesn't matter what weapon, the man is lethal.
Reciprocity remaining consistent here. Been able to win out on the staff open area site right before they switch side. Just throwing a little bit of a curveball at TSM before the half ends, but they do manage to sustain a solid 4-2 lead coming off that defensive half. Now only 3 more from a map 1 victory and a lead in this series.
All right, well, Lockers CCTV. We're going to be headed for the first defensive round of TSM, and we're relatively going to have the same setup that we saw yesterday, Merc rocking the castle, which, as we traditionally talk about on this site, you don't see too often, but they like it for splitting up the upstairs just for the roamers to be a little bit more comfortable. Also, those impacts are very handy at making rotates quickly as to not waste people's time. Well, TSM was apparently the Sonics now, but despite that, we have some reinforcements going up top just to extend that roam a little bit.
Once again, basement defense here for TSM. Probably for this first round, I would expect them to defend it pretty normally. You saw Rec make a couple of adjustments. Unfortunately, didn't really pan out too much into their favor, with TSM eventually able to get more free control of areas like server stairs, where before they were over-defended almost by Reciprocity. So some interesting stuff being tried by them on this basement. However, I believe TSM are going to play things pretty much to the traditional T that you would expect on this site. We've got a pulse play that's going to be on Achieve, so he's going to be able to see when the first players move in towards square, and then probably, or actually the tunnel as well, of course. Then he's going to be able to fall back play within gold bars when and if Rec are able to get control. As you can see, there is no presence coming from that direction to start this round, though. So we are going to see Rec move in towards ATMs, and I believe the backside as well here.
All right, well, Nyx on Ash. We saw this a lot yesterday in Reciprocity's matchup, and Nyx has not skipped a beat since coming from Dark Zero. The man still got it. He's looking for these frags once again. Reciprocity overall yesterday showed every bit of fragging prowess that they had, and Laxing will be the first one on the offense to start things off with Reciprocity. And he's going to take out one of the most important people on TSM. It's going to be Bolo.
Do have a soft wall left open over here next to the small office in front lobby, so that's going to pop open a hole into the main hallway. Give them quite a bit of view here to work off of. Nyx will go fragging once again. Now is able to find himself the next pickup against the Merc. Tried to chase one more, but it seems that member of TSM that was on the main stairs, I believe either Geo or Achieved, is going to end up falling back down. Looks like it was Geo.
Well, plenty of pressure for Reciprocity now, so should be able to take things over very easily. Still have Foxay up, everyone on full HP and healthy for Reciprocity after checking those vitals, so rotating over to blue now with EMPs and the rest of their utility. Timzy, Geo, and Achieve, the only three alive for TSM. Reciprocity bearing down on blue stairs. I'll have to see how long Timzy can possibly survive here. Another EMP coming in. No frag grenades, just stun grenades now pouring in as Timzy twists and turns to try and avoid the stuns. Shotgun in hand. Can definitely deal with the pressure if it comes to all these stuns now pouring in. They peek through. He does plenty of damage to Nyx, but the shotgun sells him out. And it's going to be a double kill for Nyx on the round. Vertex on. It's all left up to Achieve in a 1 versus 5.
Trying to do something here. Drone's already going to find his position. He takes an immediate duel at main stairs, and Vert shuts it down. Reciprocity closes out their opening attack with a flawless round. That does not look good for TSM.
Well, roam game not working out too hot for TSM, and that's going to be calls for a timeout. It is their map pick. You guys heard Reciprocity themselves. They're ready for this. They wanted to go to Bank. They thought that that was the map that they were going to go to, and they'd be correct. So, as you guys can tell from the bands as well, they kind of knew exactly what they were doing when walking into this one. Poge thinking that he's got a couple of thoughts, and overall, TSM, it just feels like on the roam game so far, they haven't been supporting each other as much as they were yesterday. Yesterday, you had everyone kind of clustered up as that Wrecking Ball crew that was just ruining everything that the offense was attempting to do. This time around, it was a lot of single one-on-one gunfights that Reciprocity just got to take over and over again and just steamrolled the defense.
So, Reciprocity at this point looking very solid. TSM realizes this. They've taken a pause, trying to figure out what exactly has been going wrong in these defensive rounds, maybe extending outwards too much. They need to play more passively. Now, Timzy definitely has had a visible improvement in his ability to take gunfights comparatively to yesterday. So I don't think that's a major factor in the issues for TSM anymore here. I'd like to see the stats when we get in game just to kind of double confirm that. But I think overall, Timzy's been putting up a much better fight in this matchup than we saw yesterday. So now it's more on getting over the very, very strong prowess that we're seeing right now from Rec when it comes to these mid-round adjustments they're making, along with just getting past the individual players themselves. And I think that pretty much speaks for itself.
Yeah, this has been definitely an upgrade for Reciprocity inside of their playstyle. It's truly incredible to see what they did with these roster moves. It's kind of like getting a Mustang, you know, but then you get the GT and you're like, oh, well, this is a lot faster. You know, it just seems like they've really just beefed up everything that they were about, and I'm really here for it. It's overall been fantastic with their playstyle, especially on defense. Bank is a map that I didn't really feel like fit Reciprocity's playstyle for their defensive setups, but they're proving me wrong so far. Very creative in some of the ways that they handle things, especially that open area defense.
Yeah, I mean, Vert specifically for me has been looking really good. Like, he kind of just fit on this team like a glove, it seems. He's been flowing in it back to the first round, right, where he pulls off that crazy stairs hold. So going to bring these types of plays here. This is already a team where we're known for seeing stuff like that happen pretty regularly. And, you know, just like TSM with their own pickup of Geo, it's a really, really smart addition overall.
Yeah, the additions of Vert and Nyx, I don't know if you can compare them to anything else inside of NA at this time. I mean, a lot of people were spitballing what was going to happen with Dark Zero, saying that that was a top move. I think you kind of have to argue this. Big pick coming out, though, while we are bantering back and forth with roster moves and everything else. Merc's going to take down Retro. That's one of the hard destructors and a very important one at that off the field.
Big delay that's going to come from this is someone has to go all the way back there to get the diffuser now.
Yeah, that's a long ways
so
away.
So like, you know,
it's 80 meters across the roof. Yeah. It's like a 15-second run. And Retro, that might not matter now, but it's going to matter at the end of the round.
Yeah, it's going to cost them. It's going to cost at least one player a solid, 20, 30 seconds here to go get that. So that's going to waste quite a bit of time, even if they're ready for their execute, which of course they're not. This could cause issues. Achieved has some nice vision over there on the main stairs. It's going to be calling this out for sure. Gets himself just a direct ping onto it. Merc moves in to finish him off. That's Nyx going down. Easy frag so far here for TSM. And there we go. They just got that diffuser back.
Yes, they
Remember, they've got to walk all the way back into the building now is the other issue. However, Vert getting away with murder on Geo takes him out with no answer and gets a bit of damage, I believe, onto Achieved as well.
The issue is now, though, they know exactly where he is. They know he's in sight, and they have every single pathway to get into sight locked down. So Foxy's going to have to try and frag out with the help of Laxian in order to get themselves on sight. Vert can obviously do his due diligence and try and get a couple more frags to open up some more pathways. Holes coming in from the top now by, I believe, Timsy with a secondary shotgun. Don't exactly, yep, it is Timsy upstairs. Laxton's gonna light him up a bit, but Tim still remains alive as we get down to that minute mark. Foxy's worked his way back. That's the man with the diffuser, so he's gonna be playing a little bit more passively until they can finally get that diffuser onto site. Need to deliver that payload, but Bolo takes down Lax, and that's gonna make this even more difficult. They're spread thin. Vert's trying to work things out inside of sight, dumps the mag, flicks to the other door, sees one, but he can't get the head. Oh, they're on both ends. Fox finally gets Achieve on rotation. Can he win it out? He can. Vert knocked it down to the double here. 2 versus 2 with that double kill. Pre-fires flying everywhere now. Not too much pressure on site. Bolo and Timsy remain. Timsy not very much HP either. I believe he's rotated off. No, he's actually still upstairs. No, I'll eat my words. He's actually out by pillars inside of lobby, sitting right next to the desk. Bolo gonna life him up real quick as Foxy starts to put this diffuser down. They're holding the 2 doors. They have to pitch at the same time though. They have to make this work out. Bolo runs right into him, and this is the time for the man to make it happen, but he can't, and Vert with a quad shuts them all down. Timsy going for the utility instead of the lead, and it doesn't work out for him.
Vert fitting into the team like a glove, more like a gun it seems, as he once again rips his way through the entire TSM lineup. A 4K for him. I believe that's the second one on the map as well, if you count round number 1. That's going to be Rec at 6-2, just dominating TSM on bank right now. And again, a lot of that play coming out from players like Vert, who is going absolutely lights out right now in this map.
Well, Reciprocity allowing bank through.
Let's talk about the fact that, like, Reciprocity has no business winning that round. That goes down, I believe, to a 2v4 or 2v5 at one point.
Done.
They had to waste 40 to 50 seconds to go out of the building, go get the diffuser because it got picked at the start.
The part I want to highlight so bad is that Vert sat in sight for 1 minute and 15 seconds. He killed someone and just sat there. And that's not something that TSM usually allows. They usually have these aggressive players who are like, okay, I'll take the gunfight, let's go. And nobody wanted it. Nobody wanted to gunfight Vert. They just let him sit there the entire time, and he continued to be a thorn in their side. And eventually, that thorn got infected, and they ended up losing the round because of it. All because Vert was allowed to maintain pressure inside of sight, and then they let Foxy get it.
So, TSM now up against the wall, at least when it comes to this map. It's a best of 3 though, folks, and don't panic just yet if you're here rooting for them. They need to lose an additional one on top of this to be eliminated from the bracket.
5 seconds
get knocked out of these conference finals before they make it on to the Grand Championship of USN itself.
Locate and defuse a bomb.
Well, do or die time now for TSM on their defense. A couple castle barricades till 11 hits because it takes 12 to break them. Quickly rotate through those and they keep their same integrity for bullets. So nice little trick there for you guys at home. They're relatively new to the game. Very creative way to handle things. Team Reciprocity focused on garage take. Plenty of drones spawned in now just to make sure that nobody is sitting at the back. But since this map is so big, more than likely not going to be anyone. But hey, once again, I'm going to be wrong. There's going to be Geo waiting because he's recognized more than likely that Reciprocity tends to gain access downstairs. There's a bunch of drones waiting here for him as well.
Let's see, Geo does have a camera to play into in the back of that van. Vision tries to take the duel. The drone throws him off at just the last second, though. So close to winning that battle versus Nyx. Merc is here, though, and he's going to look to try and trade these back as he finds the initial trade onto Vert himself.
Fantastic kill. Nyx still on the Ash, but very low HP. Fun fact coming in for you guys right now, TSM has not been able to figure out the basement site. They have a 36% win rate on it in their last 6 games, including an 0-3 in this tournament.
Foxay looking for options here now as he works himself around tellers on top of one of the main hatches. That should get bursted in just a couple of moments here. Nyx trying to push himself forward, taking care of some of the soft wall, sitting in the next room, so as to hopefully give him earlier vision onto an opponent hiding behind it. Nothing scouted out from that, however, so the 2- or 3-man team that's stuck here right now is going to remain stuck for the time being.
Reciprocity, very methodical with this garage take. Still a ton of people. Merc holding a pixel, pre-fires back through, trying to play it off the edge. Bolo shows up, but no, it's achieved from downtown to take down Foxay. A quick flick from Retro. Can he get them both? He can. He downs them both. Oh, but finally Timsy shows up, and he's the savior. But Nyx cleans things up. He's got quite a bit of damage dealt to him, but do they know Laxing's inside of sight? Nyx gonna relocate himself. Laxing just waiting inside of server, but the diffuser's down in garage, and that's gonna put Team Reciprocity into a pickle. They're split between these last 2 defenders. Does TSM know that they had the diffuser down though?
It's going to be a big question. Based on the way that they're playing, I would have to say yes. 38 seconds, and Nyx is going to try to make a play like this. Up on top of the police car, into small office, and then more than likely, at this point on the timer, I would have to say go down the main stairs. TSM, they've realized something's up. They don't have that presence in garage anymore. They know that the diffuser backed away, and they are frantically trying to find out which way it went. In the meantime, Laxing is still hunting. He has been pushed outside of the site. Nyx runs into a goo mine, but still gets the frag on Timsy. 12 seconds left, however, to at least start the diffuser process, and they can't fail it if they go past 0 timer. Achieve with a trade on the Nyx. That's the diffuser down a second time, but Laxing completes the rotate, brings in the upset on the round once again, and finishes off the 1v1 clutch. Reciprocity shut down map number 1, 7-2, and sit only one more lap away from being the Western Conference champions and be our 2nd grand finalist for USN.
Reciprocity is looking so damn good right now, man. I don't know what what TSM has to do to really fix this. Again, it just feels like sometimes they are scared to go for these gunfights, and they definitely need to try and figure that one out. That late roam not working out for them. Also, Laxing with a nice mask of his movement with that EMP grenade.
All right, guys, that's going to do it for us for the time being. We'll be back for map number 2, but let's send it down to the desk to break this map down.
We saw Reciprocity yesterday show up strong in map number 1, and they're keeping things consistent here in map number 2. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Analyst Corner. I'm Jump with Rams and Veli. Gentlemen, it was quite the victory for Reciprocity. You said it yourself, Veli. They were going to come hot out of the gate. They weren't going to have patience, and that aggression certainly paid off.
I said it over and over again. I'm going to say it until you guys get sick of me. Vertical is the truth. That round where Vertical ran into Tellers all by himself and racked up a 4K to win the round in a 2v4, that shouldn't have happened. The fact that Vertical ran in the site and they, instead of trying to clamp down on him, Merc was on main stairs. Everyone tried to hold him off at an angle outside of the site. No verticality was involved, and Vertical was just free. He let Foxy try to get the plant, and he racked up enough kills to win.
The one thing that sticks out to me about that map, the entire map of Bank, that was played in such an unorthodox fashion. There were so many things that we have not necessarily seen for a very, very long time. At first, it looked like it was just going to be your standard Bank, push down blue stairs, drop in through server, backwards plant at the half wall, push upstairs, go to CEO, all this stuff. But instead, it looked like the first few rounds, Reciprocity was just sort of setting the pace, and they're like, okay, we're letting them get comfortable. Now throw the playbook out the window and just do crazy things. But it actually wasn't wasn't crazy. It was calculated and it was well executed. There was some combinations of operator selection that are worth noting. The first, the Mutant Mozzie combo. We always talk about how important it is to take away intel from the attackers. But then with the addition of Valkyrie and Maestro from the defenders to gain as much intel as possible while denying as much intel as possible to the attackers was influential while they're defending unorthodox bomb locations.
No, I'm gonna have to give my hats off to TSM. This was basically the game of counters. After Laxing and Vertical did such a stronghold on blue stairs, TSM said, hey, we don't have to go down that way this time. Let's go the back way. Let's go down main stairs and garage and try to get this win. Bolo secured the kill to win, but then, as you were saying, Reciprocity said, let's change things up. Utilizing most of their reinforcements and tellers in the elevator hallway, they stopped that same exact counter that TSM tried to use to beat them in the round before.
I mean, it is a life-size game of chess in many instances, making sure that you have your moves and your counter moves and Reciprocity. That intel information, we didn't peg for them as a strength coming into this. We also pegged the fact that TSM were the ones that decided that we were going to head over onto Bank. And like I mentioned, Vertical saying, we're happy to beat them at their own game. And what better way to start that now that we move to a new map, what a Reciprocity pick.
You have to give a ton of credit to Vertical.
Yes.
When it came to, you mentioned the play where he's inside of Teller's archives for so long, completely surrounded with none of his teammates to help him. There's that round and the round where Laxing and Nyx clutched up at the very end to win the map.
Yes.
The patience and the composure to reevaluate the scenario that they're in, to then create a plan and make it work was just impeccable.
I think Reciprocity are onto something. That whole open in Teller's hold that they were doing, especially when I believe it was Vertical, he was in Teller's the entire time. TSM, they were playing scared. They weren't pushing him. He wasted a lot of time on the clock, I believe almost 2 minutes, and that stuck with him. So maybe Reciprocity, they're learning along the way, and this is making them such a better team now.
And I think you add into the fact that despite not having been a cohesive unit as long as what we had, or as long as some of the other teams, when I talked to Foxe, he said we haven't had time to synergize up. Many of their pushes onto the bottom floor allowed them, or really showcased the fact that they might not be perfect, but some of their timed pushes as a unit certainly adds value. Map 1 is done, however. TSM has an opportunity to come back. So let's now shift the conversation. TSM found a couple of ounces, couple rounds of success, but only 2 rounds out of 9 is not something they're going to be able to do if they want a chance to force a map 3 and make it out of this Western Conference Finals.
Take advantage of your leads. That one round where the clutch happened with Vertical, listen, Retro was spawn killed with the objective. When that happens, lock it down, play it slow, but don't play too scared. TSM had so many advantages, but they never jumped on it. So if you can't do that, then what are you doing? Stop playing scared, play aggressive like you did yesterday and secure those kills.
They just weren't gathering enough intel on their defensive rounds, and it really showed.
Yeah.
Well, we are getting ourselves ready for map number 2 that will be starting very shortly, but we also need to direct the conversation towards players that need to step up. We saw yesterday Achieved went off of his rocker, Merc went off of his rocker, but today it's not as impactful as what we want. Impact kills was a term that you brought up yesterday that I don't think was as relevant coming in onto this, and we can take a look at the stats actually and see where that's actually falling in line onto this.
Ooh.
You only had no one actually that pulled above a positive KD, and you're going to have these players stand up if they have any desire of forcing a map 3.
I think this is where not having Pojo Man playing in Timsy's spot is going to hurt him most. There's a huge difference between being the best team in the game and having some of the better individual players in the game. This shows it. In a team game, you cannot expect Achieve, Bolo, or Merc to go off at any given time to always win these rounds. At the end of the day, team game, utility play. You're going to have to play together, and they didn't have that.
Tying into what you're talking about impact frags, yes, they are important, and I don't think you can get a more impactful kill than Merc's spawn kill onto Retro with the diffuser. But you then have to turn around and give credit to Vertical. As the IGL, he took the slow, calculated opportunity to walk into sight and take out Geo, the anchor of the objective itself, and just wait patiently for his teammates to try to make their way around. But if you notice, Foxe and Laxing didn't just immediately get on the roof and try to rotate around the building or jump outside or whatever. They held their positions for a little while, knowing that they had the time to play with and they were able to even up the man count a little bit more to eventually make it, you know, a 3v2, to which Vertical just had to step up and make the play.
All right, well, your TSM fans that are all across the globe, all over the United States, and most certainly that we've seen in the Twitch chat, make sure you give us your energy and take that energy over to social media. Make sure you use the hashtag R6USN to let us know your thoughts and whether or not you feel TSM is going to come out on top. Or if you're a fan of the Rec Pack, show your love, show your support, because they are one map away from winning Space Station Gaming tomorrow in the U.S. Nationals Championship. Map number 2 is headed up next, so it's back over to Stokes and Blue for the game call.
Time, ladies and gentlemen, to jump into our second and potentially final map of the Western Conference Final. TSM up against Reciprocity, and right now Reciprocity is looking fantastic. A barn-storing performance on Bank has netted them a 7-round victory with only 2 to 3 rounds in response from TSM. We now have to wait and see what they have to show us to get back into this game. It is time, ladies and gentlemen, to jump into our second and potentially final map.
And can we wait? I think not. TSM not having a very good showing on Bank overall. Rolling into Clubhouse now, it's going to be a very tall task for them to win, because yesterday Team Reciprocity made pretty quick work of Luminosity on this map in a 7-3 fashion. And they're actually extremely dominant on their offensive rounds, so that's something that TSM is going to have to try and figure out.
We're going to be getting into it in just a second here, folks. You hear the music. That means it's time to make some noise. Here's the map stats in case you need them as well. 7 and 6 bans. Not a map we see played too often by these teams, but a 5-6 record for TSM and a 3-6 record for Reciprocity. That may not tell the whole story, though. There's been roster changes, and most importantly, there's been a very, very good match for Reciprocity yesterday on this very map. So it's time to see if they have the prowess to take it down once again, and if players like Vertical are going to be able to show up just as dominantly as we saw in map number 1. Hibana's our first ban. He is going to be knocked, or she, excuse me, is going to be knocked out.
Yeah, get those X-Kairos out of here. We don't want you opening up too many hatches. Capital will follow suit. This has got way too much utility. Don't want him up. Don't want him to be able to counter out Bandit Tricking or anything of the sort. Obviously, there's still ways to do it, but Capital is, relatively speaking, the easiest way to do that. Reciprocity is going to have their final ban. It's a defensive ban this time around, though. They're going to be removing, after they think about it for a while, Valkyrie.
So Valkyrie is going to be the first defender ban. We should expect this last one to more than likely be a Maestro or Echo. We've had a couple curveballs today, though, so let's see what our last one is. Now, Mira actually going to be banned out once again, as she is found to be too useful here. So once more, this will be another match today where we have both Maestro and Echo left in the pool for play, which will be quite dangerous for the attacking team. Reciprocity is going to have potentially a lot to contend with if TSM decides to utilize both of them.
Well, as we jump into things, TSM already down 1 map starting this defense as they head downstairs to Church Arsenal Room, a fan favorite of Clubhouse. That's actually where a lot of people tend to start nowadays. It's either there or CCTV. We don't see people start inside of Gym Bedroom too often, and Flynn's not here, so we're not going to be getting that bar defense that he loves so much.
Not today, more than likely anyway. We're going to be starting out in the basement, though, so we will see quite a bit of action there regardless.
Need to locate and defuse bombs.
I'll take a look and see what the opening defense setup is going to be here in basement for TSM. Should be pretty standard, especially when you look at their operator lineup. There's no curveballs here. We are going to see Bolo get back on that visual, though, as we no longer have the target ban from Rec against TSM to get rid of this. So Bolo is now free to go back onto this role, too.
Pretty creative from Reciprocity in that first game to go off the reservation from the regular bans and shift up how the map's going to play just by making TSM more, uncomfortable. So honestly, that might open it up to a lot of other teams to start to do that a little bit more often. Really, the only ban that we see nowadays that comes out to make teams uncomfortable is Thatcher. That's a favorite inside of Latin. We're just not going to use Thatcher. It makes things so easy. We don't want you to have access to that. Well, now that seems to be overflowing into other operators, and I really like how Reciprocity handled that.
So we do have Reciprocity spawned out and onto the field, ready to rock and roll at this point. So it's time to see how they're going to approach this. Again, we should expect quite a bit of delay on any actual action going on here. We do have a bit of roaming presence from TSM, so Rec is going to have to spend a bit of time clearing that out. Right now, it's in the second floor, close to the Gym Bedroom sites. So they will have to try and knock those guys out first. You can even see a little bit of that skirmish starting out here now as Vertical gets himself into bit of a small fight, but I think it's just actually to take down the softball here so he gets clean vision into the inside of bar.
Well, plenty of time for TSM still to waste. Only 50 seconds in here now. Merc's already got a little bit of damage done to him. TSM on roam, but what else would you expect? Didn't show too much face on Bank. Feeling a little bit different this time around. Probably want to try and warm things up, but Fox, they're going to put them right back in their places. Reciprocity is now being the methodical team, inching forward and gaining land as they go. Achieved, already off the board. Once again, Merc, a little bit of damage dealt to him, but he's going to get droned out on the main stairs.
First floor.
Nyx slowly creeping down these steps with the drone assisting him. TSM should be ready for this at this point, and it seems they are. They don't take the fight, TSM backs away. They can't risk losing another player this early on in the round. Merc will get the better, however, of Foxe as he finds him way up on top. Retro is gonna be there to trade him out from just outside of the main stairs before he can get away to his teammate though. So we are gonna stay with a reciprocity advantage at 4v3.
Well, the beauty of Clubhouse is you really only need 3 people to hold down the site, and they got Fox killed pretty early on, so don't have to worry about too many open hatches, but you're definitely gonna have to worry about that one. Geo definitely should not have been inside a Moto with a soft hatch above you, man. Gonna get ripped real quick from Nyx, and all of a sudden we're down into the 2 versus 4. Bolo and Timsy. Timsy, the only man that has any denial utility left, still has 2 toxic babes worrying about Moto right now. Bolo deep inside of the armory area.
They're just trying to stop the Moto push in its entirety, so there's the second gas grenade, I believe, working its way out. Timsy should have 1 more to delay the push. It's not going to be enough time-wise, though. All it's really going to do is stress Reciprocity. Even so, look at this. They're just going to pop open the church wall and work their way in from stair side. Timsy, though, gets aggressive on that. Is able to find Laxing, but there's a trade from Retro a second later. Everything's on Bolo now, but we know he can get these types of plays done. The plant going down not nearly early enough in the round here for Bolo to try and risk his life and to stop it. He'll move forward, still will find Nyx. Nearly lines up a headshot into his second player, but is unable to complete that kill so quickly. Still in it though, wraps over towards those main steps. Can't safely push up towards Moto just yet, trying to be avoided by any preset drones. He's gonna creep in here. He's gotta check his right side though on the push, but no! Vertical's ready to take the fight. He shuts it down, and Reciprocity get the first round.
What a fantastic round from Reciprocity. Coming back from the depths there, it looked pretty bleak, but they spill onto site in exciting fashion. Take down Timsy, take over Church, get the diffuser down, and then all I have to do is play for the post plant. Played pretty dang well as well. Just fell back into Moto, set up both angles so they could watch all of the doors. Overall, a great take from Reciprocity. And a good roam clear as well. They forced everybody back downstairs, and while everyone was going for those rotations, made a couple of picks along the way.
TSM clearly having an idea as to what mistakes might have been made in the first round, does go right for the repick onto basement instead of doing what some teams have been doing more recently, which is being a bit more liberal with the site swap, abandoning, not being afraid to abandon one and go towards cache CCTV or even gym bedroom if cache and CCTV don't work out too well here. But TSM is going to be a bit more hard-headed on it, at least for the time being.
From being defused by attackers.
Well, downstairs defense once again. Bolo still rocking the Vigil. Relatively the same setup, actually the exact same setup for TSM. So hopefully She doesn't get picked too early on here, as he will be on the Jaeger. Offense still bringing the 2 hard destructors, the last 2 that remain after the Habana ban. Last time Fox got picked pretty early on before he could do anything with the hatches, and it is going to be an extended roam, as you guys can see at the bottom of your screen. Merc is currently all the way upstairs at the jacuzzi wall reinforcing, as well as putting bandit batteries on those, so they have to rotate the Thatcher with their hard destruction in order to get the wall open, unless they want Fox to make a hole with his torch.
So in just a second here, we have the attackers coming onto the field once again. Reciprocity will now make their second attempt to shut down a round on the very same site in basement. Same as that previous round, we've got roaming presence from TSM set up pretty well established, mainly towards cache and CCTV areas this time. But I believe they had it closer towards gym in the last round, although they may have shifted it later on, given the fact that Reciprocity decided to go into that side towards the strip club and bar and cleared out the roaming presence pretty quickly. It's going to be Vert that starts us off again as he pushes in towards Garage. Looks like he got a fight against Achieved inside of the site window. Managed to find his first pick from here.
Vert and the rest of the squad take control of CCTV as the roam clear is going pretty well already. Achieved dies, and well, Reciprocity's got most of the control that they need to get these hatches open now, and a minute hasn't even been expended, so they're definitely on time. Always have to worry about that timer when you're on the offense. So my Merc from downrange with a reflex. Don't need an ACOG to see how crazy that was.
Got Nick slowly creeping down main stairs once again. Same thing that we saw him take the role of in the previous round here. Laxing will probably be with him relatively soon. He does have to self-drone, it looks like, for the time being, so not going to be the most time-efficient way in order to get down these steps, but at the same time, that geometrics position is going to be very important to realize that it's there, as if not, Nyx may have found himself a dead man just a few seconds ago. Now Geo is going to find himself in the awkward spot again. He knows he's been spotted, but he also knows he can't safely fall back at this point in time. He is locked in. He has to try and go for the 1-for-1, or even better, maybe the free one. Oh, goes back into kitchen for the second, though, and that's going to be where he'll meet his fate finally. Vert finds the trade back, and we go into another even situation.
That's the Geo that everyone expects to play. What a shot onto Nyx. Vert working his way down main now. Already been traded out, so we're at an equal 3-3. Still plenty of time on the board, but they need to start focusing on site. They need these rotates to come through for reciprocity. Are they going to go for the same attack? Are they going to go for the church wall into church to get this diffuser down while also taking control of Timsy's location with Merc? But this time, that's the difference maker. Merc is still alive. He still has bandit batteries, and he can still bandit trick. They do still have laxing, but bandit tricking through EMPs is not as difficult as it sounds.
40 seconds remaining, so Rec is going to start to pinch themselves for time here to get towards the very bitter end of the round. That's the second time today we've had a kill stolen from that top area, right above the big blue generator. Reciprocity now get the man advantage off of that. They do see those little flares on the edge of their screen, which means that the Vigil is somewhere nearby. Where exactly, they don't know just yet. They're gonna have to find that out. There they go, he's found first this time, and now everything falls to the fill-in Timsy in a 1v3 situation. He's gonna try to go for the flank through Moto, pops up one of the smoke charges. Looks like he might try to wrap and flank back around now, but he's only boxed himself out. The plant goes down onto the ground, and he can now no longer win this on timer. There we go, he's taken out by Laxing. Reciprocity claim their second basement attack.
Well, 1v3 doesn't work out for TSM. Reciprocity, another fantastic take towards the basement. And this is what we were talking about. Reciprocity, so good on this offensive play for Clubhouse. Just very methodical play. Work the drones in, get rid of the roam game. We don't have that too often on this map either, but they're even doing a good job with clearing that. 2 early kills onto Achieved, and he's been the front runner through multiple maps for TSM, so taking him out early has had such an impact on the outcome of these rounds.
It's looking like we got to pause here real quick, so give us a sec, guys, to figure out what's going on. From the looks of things, I would say attack pause based on those hand gestures from TSM's coach. Looks like he's got a few things to say here, and that does appear to be the case. So TSM calling a late timeout in this round. Try and figure out what exactly is going on. It's pretty early on, to be fair, but I think it's a good call.
It's absolutely a good call. It's do or die time right now, and if you let Reciprocity too far out of reach, there's no way you're going to get it back, because especially on Clubhouse like we saw yesterday, they're an extremely dominant team. You're inside the lion's den right now. You got to figure a way out, and if you can take any time to separate, have discussion, and then go back into it, you need to take it early.
So we'll see what exactly TSM are going to be able to work for themselves once we get back into the game and on to the next round. The Rec are feeling confident about themselves right now. 2 rounds going into their favor on basement attacks on Clubhouse. If they manage to make it 3 on this next round, as a quick note, it does appear as though TSM is switching finally to CCTV and Cash. If they make it 3 on this next round, that's where, as you were just mentioning, it's getting really dangerous. It's very, very hard to fight back from an attacker-led opening half on Clubhouse.
Well, we've seen it before. We'll see if it happens again. The only question I really have for myself right now is, do those shooting sleeves really work? Because a lot of these players are wearing the shooting sleeves on their right arm.
So the one thing I could say for it is,
it's obviously better blood flow. I know that.
Yeah. So compression works. But I think the other thing with it too is friction, now that I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, so your wrist and everything can't grab on your mouse pad.
I would think there'd be way less friction with that on a mouse pad. So, and I think that might actually be the main reason why people...
They're kind of the same material as well on the tops. Like, you have a very slick material for your cloth mouse pads, and obviously you have that. So I don't think there'd be anything, biting in between.
No, I think it would be pretty, smooth. So I think that's the main reason why. But I've never used one, so... Your guess is as good as mine.
I have to get you a Gucci shooting sleeve.
Gucci.
We have to stay with the trend, guys. Gucci blue, Gucci shooting sleeve.
Yeah, we'll work on that. Got a fact coming in from our friends at Siege GG. Vertical and Laxing are leading the way for Reciprocity currently with a combined 25-8 scoreline.
Oh my God.
This includes their current opening duel record of 5-1.
Well, if you guys thought that the Skies Lax duo was scary, boy, do I have some news for you. The Vert Lax duo is something you don't want to play against. So, with the way that things are going right now, I can tell you, if it does end up going Reciprocity's way, I am so very excited to watch them play SSG tomorrow.
At the moment, it's looking like that may be the likely scenario that we get, but still quite a few more rounds to go before we have that decision made, and we could just as likely end up on a third and final map instead. Wall going to be open incredibly early in the round, only took them about 50 seconds to get it open, and this now gives them quite a bit of utility and time, more importantly, to play with on the execute.
It's going to be the right-hand panel. It's not the best one because you want to try and make a straight dash for the default plant spot, which is right next to the server center that's in the center of CCTV and the B bomb. It's tucked right inside that corner.
It also has a hop on it too, so that's going to be a bit tricky to work past as well.
Yeah, a little difficult because you have to go through that full animation. It also locks it to where you can't look behind you. You can only look 90 degrees to your left and 90 degrees to your right. So, still plenty of pressure near site. The Chiefs playing construction. Gio's on a deep roam right now. He's all the way downstairs as he starts to work his way up main. Reciprocity and the rest of the squad start to fight Merc, but no, it's going to be achieved from in construction to shut down Nyx. Merc even still thought he was there. Achieved again with the double. Fighting fire with fire. He was the first pick 2 rounds in a row, but now TSM coming to life.
This is the TSM that we were seeing play yesterday against EG. Much more methodical play, and more importantly, not losing these players early on in the round, catching Reciprocity at their own game and tripping them up here. Another player from Rec gonna get dropped. That's Foxay down to Timsy. And now Laxing is left alone in a 1v5 with sub 1 minute on the clock.
This is very representative of how TSM felt in the last game. Just kind of run around outside, hope you can finally get somewhere to get some frags, but instead, this is something that Reciprocity does very often. It's a makeshift timeout. Plenty of time left on the board, 30 seconds. Laxy's just going to hightail it back to spawn, sit there, and they're going to talk things out. They can't talk with their coach, but they can talk amongst themselves, and that's really all you need. You need to get things teed up for the next round. You more than likely know which site they're going to be going to because they just won the site that they were currently on, so they're only going to have 2 remaining sites for that site triangle that we always talk about.
In other terms, we have ourselves a bit of an existence pause here if you come from another game. We've seen this happen actually more and more often. This is like the 2nd or 3rd tournament recently that I've seen someone do this. So I've started to see doing these pauses become more often when attacking teams get put into basically unwinnable round situations.
Yeah, when the win percentage is literally less than 1%.
It's like, it's not even worth it. It's better. It's better to like, okay, let's do an immediate review of what just went wrong and fix it basically before we forget anything.
Exactly. Well, TSM teeing up Church for the next defensive round. Going to be the same setup as well. Achieve not going to be on the Jaeger this time, though. He's going to be on the Mozzie. Merc shifts over to the Jaeger. Timsy's still going to be on the Smoke. Bolo and Gio in their 2 regular places.
Now we are going back to basement, which is probably really good news for Reciprocity, as they've been winning these rounds back-to-back now. This will be the 3rd win on basement if they are able to get it again. But at the same time, I'm sure TSM is going to have a lot more confidence coming off that last duel. It seems they finally figured out what they need to do as well here. And it's, to be completely honest, don't take risks on early fights against Reciprocity. They held back, they took their strengths and played into the site, with the one very glaring exception to that being Merc, who had such a strong position and caught that 3-man push in from the balcony over on the bedroom side.
I still think it was quite comical that Merc couldn't even believe that Nyx was dead. He peeked, he's like, oh, he's right. Oh, Chief killed him. All right, well then.
So yeah, Merc and Achieve getting some work done over there, but besides that, much more restrained play from them. So I'm curious to see if TSM is going to continue that.
Attackers objective to locate a bomb and defuse it.
Well, we're hoping for a close one here, folks, but after that last round, little shine of hope for the TSM fans out there. Reciprocity is still looking very dominant, though. One round does not prove that they can't just clean sweep the rest of the rounds away from TSM. Reciprocity, last time they played at the Clubhouse, just to update you guys if you didn't watch yesterday, beat LG 7-3 on this map. And LG is a team that loves those gunfights. So if that tells you anything, is that TSM is still in for a very long road ahead of them. Drone play still coming in for Reciprocity, and they're going to need this information game to work out so very well, because TSM is definitely high off of that roam game right now.
Reciprocity, already moving in to take some small amounts of control. Again, make good progress with the timer. Timing necessarily hasn't been a huge issue so much yet for Reciprocity here. Even in that last round when it was brought down to lax, and they still had a good minute and 15 seconds left on the clock, so that's not really a problem they've been working with. So they're fine to continue running it down and trying to play this out for, well, pretty much the entire round, should that be necessary.
Achieved inside of Cash. Waiting for Nix to make a move, but he's going to get a drone in front of him first, so he has that information. Achieved already falling off, as you guys saw the blue silhouette slip through the hatch inside of construction down to the stage next to Bar. Clean out the rest, Nix is more than likely going to know, hey, drop down the hatch, have to work things through. They have all the top pressure now, but as you guys can see, TSM is wasting quite a bit of time on that timer. This is something that Reciprocity hasn't had to deal with just yet. We'll see what they do when it gets down to crunch time.
Yeah, once again, smart decisions being made by TSM. They know that although, yeah, I still have this angle for myself from a defensive position, they know exactly where I am, and there's two of them, so if they push me, I'm going to be a dead man, as I have been the last 2 times we tried to play this site. Instead of sitting here and dying, let me just fall back. I've already wasted time. Now I can stay alive and actually win in the late round. That's the change up that TSM has made, and it could make the difference to finally net them a win here.
The issue is now for TSM, though, is that since they went for this roam strat, they use reinforcements that they regularly use on the hatches other places. So those are going to get immediately opened by soft destruction or the blowtorch of Fox. And now they have all this pressure, but the timer is definitely not going to be on their side anymore. It's a 5v5 with under a minute left, and this is where things tend to get crazy. Reciprocity downstairs inside of Moto already as they're trying to pressure out Church. Nitro Cell sails over and it confirms onto Vertical. Fox A to fall as well as the rest of the squad's working their way down blue. But they're going to continue to more than likely run into obstacles. Retro pre-fires, can't find too much. Finally gets taken down by Bolo. Nix all alone inside of blue, gets 2. A couple of nice shots, but finally gets confirmed from Bolo. Laxing trades it out, goes down into the 2v1, and this is absolutely winnable. This man has been an absolute monster in the past, and it needs to happen once again. The diffuser's all the way in Narnia, though. He has to win it out off of gunfights, win it out against Achieved, but Timsy not even gonna peek, plays the timer, plays smart, and begs TSM a defensive round.
Once again, what's the decision from TSM at the end of the round? Hey guys, let's not take this fight. Let's play to our position, play on defense, and play on the timer. That will give TSM a second round in a row now. Living by that philosophy, now they've tied it up, so TSM seems to have figured something out here. Now it's just about sealing the deal, at least for this half, and trying to go for 4-2.
When it came down to it, is a sloppy execution from Reciprocity. They didn't really lean on their utility. Whether they burned it early, you really couldn't tell because there was just a lot of pre-fires coming through upstairs. They got the wall open for CCTV for the roam clear, but that was really about it, and they didn't need too much utility otherwise to break the hatches. I mean, it's just soft destruction. You can either torch them open, it's only a couple of seconds with that, or use a breaching charge or a lifeline or what have you. Once they got down to site, though, they tried to go for a split take into Moto from main stairs or inside of blue. Once the Moto take got snuffed out, all sites just locked onto blue, and once you're locked inside of that box, it's very hard to fight out. Nix got pretty deep inside of the Arsenal area, but then eventually got shut down. Laxing retrades, and then, well, you guys saw what happened with the rest of that. TSM with a nice little run of the timer, wins it out in the 1 versus 1.
Yeah, Nix right there, when we just saw the Reciprocity cameras actually for a second seemed pretty animated about something. I don't know if it was anger or just trying to explain something really quickly here in between the rounds, but didn't look happy.
It's one of those things where you're like, peek me.
Yeah.
Just peek me, please.
To locate a bomb and defuse it.
But no, this is competitive. We go for rounds, we don't go for kills. It's the way the cookie crumbles. Well, gonna shift things up now. TSM don't have a smoke anymore. It's gonna be Tim on the TCS G12 of Kaid. Operator we don't see that often, but still prominent enough that a lot of people know what he's about. But if you don't, he's got electro claws that he's able to throw that work as bandit batteries. They electrify reinforcements. You can be pretty creative with them, actually. They have a radius instead of having to be directly attached to the piece of metal, so they're pretty unique in that aspect.
Electro here currently trying to track down Bolo on the Vigil. No luck in finding him here at this point in time. As they're trying to watch for runouts as they try to find access to cache and CCTV to begin their push. Laxing taking a sniping position to try and find anyone who might rotate on the main stairs, but it's Bolo that starts us off. Seems as though they never really locked down his position on the drone, and Vert is going to be the first target taken out here on Rec as a result of that.
That reaction time still scares me to this day. You show a pixel and Bolo just removes your head for you. It's pretty incredible what he is able to achieve with that. Nyx rotates over to Strip Club now, with the Strip clear. Do have one sitting inside of stalls. Laxing's worked his way over as well. Retro upstairs, and I believe Jacuzzi balcony as the wall gets blown up. Yep, he's gonna blow up the left-hand side panel. Bolo gets taken down inside of stalls. So a pretty equal trade thus far, but both of the top fraggers for both of these teams respectively removed.
Attackers have located a bomb.
Retro still trying to find the intel on what the setup is set up to be at this point. Only really can see 1 to 2 players on the inside of the actual site, though. Everything else still far too obscured for him. Laxing will make a move upstairs onto the roof, and I believe to get into the position by the site windows in just a couple seconds, possibly along with Foxy. Oh, you still have a Legion sitting on the inside of the previous round site as well here towards Cash. Laxing, he will take out Merc, who was that player. Merc at the same time managed to get his impact off just before going down. And with that, finds a trade.
They say you got to catch them all. And he definitely did that, but he died for it.
Caught himself too, unfortunately.
Congratulations, you played yourself. Nyx works his way up red stairs now, through a little bit of barbed wire. Some ADSs still remain. Also going to take a little bit of damage from, I believe, an electrical wall. Timsy holding up inside of bathroom. It's a man you want to stay alive. That TCS G12 rips. It is so much damage. And also, no, it is not a DMR. It is a slug shotgun. 2 shots to anybody in the chest will more than likely kill them.
15 seconds to go.
Time, as you can see here, has started to run low for Rec. They do have positioning on the inside of Jim to go for a plant, and better yet, Nyx has a cutoff. That doesn't mean it's safe, though. Geo is going to be able to finish him. Plant does get confirmed onto the ground, though, and that's dangerous for TSM. If Reciprocity can get back outside in a good position, it's going to be very, very difficult to properly counter-defuse this diffuser. Time gonna get lower and lower, already a quarter of the way through the timer. Rec having 2 players, and Timsy walking right past Laxing gets a fast double kill, shuts down the retake before it even starts, and gives Reciprocity yet another round, and most importantly, the lead at 3-2.
As one man that you do not want to get excited, because Laxing feeds off of that energy and he becomes a monster that is almost impossible to deal with. Reciprocity up once again 3-2, and that's going to mean that the best TSM can possibly do is have an equal split.
They'll go to CCTV and Cash for their final duel here, at least on these sides versus Rec.
That round actually ended very, very weird, if you really think about it. Reciprocity had a lot of endeavors going on across the map, but eventually Retro just works his way into sight and waits and puts the diffuser down while people are still alive. Timsy's still up inside a bathroom, and we still have one other TSM member playing near main stairs. Diffuser goes down, nobody really has a discussion about it. And after that, Reciprocity's already set up her post plan. Rotate Retro over towards the gym window, and Laxing stay on Jacuzzi. A quick 1-2, Reciprocity walks away with the round. But it was still just a very weird round for them overall, because they went for the side clear through construction, then shifted all of their sights to Jacuzzi after losing quite a few people with that bottom clear as well as that cache.
And it seemed like we didn't necessarily have an appropriate amount of defense on the wall leading out to Jacuzzi balcony either, just because of the fact that they got site control so easily and were able to start that plan at the end of the round. It's still very weird, like you mentioned, it's very weird how they were able to get to that point despite all the troubles they had in the round up at that point, besides getting that wall open relatively early.
Well, breaking into round 6 now, folks. TSM Team Reciprocity. It's been pretty incredible so far. Reciprocity, if you guys are just joining us, won out on Bank, which was TSM's map pick, and they did it in pretty handed fashion. 7-2, which is not something I believe any of us expected, even though Reciprocity said that they were ready for the map. I still thought that we might go to max inside of regulation. Maybe TSM has something up the sleeve, but oh, no. It was all Reciprocity all the way, as they were the one with the mixed bag.
Nick's going to make a bit more noise here as he works his way to the inside of construction site tunnel leading down to the basement. Fox, in the meantime, did take a bit of shock damage right there, but nothing really to remark on as he tries to get open the balcony wall once more.
Changing mags.
Very interesting to see Reciprocity play so methodical. I'm just so used to them forcing absolutely everything onto site. They're taking their time, working the drones, but especially how early on TSM has been getting aggro. I have to respect it. Merc, what is that reaction time? My God, Nyx. And another Merc on the pre-fire. That's Diffuser as well. Oh my. That three-headed snake showing itself once again.
Just recoiling himself into a kill. As for some reason,
Attackers have
the
recovered
unfortunate
their
player
diffuser.
from Reciprocity just doesn't see that happening and becomes the unfortunate victim of it. Foxay hoping for a trade in that window, but not to be found, so has to try and take it somewhere else. Curious if Merc has caught the play from Foxay. Foxay is definitely wary of it, but Vert instead, just a pixel of Merc's head showing, but that's enough, as Vert is going to be able to take him out finally.
That's the insane thing about these two teams is they all have players that if you show just a hair wrong, you die. Laxing now working himself into construction right off of site. Need to be aware of this. Geo more than likely is going to have a goo mine on this door, so they should be able to get that information pretty early on here before he has too much pressure inside of sight. Geo's rotated all the way downstairs though. He's inside of blue. Smoke holding Overwatch towards blue stairs. For the Vert as well downstairs near lounge. He works his way up. Toxic Babe coming in. Laxing gets one. Vert's worked his all the way up the staircase. Laxing takes down Bolo. Now it's down to a 2 versus 2, but Laxing has been down. Timsy gets one. It's all down to Vert, but do they know where he is? They have to hear this goo mine being pulled out. Loud and proud as he goes through that animation. Pops the wall, connecting to CCTV, but Geo's already rotated back downstairs. Only 6 seconds as Timsy rotates in. Does he see him? Pops a couple shots, but playing it safe. Play that time. 0-0 hits, and TSM splits on rounds for their defensive half.
2 out of 3 of those wins on the timer with, I believe, 1 shutdown happening in cache and CCTV. So good stuff from TSM to fight it back, but ultimately not a good half for them when you consider 3 attacking rounds were won by Reciprocity, which for Clubhouse is a lot. Now, assuming things go smoothly for them on the defense, they should be able to take a lead here and start out with an advantage on this half, but that also is pending on what TSM brings to the table. They've been getting more and more confident, in addition to smarter, as this map has been going on.
Yeah, hats off to TSM, really, because they've been able to adjust and keep this within grasp. They've already passed up, well, actually, no, excuse me. They're tied with the rounds that LG got yesterday, but now Reciprocity shifting over to the defensive side. Obviously, the dominant side on Clubhouse. So if TSM is actually able to make a stance on their offense, we could be going into overtime.
Very, very possible. Setup from Rec again should be pretty straightforward. I'm not imagining anything crazy coming out from them. A similar operator lineup as well to their opponent. We are going to see a few change-ups though, most notably I think a Mozzie coming into play for these guys. And I think that's a castle as well.
Yes, it is a castle.
Yeah, we do have a castle on the right. I was just looking for his...
You don't know wave check castle?
Well, I was trying to go off the top UI.
You better know wave check castle.
I actually just realized I probably could have looked at these side monitors a lot more easily.
5 seconds left.
Yeah, you probably could have.
But you guys at home can't see those.
Get some wave checks up in the chat, guys. Gotta make sure to get those in there for our good friend Belly. Need his skin in the game soon.
We're working on it.
we have the best of the best at Ubisoft working on it.
In fact, actually, I said 2 out of 3 rounds earlier, just to correct myself. All 3 of TSM's rounds right now have been won just on running out of time. So they haven't won a round through actual fragging power yet.
Who needs fragging power when you can just let the timer at 0? Oh, Merc. Uh-oh. Lots of damage dealt to him, and by lots of damage, I mean he's down.
He's gonna call Timsy over. Hey, help me out here real quick.
Hey, so I kind of got shot, and if you could be a doll and put a claymore here and make sure I don't die. Oh, he's got stun grenades, actually. Gonna throw one in just to mask the sound of him picking up Merc for just a second, and hightails it away so Merc can put a claymore down. Bad news is now, though, one of your best gunfighters on the whole team only has 20 HP.
Good news, you still have your Thatcher as well for the utility coming with that. So
silver linings.
A lot to be used, however, for Merc, despite the low HP. A lot of presence here to try and clear out Laxing as he's reinforced himself to the inside of Cash Room and is looking to delay for as long as possible. He's not the only one playing this game. Foxay hiding behind the invulnerable mattress inside of the master bedroom as well.
Well, plenty of pressure inside of construction from Reciprocity, but Nyx all the way downstairs finally finds Merc. That was a man that was lit up earlier that we were talking about. Bolo, quite a bit of damage dealt to him as well, but nothing fatal just yet. TSM slow and methodical, just like we saw them on Bank, but they're having to deal with the Mute Mozzie combo. Throw a Vigil in there just for good measure, and that makes for a pretty damn good team comp. Wasting a lot of time right now is TSM. Laxing, lying in wait inside of construction with open arms, gets it Sheev, looking for two, and he does. He gets Timsy. He's holding the flank watch. That's Diffuser, and he does it again. Bolo, Lax with the triple. He might not have the highest headshot rating in the game, but I'm telling you what, this man's got what it takes to win out these gunfights.
Not much of a hope now for Geo. In case you missed it, Diffuser got down in the process of that and is now owned by Reciprocity. Geo's got to go back and ask for it. There's 5 very mean gentlemen that I don't think are going to be too keen on handing it over. So you know what, TSM, I think that they're going to go for the mid-round pause as well here. Just have Geo sit in a corner. Same corner he actually tried to pull off a flank on back on the last half. A bit irrelevant, but thought it was an interesting note. And yeah, just like we saw one round from Reciprocity in the last half, we're going to see TSM do the same thing. Just wait out these last 30 to 40 seconds and use it as time to talk and see what went wrong here.
And this is the danger of that Mute Mozzie combo. It does a huge amount of damage to your drone economy. You can't get the information.
Can we go to Nyx real quick?
15 seconds to go.
Let me take a look at Nyx's, no, his first person perspective.
10 seconds remaining.
Smiley face. Nyx is happy about it.
5 seconds left.
Why not?
Gotta love the claps.
Hey, you got the round, so. And there it is. Reciprocity claim round number 7, inching closer and closer to that big W here for the Western Conference Championship and the spot in the USN Championship tomorrow.
So, as we were saying, drone economy, that's the thing. And when you lose a lot of those droney things with cameras on them that make it to where you don't get shot, you don't have to face check everything, you tend to miss drone things and not have the information of where your opponent is. And that's very, very difficult when you're on the offense. The defense just gets to lie and wait. And when you don't check your corners, things like this happen. Relaxing triple kills your entire team in a matter of 10 seconds, and a round is, well, basically completely one-sided, all because of a little bit of information.
And so with Reciprocity in leading contention here now, after a successful basement defense, they will switch up towards the upstairs sites. I believe Cash and CCTV should be their starting point here, and indeed it shall. Once again, defense being put up by them. Operators, pretty standard considering the fact that we've got Echo in play. Laxing's going to be jumping on that, and we'll set up those yokai drones. As for the attack, they actually did not bring an IQ to the table here, so it's going to be a bit harder to knock out those yokai drones, especially if for whatever reason TSM find themselves delayed and have to execute, as you often do on this site, in a very low time situation where you may not have the time to check for these types of things.
10 seconds to insertion.
Extended hold being set up from Team Reciprocity, as you guys can see in the center of your screen. Foxay setting up a reinforcement as well as rotation for weights, just so they can move a little bit faster. Reinforcing that right panel so that they don't have that long of a line of sight. And actually, if you guys can see, there is a myriad of separate holes set up all the way from red stairs to watch, I believe, the weights window, if you can get that angle. It's either there or set up for cash, so you can play it off of the bomb chassis. Nevertheless, that's what it's used for. They're trying to see all the way over into weights just to make sure that they can have a supportive angle for whoever is playing on that end of the map.
So we've got achieved. He's gonna work his way up here first. You can already hear those screams from Geo as he's doing a little bit of work there on the wall already from the Mavericks POV.
Nothing like being electrocuted for your job, you know? It's a fun time.
You know, no risk, no reward, you know?
That is true. That is true. So the man with the blowtorch begins his work. Achieve, gonna rappel up just to hold the angles at the bottom once they're opened up. Geo works his way down, starts torching. Now what this does is it actually makes it to where the reinforcement hangs in the air. And since it is hanging in the air, the system believes that it's not actually there.
So, I will say, worth it in this circumstance.
I mean, yeah, because they still have Tim and Merc, but you hate to see it.
Yeah.
You really do.
I really hate to see them.
Located by attackers.
All right.
I'm more curious if that was an intentional bait by TSM or not.
No,
because I don't think it was.
Because Vert was like, how did he shoot me? That's literally what his face was like. Like, how did I die here? Well, Timsy going to go for the upside down rappel to get this wall open. And obviously it's not going to be Bandit Strike. They don't have any Kaids. So this is just going to be all hands on deck to separate parts of the site, because now effectively CCTV is no man's land.
Yep, CCTV has got itself a nice new big window to play with, and that's going to make TSM very happy if they're able to get inside of it. About a minute left here, however, and still even. Never mind. Foxay picks up the next frag on a Nitro Cell to knock out Bolo. That's going to be him and a couple of the other members of Reciprocity. Again, starting to retreat, go back to the site, and just wait this timer out. Wait for the execute to come in from TSM. As we see that thrown through the hatch to take out the push inside of Construction.
And this is the danger of Reciprocity. They rotate so much. It's so insane. Foxy's been off site 2 to 3 times, all inside of this same round. Finally coming back, gets concussed by a Zofia. Merc claims one, that's laxing, knocks it down to equal. Smoke grenades now pouring in, but he's not going to have enough to stave off the rest of this round. Still 25 seconds remain. Fox goes for a wild jump and immediately gets crushed by Merc. All of a sudden, TSM takes the lead. Timsy and Merc inside of Construction achieved on the other end of the map. Timsy down. That's going to be the diffuser as well. Achieved worked his way in. Nick's the last remaining member. He's been concussed. They know where he is. Merc with a nice headshot, and TSM still fighting fire with fire.
TSM doing good work. They know that Reciprocity had, at the end of the round, kind of locked themselves into a corner slightly due to all of the soft presence still in areas like Construction, along with, if you go out towards the catwalk and garage, that as well. So despite the fact the wall never actually got fully opened for the attackers to access, they had enough angles to play with to isolate out the members of Reciprocity one by one and take control of a 4th round. 1-1 so far for this half on both team sides. Now we got to see who can take the lead once again. Overtime is looking very likely. This game remains in a kind of seesaw fashion, back and forth.
Name something more like Clubhouse. Oh wait, because I don't think that there truly is. This is the most seesaw map in the entire game. It's just 1 to 1 to 1 to 1. Only real time that we saw anything was when Reciprocity ran up 2 rounds on TSM off rip, and then TSM immediately started battling back. More than likely, understanding how Reciprocity wanted to handle those offenses from that point on, but already switched over to the defensive side now. 4-4. As we continue to really run down to an overtime here, I'm really feeling it at this point in time. TSM has already passed up the amount of rounds that LG got on Reciprocity. Reciprocity won this map yesterday in 7-3 fashion, currently sitting at 4-4, so a lot closer showing between these two.
Much closer match on this second map overall. As a quick reminder, folks, if TSM is able to pull out the win here on this second map, our 3rd and final map of the day will be Villa to decide which team takes the Western Conference Championship and moves on to the overall USN final tomorrow. TSM going to be moving themselves up onto the top of the east balcony here first. Again, wall's the priority, just get that open first. As it, again, in case you missed that, Reciprocity are also re-attempting the same site. As far as their positions are concerned here, they've got 2 players hanging out over towards Catwalk right now. And we also have a few more still on roam duty, just as they did in the last round. I imagine it would be anywhere near as aggressive as what we saw last round, however.
Oh, Gio working off of the pinks to make sure that everything is in ship shape before he goes for the top of the wall, because it's going to be a lot more difficult to try and get the bottom once he started at the top. But as it is confirmed from his teammate, he will die to Nyx. Immediately jumps back into garage after they've killed the Maverick, and this time around, Vertical's still alive, so this is going to be a lot more difficult for TSM to get the wall open. They do still have the ability to, though, with the likes of Merc and Timsy still alive. Timsy has a diffuser as well. Minute and 40 seconds left. TSM needs to devise a plan that excludes Geo. Obviously, he can run some things off drones or to help them out just a little bit and make some calls, but the more they lose inside of this drone economy, the harder it gets. Foxay's already bagged 2 drones this round.
And he's going to be able to move them away, too, which means they're not going to get immediately kind of just taken out here, which I'm sure the Mozzie's fine with. Nyx as well finds an opening, is able to swing out from the garage door, taking out Timsy. Foxay striking with that Nitro Cell yet again, also taking out Bolo. Just Merc and Achieve left in this fight now.
Well, need a couple of entry frags to start this off, and Reciprocity's had all of those, so TSM now has to try and battle back. Chief starting off inside of stock, works his way through lounge, appears inside of garage, but can't find too much just yet. Well, definitely gonna make his presence known as he pops open the floor of cash. Reciprocity and the rest of the squad lie in wait upstairs. We have 3 people currently occupying garage. Retro, technically speaking, the only one on site. He's playing at the top of the red stairs, Laxing inside of blue. Another concussion pours in, so they know where Lax is now. A quick move from Achieve, but more than likely going to get read out. No, it's not. The bullets come through. Laxing still doesn't even hear him as they ting off the metal behind him. This is going to be the first kill that they need to try and make this happen. Foxay, though, finally takes down Achieved. Been alive just a little bit too long for their liking, and Nyx to drill it home as Reciprocity takes round 9 in the lead once again.
Just a small lead for the time being, though, of only 1 round. It's time to see if they can grow it, if they want to look for a shutdown here and take that 2-0 victory. For TSM, it's now time to wake up. You've got to keep trading these out to take this to OT, or finally find a way to get these wins consistently and get yourself back into the game with the lead under your control. Basement has been unlocked for use again by Rec, so they're going back to it. Last time they were on this, they won it, opening up that proposition for a 4-6.
Main issue for TSM right now on this offensive front is they're not prioritizing Garage on that CCTV take, and it's really punishing them. It's giving a safe harbor for those players inside of CCTV that are trying to get pressure onto Gio when he's torching the wall. That's 2 times in a row that he's died. Granted, first time was his teammate, but the second follow-up was Nyx, who immediately got to hop into Garage for free. I really feel like they need to shift their sights over to worrying about Garage first and then taking the wall.
Even run out positions a couple of times over to them as well, just like we saw from Nyx later on in the last round. To be fair, that was pretty late that he does that, but still, it's not the only time we've seen at least attempts at that happen. Reciprocity has known that they can get away with quite a bit from that garage door throughout the course of this map.
Reciprocity has practically been getting away with murder on a lot of these moves.
Quite a bit. And that extends, I mean, even to the last map as well. We had a lot of similar stuff happening where Rec was just rotating into players from TSM that weren't even looking at them.
Yeah, for instance, like the Vert 3K to start us off, just no one assumed that he would continuously peek, and they're like, oh, we're just going to throw a stunt, I'm dead because I don't have my gun up. Keep your gun up, guys. Reciprocity will peek you.
Siege is a game where these types of flanks and cutoffs can literally end a round in just a few seconds, and we've already seen that. The play you just described is literally that. So you got to have someone watching those flanks. You got to have someone covering everything. Otherwise, someone on the enemy team can get away with plays like that.
Yeah, Reciprocity has made it kind of their namesake that they don't play passive at any instance. You know, if there's a gunfight there and they think they can win it, it's definitely going to be taken. And so far, they're proving themselves right because there hasn't been an instance where TSM just completely shut them down. There was really only 1 round that I can draw back from memory right now where Team Reciprocity overcompensated. It was that second round on Bank where they had that extended roam and Laxing was inside of electrical room for some reason.
Was a weird one that we ended up having happening. Gio as well had that strange round for himself on this map where he ended up getting caught on the inside of Kitchen. Still managed to go 1 for 1 on it, to be fair. We've had a couple interesting plays from roamers in general on both teams this match, but it's been fun to watch for certain. Gio is going to be popping open hatches. He'll take the safe burn here across the middle bar. No one can shoot him past that. Not that you would necessarily expect a lot of fire back to come in from this hatch, but still has to be safe anyway.
TSM slow and steady. See a Yokai drone, as you were just saying. Gonna remove that from Laxing's arsenal. Now down to just 1, and we don't have Bolo on IQ, so everyone's gonna have to keep an eye up for that. Vertical though, Team Reciprocity playing the Pulse, and the operator we don't see too much of anymore, but he's still pretty prominent with certain teams. Reciprocity rocking him just because of how much information you can get on this site, in particular with them. When there's a lot of floors above you, you can track almost every single one, as we see Fert doing right now inside of Church.
Foxay actually taking a massive amount of damage right there. And is going to go down to just about 20 HP or so. The scan coming in once again from their Pulse here. They've got a good amount of intel as to what's on the other side of that wall. The Pulse isn't having the easiest time of doing it, though. Getting a lot of utility thrown at him, from stun grenades to gas canisters. Now finally the wall itself getting blown open. Vert takes out the drone first, but Merc is going to get the first actual kill here on the execute itself. Merc with a second as well. Right now he's opening up the door for his team, but Laxing just traded him. Someone else needs to step up to the plate, and it's not happening. They're trying to get this revive off. They're not covering their teammate. Nyx with 2 for himself, but Sheed moves in for the trade, but Nyx now finds number 3 on just this round. Looking for 4 in a second. He can see him through the wall, and there we go. 6-4 Reciprocity. 1 more away from the USN Finals.
Well, after we let that one sit there and simmer for a bit, we'll tell you what happened. TSM, very rough take. They got the wall open, and they also had the information that Laxton was playing very close. They definitely should have seen the shield that was placed there as well. As it's kind of become a regular thing when you know that they're going to go for the church wall. You set that up so you can play off of it because the mini bar is not bulletproof. Bullets can fly through that wood, so you want something there as kind of your center point in order to play close with a shotgun or that SMG-11, and Nyx makes magic happen, man. Whereas you could have had Timsy try and swing in and try and deal with the situation, they go for the safe bet and go for the pickup, which, as we know, Reciprocity loves to do. Wants that to happen, and he immediately capitalizes on it. Gets 2 kills, 4 total on the round for Nyx, and a fantastic showing of Reciprocity's backbone.
It's one that really showcases the power of those new deployables as well. Those new deployable shields.
Design, yeah.
Yeah, because they do have a small, almost basically like a mirror window installed within them. Yeah. And as a result of that, we saw at least on that last kill, and I would imagine with at least 1 or 2 others, he's able to get great intel on the exact position of his enemy before he even peeks. So quite a bit of power going over towards, especially shotgun players when they play behind those now.
Now all it takes is 1 quick peek, and the M590 will definitely do the damage inside of that range. Well, Reciprocity only needs 1 more round, folks, to make it to the finals tomorrow and send TSM packing. So far, it's been a pretty good show. And honestly, TSM is not looking too bad for how well Reciprocity played on this map yesterday. It's actually a lot closer than I assume a lot of people thought it was going to be.
Bolo moving in. He is going to lose the drone. Should be able to shoot it before it goes anywhere, though. So just will conclude itself to be the equivalent of a lost drone there.
It's been such a big thing for Reciprocity throughout this entire game. They're so damn good at destroying the drone economy of the offense. TSM hasn't had too much luck in that. Geo's actually down from somewhere. I'm going to assume it was a window or what. Oh, no.
He dropped?
He might have fallen off the side of the AC unit, because that is high enough to down you. I've done that.
Oh.
Yeah. Definitely could have happened. Yep.
Well, that's unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't look like a window's popped or anything. I was going to say maybe he just took a fight and that was like a reset, but...
I was assuming Vert shot him. That was really what I was assuming, but... Oh, apparently not. Rest of TSM, though.
That's a big mistake to make on a round like this.
Yeah, very large. Now 20 HP. Has to take extremely safe gunfights, because if 1 bullet hits him, he's dead.
Hopefully it doesn't come back to bite him, but we'll see. Timsy in with the rest of the team here, checking out the drones really quickly, and I'm sure making call-outs as well, as he's probably been assigned to that duty. Foxay going for the first of his rotates, and again, this is those mid-round calls that I was talking about from Reciprocity that's making them so scary to play against. Laxing just dropped from somewhere as well, and he's going to try to make a move too here soon.
Laxing rotating all the way to either stalls or strip club. Looking over on a secondary monitor here, he is just playing inside of the hallway, so a full roam here from Team Reciprocity late. This is something that they definitely excel inside of. Timsy in a long-distance gunfight. Wants to try and stay alive, though. He does still have that utility in hand as well as the diffuser. Don't want that guy dying too early on. Foxay with a deep rotate now all the way downstairs. Not a single soul will be home for him, so highway should be free travel. Nyx with a quick click of the head to Bolo, removes him from the round, and now Bolo has to sit and watch the rest of his team as they try and keep TSM's hopes and dreams alive. Geo's already got the wall open for Hookah. Laxing still waiting downstairs inside of stalls as the rest of the TSM squad finally gets this engine running. Nyx sitting inside of logistics. His timer continues to tick down. Pre-fires coming through from both ends. Achieve finally capitalizing on something. It's on to Vert. Still have 1 Toxic Babe in the hole for Retro, but it's going to be a quick trade. Achieved to take 1, Laxing to take the other, as we're still on equal footing. Nyx is looking for yet another, but he can't bag it. They have to get this diffuser down as it continues to wind. Nyx still inside of logistics, holding a good backbone onto the site. Oh no, they don't have the pressure. This has to go down somewhere. They're looking into ways, but where can it possibly go down? Timsy's going to start putting it down behind the bomb chassis. Achieve falls. They're trying to get aggressive. Do they know where he is, though? It doesn't seem like the hot mark is coming out onto Tim. He sticks it, and he gets it down. Retro to claim him. Timsy in a 1 versus 3. It's all on the sub, folks. Pop the Toby eye tracker up to see exactly what he's thinking. He flicks onto 1. He's got 2 to find. Can he get the second? No. Playing it slow, waiting for someone to hop outside. Playing right outside of the waits window. That timer. Oh, the timer. He's trying to work it. He gets 1, but he doesn't get the second. Can Laxing get back in time? It's so very close, folks. I believe he's going to get it, and that's gonna be it. Oh, he gives him the quick bag over and over just to add insult to injury.
The sub just not making it out as it's a double peak from Reciprocity, and they're going to the finals.
Big congratulations to Reciprocity. They are your Western Conference 2019 USN champions and our second grand finalists for our USN Grand Final tomorrow. What an epic match that will be, and what an epic conclusion to the Western Conference we just had right here. Reciprocity, amazing performance both yesterday and today. They look absolutely unstoppable right now.
Well, overall, fantastic showing by both teams there, to be completely honest with you. Clubhouse, though, kind of a one-sided affair as Reciprocity overall just showing their prowess, even in post-plant on that site. Gets down to 1v3. Timsy's able to make it a 1v1, but when you have two people peeking you from separate angles, very hard to deal with that. It's all love, though. Even after a little bit of the crouch key check, it is all love.
Good sportsmen's at the end of the day. Everybody shaking hands, lots of hugs as well. Good camaraderie between these guys. And in just a second here, we're gonna get our winners down on stage, but wow, what a performance from the guys on Reciprocity. That's gonna do it for us for today, guys. Let's send it back down to the stage with Jackie for an interview with our winners.
Hey guys! So I am with the fragging machine, otherwise known, I'm so sorry, otherwise known as Laxing. No, I am just cracking up because your performance was just off the chain. Our desk was just, they were laughing. They were just like, this is crazy. Can you talk to me a little bit about your mindset? They're just like, what's his secret?
Yeah, I don't know. LAN is kind of my environment, so it's just feeding off the crowd. I mean, the crowd's amazing. You guys hype me up, so that's a...
Really? They seem really quiet. I can't even hear them. I'm totally joking. They have been awesome and totally amping you guys up. I want to talk to you guys about some of your strategies. So map 1, it just seems so unorthodox, but at times like controlled chaos. Was that just our interpretation, or do you agree with that?
No, so, I mean, TSM's a phenomenal team. If I could get a round of applause for those guys again coming out here.
You speak, they clap.
But going into scrims before this, we were practicing them a lot, and they were actually really good at bank. We tweaked a few things before coming into this after VOD reviewing earlier today, and we kind of took a lot of the control that we knew that we needed to get, positioning that we needed to get to just really make the map go in our favor.
Yeah, you guys somehow turn losing situations into winning ones. This team just has some unbelievable clutch factor. Again, what's the secret with you guys?
Honestly, before coming here, we had a lot of discipline issues that I figured maybe when it's a serious event, like, you know, those would tighten up. And sure enough, I mean, going to this event, a lot of those issues that we had, which were minor issues, but, you know, in this game, one small mistake can change everything. But yeah, no, we tightened up everything coming into this event. I mean, and then you look at the results of it. I mean, a 7-2 and then a 7-4. So, I mean, it's definitely paying off for us for sure.
Okay, so exceptional chemistry. Seems like you guys have the right mindset. Can you talk a little bit more about your strat with your opponent? Were you guys targeting Timsy? We know that this is kind of new for him.
We were actually targeting quite a few of them with the bans and then kind of working the bans in our favor that they use. It was nothing crazy. Like I said, all 5 of those guys are super crazy, phenomenal players, so it's hard to just target one because you still got 4 others to worry about. We just played our game, played what we knew that we needed to do, came out here, and like I said, 2-0, so I can't complain.
Okay, so TSM is behind us. SSG is ahead of us. What's the game plan for the finals? Are you feeling confident?
Yeah, we're feeling super confident, especially beating TSM, like I said. Again, they're a phenomenal team, so that gives us more confidence and everything to go into tomorrow and take on SSG. We're definitely going to do more VOD review, watch what they do, and then just kind of go from there and play our game.
And get a good night's sleep and not party in Vegas, right? Laxing, everybody! Give this man a round of applause. Do I even need to ask? Thank you so much, a great playing. You guys, he's unbelievable. I can't. I'm going to send it back to y'all.
Thank you so much, Jackie. You're right. The confidence was definitely there. I don't know about you guys. Did you guys agree with that confidence level or something?
Yeah,
I think it was definitely it was definitely there. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the Mountain Dew Amp Game Fuel Analyst Corner. It was Reciprocity that came away with a 7-2 and then a 7-4-2. More than enough solidify their spot in the U.S. Nationals Championship tomorrow versus Space Station Gaming.
The tilt factor set it all for Reciprocity to win the way that they did against TSM. One thing I really want to point out, I felt really bad for TSM, Geo most importantly. Thing with Reciprocity, they pushed the point to your face. They made sure that Maverick was killed every single time on that CCTV wall. And Geo went 3 rounds in a row where he was one of the first ones to die. It was almost as if he didn't even get to play.
Yeah, he was having a rough side on the attacking part of Clubhouse. There was the one round where his entire team fell and he was all by himself, and he kind of walked into the freezer and looked to his left like, yo.
You can see it in his face.
And then the next 3 rounds, he gets killed off the rappel on CCTV wall twice, and then either falls off the roof or got downed from somewhere random and had to get picked back up. Has to be so frustrating as a team in general to just like kind of lose steam and like sort of hit that tilt factor, especially when you have Laxing playing in such crazy corners all over the map, staying off at these weird angles, just picking people off, and then like, you know, his playstyle was unpredictable, and he carried his team. And then we also have the rest of the team, especially Nyx, coming in huge with tons and tons of frags that, you know, people thinking going into the event that he wouldn't get those kinds of frags. We didn't really know what he was going to do, but he's showing to be a huge component to their victory.
And that just shows how comfortable Nyx is with this roster. But Dark Zero, a lot of people said, hey, you know, he's inconsistent. He's not being the entry fragger, the Ash main that he's supposed to be. With this team, with Vertical, Foxay, Laxing, and Retro, he's so much more comfortable. He's so much more loose, especially with that shotgun clutch down in church.
I was watching map number 1 with Intero, and out of nowhere, Retro's dad came up and introduced himself, and we said, how are you feeling? He goes, we want to get TSM, we want to get it over with. And then they said, what's next? SSG, he goes, they look pretty good, but I feel confident in everybody else. And that right there will do it. We take a look at the post-game stats and see what actually happens at the end of this, and look at it, gentlemen. Laxing, 23-8 to end the day. One heck of a way to secure themselves that Western Conference Championship.
This team is dangerous, but still, even though TSM lost 2-0, Merc played so well. It was just unfortunate that the team didn't work out as usual, but Pojaman wasn't able to play. They had a sub. Now we know what to expect from these individuals. I would love to see this full team play out of LAN.
There were definitely standout performances on both teams. Obviously, Reciprocity pulled out on top, but TSM they just looked like they ran out of gas.
Yeah.
They were worn down by Reciprocity's play style. A few rounds in a row, we see the same mistakes being made over and over, and there really isn't much to say.
I mean, I expected Reciprocity to try to do something to play more towards that TSM slower style. And Vela, you disagreed with me, and there's a reason why you're on this desk. Reciprocity went on the aggression just like you said, and a huge component on that was also on the back of Vertical. When you think about Vertical and what he's been able to do since transitioning with roles and allowing Nyx to actually have a more impactful entry fragger role, it's created opportunities. And when we actually take a look at it and we take a look at the reviews over here with the telestration, Emzo, that was something that I know you were watching. What do you have, and what was it that Vertical was able to do to help them secure the victory?
I mean, it was just some fantastic solo plays, but also some really great teamwork with Fox. He had some plays where the pressure was really on, and he held his cool. First example here is the situation where you've got Vertical and Fox playing here together, just completely out in the open. They've got the hatch open, as you can see, from above and below. Yeah, they've got an escape route, but they've also got a potential to be trapped as well as this doorway. They've got 4 players surrounding them right here, off site. And you know what? They keep their cool. Even as Buck comes up here, Achieved starts opening the wall. Vertical doesn't move, just freezes, does not lose his cool right there. Comes around the corner, gets one along with Fox, and then uses the hole that Buck created to rotate through over into Kitchen, and uses it to help cover Fox's back. He starts covering to make sure that Fox can just fight this angle on Achieved and get that kill. But most importantly, when he roamed into the site right away, this one, he comes all the way into sight. Yes, they lost Geo, but I mean, look at this, just Fox and Vertical at this point. Fox manages to get the diffuser from way far off in Narnia. He's got to get it all the way back. So Vert has to hold his own, manages to get one. But Merc actually crawled through the holes here. Vert manages to get him. Now he's in a tough spot. He's lost a little bit of health, and Fox is still way off. And you know what? He's got to watch angles through this doorway, through this doorway, through the hole that they crawled through before. And he's got 2 against him, and he knows he's got to have Fox plant. He cannot sit there and have Fox cover with him. So you get, as Fox starts to creep over here, Vert knows they're coming for him. The time's dwindling down. Now Fox has to plant. He gets on the plant over here in sight. Now he's got to watch, again, all these angles. He knows at least he's safe from this one, but that's about it. But it's not just holding them back while Fox gets the plants down. He manages to take them both out. And it's play like that basically from one position when they know he's there for like a good minute 15, I believe it was. And then even situations like this, where it's a 3v3, the 2 kills that were gotten upstairs, those were trades from Vert. He comes downstairs here. He's in a decent situation, but you know what he does? A really smart play. He sets himself up to open this hole right here and gets the player all the way in black box. That's a tough spot to fight. And that opens it up for an easy cleanup for his round. It's plays like that, maybe not as much in Clubhouse, but especially in Bank. Vertical, a new member to the team, absolutely showing up for his team.
And it's clear that when even though he has the pressure on and he's making clutch plays like what you're showing, the alleviated pressure of his teams allows him to make those calm decisions. And I think that addition has certainly helped them.
Absolutely, and I think, it is unfortunate what happened to Rogue, but it sent so many good players to all of these teams. Vertical, the last one standing from Rogue to try and reclaim the trophy, and I think there's a good shot at a member of Rogue continuing to hold on to Team USA.
Well, thank you, Emzo, for all of the telestration today, and he makes a great point. Vertical, the only one left alive, gentlemen, that we have available from Team USA last year, of course, now having a chance to be that 2-peat. We're done for the day. Eastern Conference Championship, Western Conference Championship, Space Station Gaming versus Team Reciprocity. The bracket's gonna come on your screen right about now. And this, we have been looking forward to the entire weekend. The lion's share of $140,000, but more importantly, the ability to raise the trophy and be declared Team USA.
This is going to be such an amazing finals. Reciprocity, they've grown so much as a team, even though they've had team changes this year. In Space Station Gaming, they're looking for perfection. Canadian joined this team because he knew that they were winners, and he definitely thinks that. Let's see if tomorrow, if his thoughts are correct.
I think both teams are definitely the best teams in this tournament right now. After what we've seen, they're the 2 teams that deserve to be in the finals. And I can't wait to see it. I think it's going to be a great match.
All right, well, taking a look at what the schedule we have for tomorrow, it's not only going to be the U.S. National Championship, but some of your favorite creators are going to be there playing. We've got one such as Sasselin. Of course, the Dinger Bringer herself is going to be hanging out with us, as well as many others. That will be going live at 10 a.m. Pacific, of course, after the pre-show that we're going to have at 9:45. Now, after that, it will be a USN for the fans, a little thing that we have for everybody there. So make sure everybody is staying tuned for that. And then finally, gentlemen, it is going to be the finals match. On your screen, it says TSM versus Team Reciprocity. It's actually going to be Space Station Gaming versus Team Reciprocity. No rematch, unfortunately, for TSM in that instance, but we're not going to ask for predictions yet. We'll wait for all of that tomorrow. But anything and everything that you've seen from today that you're excited about to see for tomorrow?
You want to go for it?
Hey, you're up $10. That's a tag.
Yeah, I'm up $10. I'm up $10. I think I really honestly think we've covered all of it today.
Yeah.
I feel like we would just really be double tapping and being really redundant. One thing I do want to ask, in terms of the content creators match, is it going to be as sweaty as it was in Raleigh? For content creators matches, those were sweaty matches. Yeah, we've been watching sweaty pro matches. We've been watching sweaty branch battle matches. I just want to see some fun matches with the content creators.
Yeah. Today we've seen 2 entirely different play styles make it to the finals. It shows that it's not just one type of style that can always win games. So Reciprocity and Space Station Gaming, they've taught me a lot, they've taught the fans a lot, and tomorrow we're going to see which play style comes out on top.
It is Space Station Gaming collecting new fans, Reciprocity proving that aggression at the end of the day will reciprocate the feelings of desire that you have for the U.S. National Championship. Our Western and Eastern Conference champions have been decided, and tomorrow, only one team will walk away with the title as Team USA. From myself, the analysts, the casters, everybody that's here, thank you so much for tuning in. This has been Las Vegas, Nevada. This has been the Rainbow Six U.S. Nationals, day number 2. Day number 3, Championship Sunday, starts tomorrow. We'll see you guys then.